Yo, 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 yo. I came on 20 seconds early because I saw Lefty was here. So fuck, I gotta get on early because of Lefty. Lefty's never early. But I know we've got golf today, so I was like, oh, I better come on. I'm in mid tweet at the minute. I've got a Travis Rudolph trial. It's when I get a ball looking off everyone when I don't tag them. Not tag, but those hashtag things. So I've got to do it. Right, Travis Rudolph. I hope everyone's okay. Hope everyone's well. Um, Travis Rudolph trial. FSU. FSU. Then nose. Then go nose. I don't think there's anything else. So, yeah, I hope everyone's well. I'm not sure who's here. Hey, and thank God Rumble's worked as well. Happy days. Right, let me just send that. How organised am I? I'm fucking done. I am done. I'm not sure if Lefty left us. Lefty left us. But he'll be back anyway, so it's all good. Hope you're doing well. Right, let me just get Rumble up and then I am ready. So organised, unbelievable. Unbelievable how organised I am. There, go live. There. Yes, done. I hope you like my background. Oh, my background is there. Lovely. I said that and everyone disappeared. I was like, oh, ba ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba. Um, okay, there, fine. It's just I've got to redo things so I know what's there. So croeso pawb, gobeithio bod chi'n iawn. You can dod o bac o lew heddi. Travis Rudolph, da ni fan hyn, nawr ni'n gwylio heddi. Just watching Travis Rudolph today. Bit of multi-lingo, bit of Welsh, bit of English. If anyone wants to learn some Welsh words, put the English word in and I'll try and translate it and we'll try and learn it together. Um, yeah, I like this. I'm just going to put myself out. I like the middle one is the actual logo then. Um, if I take a look at some of the store, have a look at it. Got loads of new goodies in there. Don't expect anyone to buy, it's all good. And if you do decide to buy something, t-shirt, hoodie, buy a size up. Well, had four samples and I'm double XL, so I bought four double XL samples, and only three of them too, like they were too tight. Only one fitted, so I've just go size up now, so it's all good. Right, where's this bad boy? Oh, do you know what? I'm going to leave it off. It spoils my background. The background's lovely. I mean, I spoil my background as well. I know. So say hello and chat. Christ Spies. I know she's not here, but she did say enjoy a long weekend. Unfortunately, the weekend's over. So thanks, Christ Spies. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it though. That's a love we got going here with our regulars. Um, I hope. Oh, thank you. Some people have liked it already. Appreciate that. Rumble. My message to Rumble peeps. Hello, Rumble. That's a bit creepy. Hello, Rumble. If you could like and follow the channel, I would be extremely grateful. I cannot spell extremely. The smiley face to end it all. That's good. Hello, Rumble. Hope you're well. You can chat, guys. I don't check Rumble as often, but the reason for that is because you guys never fucking talk. But you do support the channel very well. So, right, nothing's happening yet. The video is, I've got the video ready. It's just nothing's happening yet. Here we are. It's just like that at the minute. So it is live. They should start on time because the judge has something to do this morning. So that's why we were late. So once there's movement and I can see movement, I'll pop it back on. But till then, I want to admire my background. I quite like my background. If you like my background, tell me in chat. I love it. Um, Amy, how are we? You were missed yesterday. I did send you a DM to check in on you. Welcome back. You did miss much yesterday. We're just going through the Travis and the neighbours um, thing. But yeah, I hope you're okay. I hope you're well. I know you've been suffering a little bit. Um, but yeah, it's always nice to have you here. You get the chat going, you see. It's a hard thing to do as well, just saying hello and chat. Like Lefty did, he said nerds, but we haven't started. So he's now buggered off. He'll be back later and he'll say it's nerds again. Um, I do know that is 10 to 7 for people like Luna in Pacific time. So I don't expect everyone to be here first thing at all. For me, it's lush. It's like 10 to 3. It's awesome. I'm wondering if Spider Girl and Mad will be here. And if they are or will be here, hopefully we can share it on Facebook again. I need to put a note on, don't I, here to tell people to join the Facebook group. If you're on Facebook, uh, do this. Join the alternate call on Facebook. Yeah, I know you're a friend. It was so good. Ah, there we are. I mean, once you girls go shopping, that's the end of the day. That's the end of it. You're done. Don't be sorry at all. You didn't miss much. You know, actually, Friday night, we basically watched Friday night again. So we've seen it all several times. What do you think of my background? So I got so the top right hand corner is my logo, and then the innocent to proven guilty is like just the theme. Innocent unless proven guilty, sorry, is our theme. Um, I quite like it. Got designed. Uh, I do as well. I told him sort of soft blue-ish, wherever. But yeah, uh, if you look at the description box, the store is now. Uh, I put a store together, so it's there. Um, so yeah, I'm not encouraging people to buy or anything because it's a still early doors for me yet. I'm still getting used to it all. And I was saying, so a few people are buying now, and I said size up because I got four hoodies, and three of them were too tight on me, and I'm double XL. So we're still teething problems with the store, but all the stuff's in there. Any comments you've got about any of the designs or placements of the designs, let me know. I can easily move things around, not move things around, but I can move it up and down and stuff like that. So, and it's so hard because I got to do a store for Americans, for Canadians, like they're trying to join together, and then UK and Europe, and it's just a nightmare to find the best kind of deals. It's complete nightmare. Awesome, yeah, it is good, but here we go. But it is still a nightmare though. We're back in court now. It might be a little bit fuzzy at the start now, bit crackly until we get going, but we will get going. Is it normal speed? Yes. Let's generate it. Yes. Look up subtitles. So I'm going to try it today without the headphones, which should work. As I say, might be cracked as a start. If that's the case, I might need to plug the headphones in for a couple of minutes and then take them out. We'll just play about with it. We'll just play about with it. and I got my phone open as well. So when it does that, I can listen to my phone. But if there's anything wrong with the audio and stuff like that, let me know. Or we can look at it together, guys. Okay. And Rumble, thank you to you guys as well. I'll give you a little message again. Appreciate you being there. Got a few more followers on Rumble now. And hey, Mad World, hope you're well. I was shouting you out earlier on, not shouting you out. I was like, fucking Mad World, what the fuck's she doing? All that, do you know what I mean? The usual. Hey, do me a favour, Mad World, if you can. Uh, or we'll do it later. Post in the Facebook group about this stream because I've got too many tabs open. I can't do it. Not that I think everyone is basically here anyway, or will be here, but still, it looks good when people come and look at it. But yeah, if you're on Facebook, please join our group, the Alternate Corner. There's only 9 of us at the minute, but we will eventually be talking about trials and promoting our channels and stuff like that here. So there, sorry. And I'm gonna try new things today. Hopefully, there's not too much echo today. Um, yeah. So I'm reliant on people being gobby like Amy and Mad World just to inform me where it's not looking good or the audio's bad and stuff. We'll do. Oh, Mad World, you're the best. Thank you. I'm not sure if Spider Girl's sleeping or in fairness to her, she works nights, so um, I was dropping off as well this afternoon. I a few late nights recently with the streaming, and then um, up early this morning to go to the gym. Oh, I didn't have zero motivation for that. And my ear still can't hear out my ear, so it's a buzzing in my ear, which I'd never know what level I'm at when I'm speaking, which is pain in the ass. Also, the weekend did really well for us. We are now, drum roll, 1,266 hours away from the target of 4,000 hours monetized. That's not too bad, 1,266. That's considering where we were. I think we were like 1,800 at the start, the same time last week. Or yeah, about 1,800. So we gained 600 this week. So on that rate, 2 weeks time, we'll reach our target. Well, maybe a little bit longer. But it depends on this trial, doesn't it? Depends on the trial. Depends on how we do. But yeah, hopefully my audio's okay right now. Anyway. Oh, oh, oh. Do you know what? It's funny because it's Memorial Day for America, obviously yesterday. I didn't even think it was a bank holiday for us. I didn't even know that. Literally didn't have a clue. So it's a strange one. So we got this arsehole, Tyler Robinson. I'm not sure if he's arrived. I'm not sure if he's arrived or not. My source has not messaged me. But to be fair, you know, I I can't really say, but source told me some things which not frustrated me, but I'm not allowed to tell anybody. So that frustrates me when I'd rather not know. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to let her or him or they or them um asking them if I can say some of the stories after the trial's done. So hopefully I can, because one's a perler, one's an absolute perler. And you know what? I might even have to tell you anyway because it's a perler. So yeah, hopefully you can hear me okay. I'd say we normally get a little bit of issues at the start with the audio. Sometimes there's some crackling. What we're doing this for, I'm like a chef. Sometimes there's some crackling, but we get it worked out pretty quickly. So, and Amy's job is to keep the chat going. She's the chatty one. Mad will depend on the mood, if she's in a good mood or not. Oh, Mad will, thank you very much. So just a reminder, if you're on Facebook, join the hang on, I'll tell you now. The alternate corner. Join the alternate corner on Facebook, and we are there. Also, we've got a few people in here now, but only 3 likes, and one of them's mine. Can we just like the video, guys? That would be appreciative as well. Yes, I think he'd be fine at the morning because he'd probably taken some drugs this morning to get him lively again. And he's probably people have probably chatted to him saying, "Look, just get to the point and answer the questions." I hope. Well, actually, I hope not because do you know what I mean I'm quite excited because I want to hear him be a dick again, you know. So, but I think people have probably spoken to him saying, "Look, the more you're acting like that, the worse you're making it for not only for yourself but for Sebastian as well." So he might actually behave today. Um, so yeah, if you like the video and follow Amy's lead, it's actually Amy. Was it a week today or a week tomorrow that you actually found this channel? So hey, if you're new here, yeah, Tyler's due back. He's due back. He's first one on. Supposed to be first one on. If you're new to the channel, please drop in and say hello. Even if you're not new, drop down and say hello. Um, like the video, subscribe if you're new. Thank you. A couple of people have liked it already, so thank you. So Tyler is due back today. He's supposed to be first one on, but I've no idea if he's turned up or not. Let me just check here. My source has told me zero. As I have told them don't say anything unless there's anything interesting. So Wednesday. So you see, but I bang on about it, Amy, because it's quite special. Do you know what I mean? In the sense of when you just turn up and find the stream and you stay and you know you import and make an impact like you have. So I appreciate that, and that's what I'm trying to tell other people. Look, if one person can do that, as long as you know are happy to engage a little bit and just say hello and stuff, you can be part of this great community. And everyone's lovely except for Mad World on a Wednesday. She's got a, you know, we have to keep her off on a Wednesday. But apart from that, everyone's lovely. Right, so there. Then when people like Lefty come in, he will call you a nerd, but he acts tough, but he's a sweetheart. He's a sweet. He wouldn't want to harm a fly. He it's just that hard exterior. Do you know what I mean? It is
And 5 minutes shy of an hour. So
100%
we'll
it is.
obviously allow a little bit of leeway in terms of getting back up to speed, but I don't want to start it from the beginning. All right? Okay. All right. As soon as we have our jury, we'll get started. Didn't you tell me it was one?
That was a bit low. Him speaking,
Oh,
wasn't
I'm
it?
sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So 13, 3 hours. Yeah, just shy of four, actually. 5 minutes shy of 4 hours. So don't start all over again.
I have no idea what that's about. Back to your point, Amy. Yeah, we definitely have a great group of people here. It's actually quite amazing. I'm really proud of people here, and it's just people turned up. No one knew each other, and you know, a lot of people turn into besties and stuff now. So, oh, here we go. Mad World, shut up. Just you. Oh my God. Shelley, hello. We don't know. We don't know if he's turned up or not. To be quite honest with you. We have not been informed. Do you know what? Should I just try Google? Oh no, I can't. I can't. I was going to try Google Chrome because that's got Spider-Girl gaming extension. I can go 300%
All right.
on that, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, welcome, Shelley. Thank you for being here. This is your first, like, you've been here, but only on replays and stuff. You not haven't been here for a trial. Just remember what I said. Normally, the stream starts off bad, but we do get it
All
fixed.
right. We'll give them a couple minutes.
I don't think he's there because the judge said we'll just give him a couple of minutes. I presume that means he's not there.
Deputy Matthew Serpent, I'm in 11 F trial, and we're missing a jury member. And we're missing a jury member.
So I got 2 sets of my wireless headphones,
Yes.
recorded headphones, everything ready for when it goes wrong. Yeah, absolute mess. Unless he said, "Oh, I'm on my way, but my tires." I don't know. What do you think as a juror? Do you know what I mean? What would you actually think? It's a mess. Do you know what I mean? Hey, I put a poll in the group. Most always interested to see how people get here because I don't think I get much traction on Twitter. So, yeah, so I thought I'd put a poll up. Also, I'll say please feel free to chat about anything. Shelley's not. Like, it's a weird one for you, Shelley, because this is your first live stream, but you've been here plenty of times now, so you know people. So you're an oldie, old hand of the stream. Just you haven't been on the live stream, so chat away, ask questions, guys. We help each other out.
I know.
We don't give legal advice, but we give plenty of bullshit advice. So. Naturally, the chapter are always good about giving advice. So
He's on his way up. Good.
for this. I want to record it a little bit about how many watch hours we got left and stuff. I know some people will laugh at it and go, "Oh my god," but I think it's cool. We gained 600 watch hours last week, I think. And it's thanks to you guys, though. You know, yeah. I mean, I hate this judge, though. This judge should never allow this trial to happen. So he could go, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, you're a big reason, guys, why we're down to 1,200, well, 1,266 watch hours away from 4,000. So thanking you all. Rumble, quiet and rumble. I think everyone's over the kids, though. Do you know what I mean? I think I'm not, because I want to see him. Do you know what I
Okay.
mean? It's entertaining. Like, what happens here then?
Why don't you just wait until the jury comes in, and we'll have them sworn in again in front of the jury.
He's here. He's here.
In fact, you can get them while they're coming in. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Save a minute.
It means once
Yep.
you get 1,000
Yep.
subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, it means you can monetize your channel. It means I can start doing like memberships, because when you do YouTube, you don't earn anything. You don't earn a penny for your videos. So yeah, you can monetize it then, basically. So I can start doing memberships. There'll always be free membership for this channel. So I mean, so people don't have to contribute at all. But you know, it obviously helped me out. Because as I say, I don't make any money on these things. Yeah. I mean, I'm in the wrong genre, because you don't get paid for the videos, because it's like advertisers don't like them. That's why you need to build this community that people are happy to contribute. And you know, I'll try and give back to the community as much as possible. I'll try and give back to charities, and you know, and hopefully you can all help each other out in terms of that. So yeah, that would be fantastic.
All right, everyone be
Be
seated.
nice.
Welcome back, folks. I hope everyone had an enjoyable long weekend. All right, let's bring Mr. Robinson back in, please. There he is. Mr. Robinson, I'm going to have you sworn in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you may continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Robinson. Yes, sir.
Robinson, when you were here last Friday, you told this jury that you dove on top of your friend Chris Lowe as much as you could, and there was no crevices, so you couldn't get in the bottom of the floorboard area, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke to the first officers who arrived when you got shot, you never told them that, right?
I can't remember, sir.
When you go to the hospital and you speak to the officer and give a detailed statement, you never told them that, did you?
I'm not sure.
Want to see a copy of your statement?
No, sir, there's no need. I'm just not
I
sure.
can't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, sir, there's no need for me to look at the statement. I'm just saying I'm not sure.
Well, do you agree that you didn't give a statement? Or if you're not sure, I'll show it to you so you can look at it to see that it's in there or not.
I agree.
You agree you didn't, right?
I agree.
Spoke to Detective Vandalin. So you get shot on the 7th. You talk to the two law enforcement officers separately on the 7th. And then on the 8th, you speak to Detective Vandalin, the female detective, right?
Correct.
Never told her you dove on top of Mr. Lowe, right?
I agree.
Okay. Gave a deposition on June 16th, 2021. All the lawyers, well, many of the lawyers there, under oath with the court.
Oh my God. What's the audio drawing for you guys?
This judge, the same lawyers, pretty much,
Seems fine to
multiple
me.
lawyers, and you said nothing of the sort, that you jumped on top of Chris Lowe during that statement under oath. Isn't that true?
I agree.
He looks like he's a fucking slap, is what it is, Jelly. I'm sorry I'm banging on, but I want to make sure the audio is fine for you
So
guys.
back to the June 16th statement, I was just about to finish from last week. The deposition, you remember coming to that statement, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph's brother came out of the house first after y'all did what y'all did, right?
After we knocked on the door, yes, sir.
Okay? And back then, you didn't remember taking your shirt off, right? Back in June?
No, sir.
You would agree that Travis, when he came out, pushed the door open mildly. He wasn't in a rush, right?
I'm sorry, did you say loudly or mildly?
Mildly.
No, sir, I wouldn't agree.
All right. I approach the witness, give him a copy of his deposition from June 16th.
You may.
Tell you what page in a second. Go to page 100, line 9 to 12 of your deposition, June 16th, 2021. Refresh your memory, back in June 2021, you said he came out mildly, Mr. Rudolph?
My last name is Robinson, sir.
I asked you, Mr. Rudolph. I didn't ask you coming. I said, isn't it true that Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? Does that refresh your memory,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said back in June under oath, right? 2021.
No, sir, you provided me with the verbiage mildly. I just agreed.
Would you always agree with people who tell you things under oath and you just say whatever they want you to say? Is that what you're telling us?
No, sir, you provided me with the word. I just, like I said, agreed in that situation.
You telling the truth or were you lying then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You telling the truth when you made that statement or were you lying?
I was telling the truth.
Okay. So tell the jury today what you
Thank you,
might
guys.
tell them and how he came out the door. If you disagree that mildly today is not the right answer, tell us today what your answer is.
Not agreeing or disagreeing with or whether or not he came out of the door mildly or not. I'm just telling you that you provided me with the verbiage. I never described the situation as Travis coming out of the house mildly. We spoke about it. I'm actually was having a difficulty describing how or of what nature he came out of the house, and you provided me with the verbiage mildly, and I agreed then and I agree now. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, what I asked you today, the first question about mildly and coming out the door, Mr. Rudolph, not you, Mr. Rudolph, coming out his front door, I said, would you agree Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? And you said, no, I don't agree with that. So what my question is tell us what you mean he didn't come out mildly. That was your statement. When I asked you if you agree, you said no. How did he come out? What's your testimony today?
I don't know. He just came out of the door. He was mad, so I'm not sure how you would describe that.
I'm asking you how you describe it, not me.
I'm not sure how I would describe it.
Okay. Do you agree it was mildly or you disagree? Today, do you agree with that or disagree?
Whatever speeds this up, I agree.
Okay. I asked you back in June of 2021 to tell me how the physical confrontation started, and you said, I just told you I don't remember. Remember making that statement under oath back in June of 21 with the court reporter and the prosecutors and me and Ms. Perlette present? Do you remember that, sir?
I agree.
Okay. So back in 2021, April, May, 2 months after this happened, you couldn't say how it started because you thought there was video. Isn't that true, sir? Of the front house. You saw the cameras and you thought there was a video that existed, correct?
No, sir. I believe I was frustrated and just didn't want to speak on the incident any further.
Well, you spoke for 2 hours. You never said you were frustrated one time, did you?
I'm not sure. It's a long deposition.
The more that he does it, Amy, the more this guy is like, looks like a fucking tool. Oh, has he paused? No. What? What is going on?
Rudolph started the fight. That was
I
your
don't know what
testimony,
happened
right?
there.
Correct.
Now you know there's no video. Detective Vanillin originally told you when she interviewed you on the 8th of April, 2021, she had video and you were afraid to commit to anything because you knew what y'all did, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Remember, I asked you the next question right after that one about who started, and you said you don't remember. Then I said in June of 21, you don't know who hit first, and you agreed. You had no idea, right?
Are you telling me that was my statement?
Yes, sir.
I agree.
But today, Friday, you remember, and today you remember. It's different, right?
I agree, sir.
Yeah. And you don't care what the jury thinks, but you do want them to believe your testimony is that Mr. Rudolph came out of the house and punched your friend first. That's your testimony today, right?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Well, yes. Last week you said you don't care what the jury thinks, right? Remember that?
That may have been taken out of context. But
Those are the
correct.
exact words. That was your context.
That's correct.
Okay. And today you're changing your story. And Friday you changed the story. Now you're saying Mr. Rudolph came out and hit your friend first, right?
Sustained.
You gave a different answer than you gave under oath on June 16th. Now you're saying that my client, all of a sudden, 2 years later, you remember Mr. Rudolph hit your friend first. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you're trying to tell us?
In June of 2021.
I'm asking you today, not June 21st.
Yes.
Here in court today, you want this jury to believe that. The jury that you don't care what they think about, right? You don't care what they think, but that's what you're trying to explain to us, right?
Sustained.
You don't care what the jury thinks as of last week. Do you care what they think today?
I understand the weight of their opinion, but personally, the effect it has on my life is very minimal because this situation has already taken such a major impact on my life. So I don't feel as if the outcome of this really would, or I don't really personally feel or care that much, but I understand, like
It's
I
not
said,
fucking shaking.
how important a jury is and the jury's opinion. So, like I said, if you want to keep taking that statement out of context as you are, because you're not saying you're not telling them, you're not rereading, or relaying my whole statement, just paraphrasing or taking that particular part. But
All right, tell me what I took out of context in June of 2021 when you said you didn't know who started the fight and you don't know who first. Tell me what I'm taking out of context, sir.
I can only testify and answer questions based off of questions you asked or based off of my deposition, sir. So if you have a question you would like me to answer, I can do that, but I can't.
You can't tell us why your answer is different today than it was back in June, can you, sir?
Sustained.
You can't tell us today why your answer is different than June 16th of 2021, can you, sir?
Yes, I can, sir. I was frustrated just because one of my brothers passed away, and I didn't really want to talk about it.
Okay, so you lied in the deposition is what you're telling us because of your brother passing away?
No, sir, I didn't lie. Sometimes when you're mad or frustrated or upset, it's hard to remember specific details. So while you asked me questions, I gave truthful answers about whether or not I could remember as time has gone on. It's it's uh it's gotten not easier, but more common where this is something I may have to speak about. So
You're in the hospital one day, right?
yes, sir, correct.
Flushed out your wounds. You didn't have any bullets went through. You had little tiny fragments of metal that hit the car and went into your body. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir. Bullet removed from my body during surgery.
You had one bullet or how many bullets?
I'm not sure, sir.
You had little pieces of bullets. Isn't that true, sir?
I'm not sure to what nature the bullets were when they were removed from my body, but I can only tell you that bullets were removed from my body during surgery.
Never went to physical therapy, right?
Couldn't afford it, sir.
My question is, never went to physical therapy, right?
My answer is that I couldn't afford it, sir.
So that means no?
Correct.
You went to school and you graduated. You said you told us you got an AA degree, right, in criminology, correct?
And my AS degree in paralegal studies.
All right, and you're still working. That's what you told us. You have a security license, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
When you work, what do? You're in a community as a security guard or a business?
Sitting down, correct.
Business?
Like a community.
You sit down the whole time even when cars come through?
Correct.
All right. You never went to any follow-up doctor appointments for any medical treatment. Isn't that true, sir?
I had follow-up appointments at the trauma unit for about 6 months following the incident.
How many times did you go?
Like 3 times a week, maybe. Pretty often.
Would you be surprised to learn they're not on your medical records?
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry about that. It was crackling my end, so I put my headphones on to try and see if it was that, and it all of a sudden started crackling on your end, I think, then. So taking them out now. I'll deal with the crackling on my end. I want you guys to be perfection with the audio. So that couple of minutes there, that was my fault. So this guy, fucking hell, Tyler. Your friend's died, right? You go give testimony about him, and you act like that. You just need to give him a slap. I'm surprised someone hasn't given him a slap. You just don't act like that. Awful, awful. And this judge, what? Don't be right just now, Judge. We should not be here. What a waste of time and taxpayers' money this is. If I was from Florida like Amy, I'd be pissed right now that there's a trial that you guys are paying for in Florida, and this shouldn't even be a trial. For shame on this judge, and for shame on Tyler and his friends who are fucking dickheads the way they're acting. Sorry, a bit aggressive this morning. It's Tuesday morning, a bit aggressive. Well, it's a Tuesday afternoon here, sorry. Oh, don't know what to say except how can you act like that when your friends died? And I know he's trying to cover himself, more than likely. That's speculation from my end, but he's more than likely trying to cover for himself and his friends. But we shouldn't be here. And the state know this. Why did they put them up? Up? Why did they put them up? Yeah, it's infuriating when they waste tax dollars on bad prosecutions. Exactly. There's so many cases that need to be tried, probably. This is not one of them. This is why you have pre-trials, standing your ground in court. Oh, right, cool. So that we don't get to this end. I hate when judges are like they. You're a judge. You should know. You should use common sense. Yes, things should go to juries. But when it's a slam dunk like this, not slam dunk, but it's pretty obvious the attitude given by these guys. They don't give two fucks. They just want to see Travis in jail, is my opinion on it. And I think there's a lot of hearsay here. Obviously, we could probably see a little bit more about like bullets and stuff like that. Were there any bullets their side on it, or did they just show the gun and not shoot? But I'm also sorry if I'm swearing too much. Some people comment I swear. I'm sorry, that's the way I speak, I'm afraid. Yeah. Well, I didn't realize politics plays such a high role in these things, to be quite honest with you, until you mentioned it. Such a shame. That just shows you how selfish people are out for themselves, really. I know you mentioned that the state's attorney, probably wants to run for a political position, and he was in trials like this for it. It's like that that pisses me off. What can you do in it? Right, they're coming back. Let's see how they do with the end. Because this attorney's going to drag it out as much as he can, I think.
Can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
So would you be surprised to learn in the medical records there's nothing that you went to any kind of trauma rehab?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see Mr. Rudolph fall when he came out of the house, did you, sir? With a gun?
I don't know. I can't remember, sir.
All right. You want to refresh your memory on page 110, lines 15 to 19 of your deposition of June 21, or would you agree with me that
No,
you
sir.
said you never saw him when he fell?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony today or Friday that Mr. Rudolph was shooting as you left his mom's area and was running to the car? He was shooting at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's coming towards you shooting, right? As you're running to the car, he's coming towards you and he's shooting, right?
I'm not sure of what positioning he's in, sir. I was busy running.
All right. Well, you remember saying back in June of 2021, I'll direct your attention to page 114, line 15 to 18. Or would you agree that you did say he was walking towards you, Mr. Rudolph, as he's shooting and as you're running to the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't get shot running to the car, right?
No, sir.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph became between 10 and 30 feet from the car you allegedly jumped on top of Mr. Lowe in the back seat, right?
Yes, sir.
And you ran about 50 to 100 yards to get to the car, right? From when my client came out with a gun, right?
Correct.
How many gunshots did you hear as you're running down the street?
I can't remember.
Multiple ones?
He's coming
Yes,
across
sir.
like a prick.
Okay.
Heartless prick, in my opinion.
Is it your testimony that you actually got in the car and closed the back door? Is that your testimony from Friday, that you got in the car before the shooting or at the time of the shooting in the back seat and closed the door?
Yes, sir.
So you would have had to obviously open the door as you described getting out of the car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never fell down, did you, when you got out of the car that supposedly was moving?
May have lost my footing a bit. I'm not really sure.
Well, you saw the video. Remember coming out stumbling with your hands raised in the air?
Yes, sir.
You're not looking at a phone, are you? Because you keep looking down. I'm just making sure you.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure he's got a conscience, Amy.
So when you get out of the car,
This shit full stop.
do you remember stumbling? And take a look at me. I'm not sure, if you don't mind. You went like this with your hands and then stumbled and then ran across the street. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You were running alongside the car. You were never in that car, were you, sir?
No, I was in the car, sir.
That door never opened up. You saw the video. You saw it never opened up, the back door. You could see it. You don't remember that?
Overruled.
Would you agree you never opened the back door? It never opened as the car was moving.
I would disagree with that.
Huh? So let me make sure I got your testimony. Your door's closed, and then you open the door as the car's moving. You actually hit the ground, or do you stumble? You tell me what happened.
Sorry, what's the question?
I asked you the question. You're in the car. You with me?
Yes.
You claim now you open the door to get out, right?
Right.
I want you to tell me, the best of your memory, even watching the tape, did you fall down and hit your feet and your knees and scrape your knees at that point? Or did you just come stumbling, whatever position, whether you were in or out of the car? Did you come stumbling? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You can't tell, right?
Not really.
All right. So when you come out of the car, you don't get hit by the car, right?
No, sir.
100% positive the car didn't hit you, right?
No, sir.
And you didn't brace yourself on that car, right?
I may have.
Well, did you ever tell anybody that? Did you ever say a statement to anyone in this whole world that you may have braced yourself coming out of the car?
I'm not sure.
All right. So you don't know if you braced yourself in the car? It's possible. Is that your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Where would you have braced yourself if you did?
I don't. What do you mean by that? Brace myself. Where would I have braced myself? I don't
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You said yes, maybe.
What does that even mean? I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't even know what that means, sir.
You don't know what the word brace yourself means? Touch, lean against, grab, hold on to for balance.
Did I touch the car as I exited it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
The door?
I'm not sure.
When you say yes, if you're not sure, what part did you touch?
I was in the car, so to exit the car, I would have to touch it. So,
All right, tell us what part you touched. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure.
All right. You didn't touch the windshield, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't touch the trunk area of the car, did you?
I'm not sure.
All right. You don't know.
No, sir.
And on the video you saw in the courtroom, you've seen that video before you testified. You've seen it, right?
I don't believe so.
Huh? No one ever showed it to you?
I don't think. I'm not sure, sir.
You had your depositions before you came into court, didn't you?
Yes.
You had all your statements you had a copy of, right?
I don't have copies of my statements from court on hand, no, sir.
Oh, not here today, but you had them previously at home, didn't you?
No, sir. I have homework and other things.
Okay. Well, back in June when I asked you these questions about the car in 2021 and coming out, you said you fell on the floor and you got up and ran. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. So falling on the floor, what does that mean to you when you said that? Yeah, you fell on the floor and you ran when you got out of the car. You tell me what that means to you.
Well, compared to the floor, the car is at an elevated position. So to exit the vehicle, you would technically have to fall, especially if the vehicle is moving. So regardless if you catch your footing or not, you're still falling out of the vehicle.
Says you fell on the floor. Technically was your word, floor. You
That
fell
is-
on the floor. So
Right.
what does that mean, falling on the floor? I'm not asking about technicalities. I'm asking what your words meant.
Like I just said, or you heard what I said, so there's no reason for me to repeat it again. But the car, and then there's the floor. So if I went from the car to the floor, I would have to fall from the car to the floor. Where do you want me to fall? Where else is there to fall?
These are your words, right? That's what you said.
Right.
So how could you touch the car then if the car is moving and you fall on the floor? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You never touched the car, did you?
I'm exiting the car, so I have to touch it to exit it.
All right. What part did you touch specifically then?
My whole body's in the car, so I don't know, sir.
All right. What part of the exterior of the car did you touch? Exterior.
It's hard to say specifically when you're getting shot at, sir. I don't know.
Okay.
To be fair, you might not remember that bit. I'm not sure I would remember that, to be fair.
And you told us back in June that Mr. Rudolph was chasing you and still shooting you into the backyard. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
And you didn't know if you were going to be finished off because he was chasing you, saying he was going to finish you off, right?
Yes.
And you dump your gun over the next fence when someone's chasing you and shooting you, and be completely defenseless at that point, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
You're completely defenseless as soon as you jump over the fence and dump your gun. You're saying this guy was chasing you and shooting at you and saying he's finishing you off. And that's where you put your gun, right where he's chasing you and shooting at you? That's what you want us to believe?
Sorry, sir, you asked so many questions at once, maybe 2 or 3 that time. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
All right, you agree. You made previous statement under oath in June of 21 that Mr. Rudolph's chasing you and shooting at you at the same time after you ran out of the car. While you're running in the backyard, he's running after you, shooting at you, right?
This whole time I'm retreating. I'm trying to get away. So I don't know, from the car, after the car, before the car, from when I was standing in the street next to his mom, I'm surrendering and trying to retreat, and it's of no succession.
Not what I asked you. It's yes, no, and then if you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer.
Okay.
You know this answer is, well, tell me was the truth. Did you go to page 121, line 5 to 9 of your deposition?
Could you read it to me, sir?
You don't have a copy of it?
I would prefer if you read it to me.
Page 120. You can read, okay? You're a college grad.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm here to answer questions based off of my deposition. So if you have a direct question, I can answer that if you'd like to ask it. I'm not here to read.
Frick.
Well, I'm giving you a direct question. You told me back then that Mr. Rudolph was chasing and shooting you while you were running in the backyard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they said he's going to finish you off basically as he's running after you through the backyard, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember saying that before either?
Not sure, sir. I don't know. Yes.
Page 123, line 5 to 12. See if that refreshes your memory. Read it to yourself.
You got it.
Pardon me?
I agree.
So he's running. What's so hard about these questions? Do you understand them?
No, I understand.
Sebastian's family are in the court, right?
You understand the question?
Yes,
I
sir.
was there.
Want me to break it down? I'm breaking it down. You jump over the fence, right? You do.
Right.
You escape this crazy man who's shooting at you, trying to finish you off. And those are his words. He's going to finish you off, right?
So it seemed.
Right after you jump the fence, you dump your gun there, right?
Correct.
While this man's trying to finish you off shooting at you. Correct?
I'm not sure whether or not he was chasing me anymore.
And you told us you didn't want to have the gun on you because you didn't want the police to think you did anything wrong, right?
I just didn't want them to arrive and start shooting at me more.
All right. The last areas and I'll be done. So let's talk about November 8th, 2021. Remember coming to this courtroom under oath during a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, sir.
Remember being asked by the prosecution that you, during the evening hours of April 6th, did you receive a phone call from Dominique that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your answer in court under oath?
Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, you said, I don't remember, right?
Like I said, I was just frustrated, so I wasn't making any efforts to remember, so it's probably truthful.
So did you say, I don't remember when you were asked by the prosecution, did you receive a text from Dominique that day on April 6th?
I agree.
Then you were asked more specifically, did you get a text message from her, meaning Dominique? And again, under oath, you said you don't remember. Remember that, sir?
I believe that was my response to every question I was asked. But yes, sir, I remember it, and I agree.
Right? That wasn't truthful, was it?
Was truthful, yes, sir.
Okay, that was a truthful answer?
Yes, sir, it was truthful.
Right. Then the prosecution asked you, do you know what you were doing on April 6th of 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
That was under oath. Every one of these are under oath, right?
Yes, sir. Every question asked in court is under oath.
There's a judge here, prosecution, just and you're sitting in the same chair you were in back then, right?
Correct.
Prosecution asked if you know why we're here today, and you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Don't remember specifically, but I agree.
You want a copy of it? I'm not trying to trick you. You want
No, I'm not accusing you of trying to trick me. I'm just telling you, I agree, though.
Okay. You were asked by the prosecution who shot you, and you said you're not sure. Remember saying that under oath?
Yes, I agree.
You asked if you received a message from Dominique Jones that was a group text between you and her brother Kishan. And you said, nope, I don't remember that. No, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes.
Prosecution gave you a copy of your statement that you gave her on April 8th. Remember that one, Detective Vandalin?
Yes.
And she asked you to read certain portions. And once again, she was showing you what you told Detective Vandalin about phone calls or text messages. And you said, nope, that doesn't refresh my memory. I don't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree, yes.
Again, the prosecution asked you, do you remember the fact that Dominique gave you a phone call on April 6, 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I
She asked if you spoke to Keyshawn on April 6, and you said, no, ma'am. You don't remember that. Remember that statement under oath?
Yes, I agree.
Prosecution asked you in open court if you gave a statement to law enforcement after you were shot, and you said you don't remember, right?
Yes, I agree.
You remember saying you don't remember anything over and over and over when the prosecution asked you questions?
Yeah, just frustrated.
I'm not asking if you're frustrated. I asked did you tell anyone you were frustrated when you came to court? Did you use those words like you're using today to excuse why you said what you said?
No.
Didn't give a
Tell anyone you were shot and injured and your memory's no good because of all the injuries you have? Never said that, did you, sir?
Sometimes it's hard to express how you're feeling in the moment.
Question is, you never said that, did you, sir?
No, sir.
You remembered everything. You just were lying, right?
No, sir. I just wasn't making any effort to remember when I was asked. So when I was asked, I just didn't really remember or recall much because I was trying so hard to put it off in my mind.
Okay. You've been speaking to Keyshawn still, right?
Do I speak to Keyshawn?
Yeah, you talk to him every day pretty much, don't you?
Not every day, but we still speak, yes.
Still brothers, right?
Of course.
That's the friends.
Luna,
yes.
He's been telling you to come here to court and say something different, hasn't he?
Luna.
What you said back in November.
Keyshawn is one of the few people who doesn't really or he's let me know that it doesn't really matter if I go to court or don't go to court, or if I want to go or what happens. It doesn't affect our relationship. We don't really speak on this.
You're best friends with Sebastian's sister, aren't you? Or very good friends.
Good friends, yes. Like
Visit her
family.
in New York, don't you?
Correct.
And you've been seeing his mom and Sebastian's family as recently as Mother's Day, right?
Of course.
And they're trying to tell you to come in here and talk, right?
No, again, these people who are in my life don't try to tell me what I should or shouldn't do, and let me know that they'll love me regardless.
You're sitting here the whole trial in the first row, right? That's Sebastian's mom, right? And sister. They've been here since day one, right? As far as you know. Yes or no?
Objection to lack of personal knowledge as to when a particular person is doing the audience?
If you know, do you know the answer to that question?
No, sir.
All right. Is that who I'm referring to in the first row?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked by the prosecution on November 8th, 2021. Again, you're asked that Dominique texted you and Kashan saying, shoot his shut up. Is that correct? And you said, I don't remember. Right?
Correct.
Wasn't until Friday of last week was the first time, 2 years after this happened, was the first time you ever said that's what she texted you, right?
Correct.
It's in black and white. You saw a copy of it. The prosecution, the police, somebody told you, here it is. They got it now.
I agree.
Because you knew Dominique erased her phone. She was trying to hide evidence, right? She told you that.
No, sir.
You still talk to her every day?
No, sir, not every day.
You still texting her messages, you love her and you got her and you'll do anything for her? Those kind of messages like we saw?
Less it's less often that we speak or have spoken. So no, sir, we don't relay those messages
Okay.
quite as often.
But you still love her, right?
Correct.
Do anything for her?
Circumstantially.
Okay. Would you go defend her honor again?
No, sir.
You were asked if Chris Lowe was at your house that evening by the prosecution. You said, I don't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree.
And you were asked if Sebastian showed up separate from Chris, and you said you don't remember.
I agree.
You called them. You called Sebastian and Chris and said, come on over. We need to go do whatever your words you want to use. We don't know. Let me ask you this. Did you call those two guys?
Yes.
All right. And the phone calls you had, to your knowledge, none of those are recorded, right?
I'm not sure.
No one ever told you that, hey, they have an actual recording of your voice, did they?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, you guys use FaceTime a lot, right?
We have iPhones, so yes.
You know FaceTime's not recorded. You that's easy to search, right?
I'm not aware of that, sir. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You don't know that.
I don't work for a cell phone company, sir. That's not information that's important to me.
Okay. You asked if you spoke on the phone to Dominique, and you said you don't remember back on November 8th of 2021, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You're asking if your brother was home that day, and you said you didn't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree.
Different than what you told us here last week, right?
I agree.
Then Ms. Behar asked you some more questions with one of the prosecutors. You went over to Travis's house to speak to him, correct? And you said you didn't remember that, right?
I agree.
Sustained.
So Sebastian, what is?
You were asked multiple
Right
more
now.
questions by the prosecution.
Yeah,
Remember saying
exactly.
you don't remember 50 more times, roughly?
Correct.
Okay.
He should be ashamed of himself. Sebastian's mother and sister and everybody in the front row, they must be tearing themselves out, like crying because of this guy.
Couple of questions what I asked her back in November. I asked you if you remember coming to give a deposition on June 16, 2021, the one you have in front of you. Remember saying you don't remember doing that?
I agree.
Even when you were given a copy, you said you didn't remember it, right?
That should speak to the nature of how upset I was. Correct.
Well, how much you were lying, right?
No, sir, not lying. Truthful. Just upset, frustrated, most.
Remember me asking you what happened between April and July that makes you forget what happened? Remember me asking you that question in open court?
Correct.
And you said you don't know. I'm not sure, right?
Yes, correct.
I asked if you were on any kind of medication. You said, I'm sorry. I said, on any kind of medication that would make you forget. And you said, no, sir, right?
Correct.
I asked if you knew who Travis Rudolph is, my client's brother. And you said you didn't know who that was either, right?
I agree.
Okay. I asked you if anything happened to you mentally because of this memory lapse and if you went to a doctor. You remember saying no, sir?
I agree.
All right, nerds.
I asked you if you pointed a gun at Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
I agree.
You said no, sir. He tried to blow my brains out and kill me. Remember saying no, sir? You remember that, right? In November of 21?
I agree.
Question is, do you actually recross him?
And I'm not going to be here all day, but you agreed. Probably 100 more questions. You said, I can't remember anything to any of the questions that I asked you.
Correct.
Today, you would agree that you got a call from Dominique on April 6th of 2021 telling you that Travis injured her in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes, sir.
He called you,
Yes.
not Keyshawn.
She may have called him. I'm not sure.
You called Keyshawn, right?
I also called Keyshawn, but she may have called him as well.
Okay, and you would agree at 10:14 and 48 seconds of April 6th that evening, she texted to you and Keyshawn. Oh, I apologize. Let me step back and ask that again. At 10:14 p.m., 48 seconds, Keyshawn texted to you and to Dominique that Travis is a dead man walking. You agree with that here today, right?
I agree.
And you remember that?
I agree that happened.
Okay, and at 10:15:04, I don't know, 16 seconds later approximately, Dominique says, please go shoot his shit up, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
About 16 seconds later, Dominique says, please go shoot his shit up, right?
I agree.
What'd you take that to mean, shoot his shit up? What does that mean to you? Those words.
It's pretty obvious what it means, but I'm not doesn't necessarily mean that that's what I'm going to do. I'm not It's hard to say I'm not stupid because I did go over there, but not stupid enough to do something like that.
Brought a gun with you.
I'm sorry. What's your question?
Brought a gun with you, right?
Brought a gun with me, right? I'm sorry. What's the question?
You're not stupid to do something like that, but you brought a gun with you, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sitting shotgun was your words.
In the car, correct.
Yeah. Right. How many phone calls? Well, let me ask you this way. Would you agree there was 15, 20 phone calls between you, Dominique, I'm just approximating, within an hour or two period before you went over the house, back and forth between you, Dominique, and Kashan until Kashan met up with you. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Did you see your phone records when the state showed them to you? You want to see them again?
I don't want to see them again. I'm not sure.
Oh, so do you disagree with my statement?
No, sir. I agree.
All right. 10:26. You sent some kind of video well, no, it was sent to you from Chris Lowe. What did he send you? What kind of video did Chris send you?
I don't know.
No idea.
No, sir. Do you have the video?
Huh?
You have the video?
You only going to answer a question if I have the evidence?
You're
Asking you if you know.
You're telling me about a video I have no knowledge of. How, and I don't even know what you're talking about. What video?
On your phone record. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Yeah. Multiple FaceTime calls to Gene, Jock, Sebastian says, and Lowe. Last names are used there. So, what were those multiple FaceTime calls done? 10:30, 10:27. What's going on there?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Another FaceTime call at 10:43 with Keyshawn Jones on April 6th. What are y'all talking about there? You know?
No, sir.
At 10:55 on April 6th, about an hour before this whole thing happened. On your phone, you looked up something about Travis Rudolph signing with the Dolphins practice squad and gets injured in practice. Why were you looking him up about an hour before this whole thing happened?
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You deny doing that?
I don't even know what you're talking about, sir.
You do web searches. You know about web search on Google?
Yes, I know what a web search is.
Well, you did a Safari web search for him. It's on your records. You remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Me telling you that, does that refresh your memory that you did that?
No, it doesn't.
It could be no good answer from you why you possibly did that an hour before this happened, right?
An hour before this happened, we were all cordial and everything was okay. So I'm not sure.
Why are you looking up Travis Rudolph then?
I couldn't even tell you what you're talking about, sir.
I don't know. You did it, not me. I'm asking the next one. You looked up Travis Rudolph injury. You spelled his name wrong. You spelled it with a T, the next one, but it's still Tudolph. You spelled it a little wrong. And then it said injury. Why are you looking up what kind of injury? You trying to figure out, size him up before you get there? See if he can fight back? If he can run away?
You said this was an hour before this happened. How that doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make sense that you're going over there to talk to him or kill him, depending whose version you believe. Why are you trying to figure out if he's hurt and what type of injury he has? Why would you do that? Does that really matter if you're going to go talk to some gentleman at his home that you don't even know?
You're talking about, and I still don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying this happened an hour prior to this happening. So if I'm looking something up before I receive a phone call from Dominique, of what relevance is that even? I don't know how could I be trying to size someone up before I'm even aware of what happened? I don't.
All right. Well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. You received the text message at 10:15. Go shoot his shit up, and then you want to see it?
No, sir, I don't. I want to go home, but you just are so insistent.
Do you want to answer the questions or not?
I'm here legally because I'm obligated to be. Whether or not I want to answer these questions isn't of importance.
All right, so 10:15, you get a call from Dominique, right? That's before you did the research on your web browser to find out about Travis Rudolph, correct? Because that was done at exactly 22:56. That's 10:55, probably 50 minutes later. Why are you looking up Travis 50 minutes later?
I don't know.
That's the prick. Why we're here. That judge.
And then you look up specifically his injury. You're trying to find out if he has a torn ACL, if it's still injured, if he's able to fight or run away, right? You're trying to size him up before you get there. Right?
Are you telling me, sir, or are you asking me?
I'm telling you and asking you. Isn't it right? Isn't it true you did that?
First, what are you telling me? And then secondly,
You're sizing him up before the fight. You're looking, I'm checking out the guy I'm about to go talk to or whack, one or the other. And you're sizing him up before you get there. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir.
Then what in the world would you be doing that for?
As I previously said, this is my second time answering the question that you've already asked. I don't know.
Okay. We heard you had a friend named Hack. His real name is Hacksaw, right?
Yes, correct.
Know his first name?
That's his nickname, what I know him by.
Huh? Know his full name or no?
John. That's his government name.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
John.
That's his first and last name?
That's what I know him as. John. Hack. I don't know how many names you could know someone by.
You come to the right stream, Joel. We totally agree.
Well, do you
with man.
remember
Disgrace.
your friend John? Well, you have him as Hack on your phone, right? That's why you put him in there. Hack.
Correct.
Oh, welcome, Joel.
You remember him at 11:12 p.m. on April 6th saying, hold up, about to leave work. Give me a second. Remember that?
No, sir.
Want to see the records to refresh your memory?
No, I believe you. You asked me if I remember.
Okay. So you're talking to other people in the car also on the way there, or this is just before you left?
I don't know.
Well, explain to us why you would text from your phone at 11:39 p.m. This person in your phone is Hack, and you said 550 Teak Drive. Why would you text that to somebody who allegedly has nothing to do with this?
I don't know.
You told him to come along. It was backup, right?
No, sir. That's not what I texted him. So, no, I don't know.
You know why.
No, sir. I don't know why.
You don't even know 550 Teak Drive before this night. You don't even know what that means to you, right?
I could have been writing it down as it was read to me. I don't know.
Well, you got a text from Dominique giving you the address for Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you texted to this guy named Hack, right?
Yes.
And you don't know why you did that, is your testimony.
No, Hack wasn't there.
Huh? So why are you inviting him and telling him the address?
I didn't invite him. I texted him the address, and like I previously said, the answer to the question that you've already asked. Again, I don't know why I sent him the address. I can't tell you.
Remember getting a message from Dominique at 11:44 p.m. To you, to Sebastian and Kashan, asking you where y'all out. Where y'all, Y-A-L-L, out. Where y'all out. Remember getting that message?
No, sir.
Want me to show you records to prove it to you?
No, sir.
What does that mean? Where y'all at? Where y'all out? What does that mean to you?
Where are you?
Huh? So you don't disagree she did that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what, 15 minutes or 20 minutes before you get there?
Correct.
It's no secret y'all were going over there, right?
No, sir.
Dominic knew that, right?
Correct.
She sent you there, or you did this on your own?
On my own.
At 11:44, no, you responded at 11:44. We're on the way. Remember that?
I agree.
And you were telling her you're on the way to basically Travis's house. You didn't spell it out, but it was common knowledge that that's what you guys were doing, right?
I agree. Yes.
And then the next text, you said, "I love you so much. I got you. I got you." Right?
I agree.
And "I got you" means we're going to take care of this guy for breaking up with you, right?
No, sir.
This was your meal ticket too. When Dominique was a multimillionaire, and if Travis ever signed back in the NFL, you were going to get money, right?
What
Sorry?
is that a question? What do you even talking? What do you?
You don't understand the question?
I literally don't. How can I get money from? That doesn't even make sense.
Dominique's your sister, you said, right?
Yes. Correct.
You were trying to get a big payday, and that didn't happen because he threw her out of the house, and you were going to get retribution, right?
That doesn't even make sense, sir. I'll leave you to think about what you're saying later, because that quite literally makes no sense. If you're trying to obtain a meal ticket from somebody, why would you try to hurt them? That quite literally makes
Because it was over. He kicked her out. They broke up. You found out the gig was over. This married woman wasn't going to ever land an NFL player named Travis Rudolph. They broke up. Ex-boyfriend when you went over to his house, right?
This is not an NFL player, sir.
Ex-boyfriend when you went there, right? It wasn't Dominique's boyfriend anymore, correct? You knew that.
I agree. I don't know, sir. What?
Okay. You know how many hours he worked trying to get in the NFL? You're saying he's not an NFL player. Do you have any idea?
Sustained.
You got no clue anything about Travis Rudolph personally, do you?
And no, I only know.
I can't understand you, sir.
I only know what's factual. You keep calling him an NFL player. He's not an NFL player. He doesn't play in the NFL.
I said a past NFL player, if you want to use the right diction. Past. My question is, you knew nothing about him when you went to his home, other than what your search history showed you and what your friends told you, right?
I agree.
Did you know he had a contract in Canada to play football in the CFL?
Didn't even know they played football in Canada, sir. I didn't.
Dominique never shared that with you, right?
I don't know.
This year, didn't she?
No, I don't know.
You don't know? She never shared with you for 30 days. They really were on the outs, right?
No,
Travis and her.
These aren't things of importance in my life. You're exaggerating the importance of Dominique's relationship in my life because of events that occurred during one night.
The question was, she never shared that with you. Yes, no, or you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was still answering.
You're not answering what I'm asking you. My question was, she never shared with you, Dominique, for about 30 days before this night happened on April 6th of 2021. She and Travis were on the outs. They were on the verge of breaking up, correct?
No, sir.
Never shared that with you, right?
No, sir.
And she never shared with you that she was jealous of him being in Miami and was wondering if he had wandering eyes, right? She never shared that with you either, did she?
No, sir.
Let's get back to the message, "I got you." What does "I got you" mean? When you texted her 11:44 on the way to Travis's home, what does "I got you" mean to Dominique? What's "I got you"?
I don't know how to define it specifically. Just sometimes when you're dealing with like women in your life and they're upset, sometimes they need some form of reassurance, or not even women, sometimes men too need that same reassurance. So I guess anybody, you could say, when you're mad or upset, it's good to hear from somebody else. Like I got you, or that you're okay. So in this instance, I was just providing her with that reassurance that don't worry about it. Everything's okay.
While you're on the way to Travis Rudolph's home with a gun in your pocket, I got you meant, I got you. I'm going to kill him just like you asked me to. Speed his shit up. That's what it meant, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
This is dragging now. It's like, come on.
You may.
I think we've got the point now. This guy's a scumbag. The judge would never have allowed this to come to trial. What a waste of taxpayers' money. I'm sorry for Travis. And please do not state ask him any more questions to try and limit the damage with a recross.
You said you didn't care if anything about Darrell Rudolph when you were asked that, whether he's alive or not alive, right? Last week. Remember saying that?
Overruled.
No, sir, I don't.
You also don't care if Travis Rudolph got killed on April 6th or April 7th of 2021, right? That did not to you either, did it, sir?
That's not what occurred. That's when Sebastian died, sir, and that's what I do care about.
Right, it's because Sebastian didn't care about Travis Rudolph, whether he lived or died, right?
Are you asking me a hypothetical? Because that's not what occurred.
I'm not asking hypothetical. When you went there to his house with a gun and your friend, your posse, you didn't care if he died or if he lived, Travis Rudolph, right? You did not care. Correct?
I'm not in a posse, and I have a appreciation and understanding for the value of life. So I do care whether or not he lives or dies. I care whether or not I wouldn't want to see anyone's subject to that, or to have to go through that. So
I think
I do
there's a
care.
list. It's a big list
Done?
As odd as that is to say.
of defense
Yeah, I'm
witnesses.
sorry. Are you done?
Oh, yes, sir, I finished.
I attend to the witness. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, any brief redirect? All right.
Judge, you did limit me to brief, but I'm gonna try to do my best. That was.
Please do.
Mr. Robinson, what's it like getting shot at and trying to run for your life?
Scary. Scary and eye-opening, I guess.
Fair to say that certain details might pass you by as you're running?
Yes, definitely.
I want to talk to you about something even as simple as what Mr. Rudolph was saying as he was shooting. Do you recall the exact words he used?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you repeatedly told people that, right? That you did not recall exactly what he said.
Objection, improper impeachment.
It's not impeachment, Judge.
It's not impeachment.
Improper refreshing of recollection.
Okay.
And it's facts, not evidence.
Refresh your recollection. Objection is sustained. You want to rephrase, please?
Let's start with the deposition. You were asked quite a bit about the deposition and what you recalled and what you said. May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
And this is going to be page 120 of that deposition. Line 23 through 25. the first time you're saying that you don't recall exactly what Mr. Rudolph said, correct?
That is correct.
You could have made up anything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you just didn't recall it.
Uh,
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that you did not recall, or did you recall?
I simply didn't recall.
You were also asked about whether or not you fell, and if so, how you fell, and what kind of injuries you had as a result of falling. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had injuries to your knees. Do you recall those?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the projector.
Right.
Yes,
those
it is
photographs
actually,
that
it
we
is.
utilized during
And
class,
welcome,
those were
Ashley.
you, right? And your knees.
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries, do you recall when you got them?
That night.
Was it during the fight or when you were running from the car?
The scrapes on my knees, I believe, were from falling from the vehicle.
You were also asked, well, what part of the vehicle are you trying to hold on to while it's pulling off and you're running away? Do you recall?
Yes.
What part?
Specifically, just I don't know the exact part of the car, but I was getting
I
from.
mean, yes, I recall the question, but what I'm asking you is, do you recall which part of the car you actually tried to balance on?
The tail end, but specific part, no.
A lot has been said during the cross-examination about this firearm. I want to talk a little bit about your firearm. What caliber was it?
9mm.
9mm. So it has 9mm caliber bullets inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you had one in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
You didn't put one in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you at any point pull out your firearm during the course of this night until you tossed it?
No, ma'am.
So even as you're running for your life and Mr. Rudolph is behind you with a firearm, you still didn't pull out your firearm?
No, ma'am.
You didn't shoot back?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I was just trying to get to safety.
So you were trying to save your life?
Yeah, if I still could, yeah.
And you thought the best way to do that was to run, not to fire a firearm back?
No, ma'am. Just running was all that was important.
You're accused of going over to Mr. Rudolph's residence to kill him. Why aren't you firing at him if you went over there to kill him?
That's not what we went over there to do.
She's not calling you a liar, Amy. Just
On the
this
night
guy.
of this incident, did any bullets come from your 9mm Taurus?
No, ma'am.
So it just stayed in your pants pocket that was zipped up?
Yes, ma'am. It's hard to think about stuff like that when you're getting shot at.
Sustained.
It's been about 2 years and a month or so since this incident happened. Can you tell me, if you recall right now, what color your t-shirt was? Do you remember?
No, ma'am.
It's your t-shirt, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being shot at?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember thinking that you might die?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
When you turned over your phone to law enforcement, did you erase anything from your phone?
No, ma'am.
Objections. Assuming facts, not evidence.
That objection is
I'd
over.
like to reverse that, Judge.
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going at it for over an hour.
Because cops didn't search for this for him. Yeah. So yeah, welcome Ashley. If you're still here. Jesus, this is a woozy. We know he's a liar. Just fucking get him off the stand.
Okay. So back to your phone. Your phone was left somewhere in that car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave full consent for law enforcement to search through it, or did you withhold that consent?
I gave full consent.
Did you delete anything prior to leaving the phone in the car?
No, ma'am.
Any text messages?
No, ma'am.
Any calls?
No, ma'am.
Any searches?
No, ma'am.
Nothing?
No, ma'am.
So you knew what they could find on your phone?
Objection for relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I was aware.
On the night of this incident, you were trying to answer a question. You were asked about your handgun and why you left it where you left it, and about why you didn't tell law enforcement that you tossed the gun that night. You started saying something about you thought it was known. What did you mean by that?
It was dropped so close into relation, and in such open view that I didn't ever think that it wasn't going to be found or that it was of question whether or not. I just thought the same way that the facts were known as who shot me or I got shot. I thought it was known that the gun was dropped there. My gun was dropped there.
As you were being shot on the day of this incident, was your back or side always turned to Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
As Mr. Rudolph was shooting, was that vehicle that you were in attempting to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
A moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may.
Nothing further.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Robinson can't go on about his day?
No.
Thank you. Watch your steps, sir. Stay safe. All right. Who's the state's next witness? Unless the jury. Sure. All right. Let's take a restroom break then. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're back there, folks. At least 3 of them. Pardon me, because the 4th is not applicable. You will not run into any of us. No research, no discussion, and keep an open mind. See you in, let's see, it's 27. We'll make it quarter to noon. See you at quarter up.
I was thinking, right, they've only got 2 toilets, and there's 12 or maybe 16 of them because of alternates. What happens if one of them has a massive shit, like, and stinks the place out? Are you desperate to go? Will you still go? You'd have to be like, you spewing. Anyway, that was on my mind. I'm glad that's over. I feel so sorry for Sebastian's parents. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure about his father, but his mother and sister. Why won't this be down? Having to listen to that as a parent. Jesus, that's really bad. He's a prick. But also, as I said, this judge is a prick as well for allowing this to happen. I am intrigued to see who the next witness is. I saw you said, Shelley, that sorry, Shelley. I saw Shelley, you said most of the papers and everything were behind a paywall now, which is a shame because we just want to know what list of defendants are. Ashley, just today, just Tyler. Just Tyler today. If you mean the whole trial, then I can give you a list. But I mean, for today, Tyler only. We're just waiting now to see. It didn't start at 10 o'clock today, you see, because the judge had some of the stuff he needed to do. So, but thank you, Ashley. Believe, Ashley, this is your first time on the channel. So welcome. I believe so anyway. So yeah, always welcomes new people. And I forget who else we had new earlier on. Joel. Joel, welcome if you're still here as well. Please make sure you subscribe, guys. We're a friendly community. Please chat away. And sorry, Stacey, for making you sick. That's unfortunately this channel. We do swear and we do make people sick. But I just got to ask questions. I want to, learn and stuff, So, but it's always intriguing, isn't it? But yeah, so I'm just to see who they got. But I'm pretty sure, Steve. Sorry, yeah, Stacey, that was Shelley. Was it you that said that the defense got a huge amount of people? Someone said that the defense have a load of witnesses that they bring in. But yeah, I did try and Google, but and my VPN is not on my laptop. My VPN is on my phone, and it's restricted. I can't see whenever I'm searching. Also, guys, could you please like the video? There's a ton of people here that have not liked it. I'm looking at Mad World, Luna, Lefty, anyone else? And the poll is intriguing. Most people have found this channel randomly. That's interesting. I know you were, Stacey. I know you were. Yeah, it is. I would just put my jumper over. That's how I do it. I just breathe in, pinch my nose. Just take a deep breath before you go in there. I followed in someone before in a cubicle, and I had to run back out. Um, though, so I've not seen it, Amy, but I will be streaming it. So because I'm doing a Johnny Depp one now every Saturday, once that's done, there's a good chance I will start doing Rittenhouse every Saturday then, for the duration. Because Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial is going to take me till probably Christmas. Then probably over Christmas, New Year, I'll start the Rittenhouse one. But again, just over Saturdays and stuff. I still need to do the Aaron Hernandez one as well. I promise people I'm going to do that. Um, it's just trying to fit everything in. And what I might do with Aaron Hernandez, if I got a good following, is whenever there's certain days there's no trials on, I might start filming them on those days, dead days. But that means a bit of commitment. But Agent Phone Forensics, yeah. Travis is definitely testifying. You're right. So that's good. It'd be nice to hear from him. As long as he is half sensible, he's going to be better than the rest of them, isn't he? So that's good. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It'd be just see who they got next. Now the states, they had the paramedic and the officer and the first officer on scene, obviously, but we don't know what the first officer on scene said because obviously that's embargoed. Um, but I've not seen anything yet that even points towards Travis or anything. No longer trust possible. Yeah, manipulate evidence to try and convict it. Well, right, I've not seen it. Medical expert should be testifying soon. Yeah, there's a what was it called? Oh, it's interesting you say that, Amy, about the trial prosecution. I watched the Zachariah Anderson trial, and symbols in the chart if you know what I'm on about. Um, I thought, got stitched up. And I think the DA stitched him up. with false evidence and just I do not agree. That's the first experience I've had with that. Then, um, in my opinion, anyway, I know he's found guilty, but I streamed that, right, and I think I missed a day, and I was like, well, I must have missed something important because how the fuck is this guy being found guilty? I was absolutely shocked. I was gobsmacked when he's found guilty. Um, I got that experience, and also the other experience I had was Alex Murdoch trial, where I tweeted this as well, which I got blasted for. What I tweeted was right. The prosecution, not the prosecution, sorry, SLED was saying if you're the first one that was seen, and you phone and you find a dead body, you phone through 999 or 911 in America, then you're instantly a suspect. I just tweeted saying, well, would that make you pause a little bit? Maybe not. I'm not saying it would, but if you knew instantly that you're going to be a suspect in a crime and you've just touched the body, you've got blood all over you, would you actually phone 911? I think the answer is yes, you still would probably, but it does give you food for thought, though. Do you know what I mean? In my opinion. And people like my background, because that innocent unless proven guilty. That's what it says. So that's need to check. Yeah, it was interesting and I enjoyed it. The lawyer there, the attorney there for the defense, Nicola Muller. I love Nicole. I love Nicole. Nicole Muller loved her. I think many people hated her, but I thought she's a fantastic attorney. But most people didn't like her. Um, but whatever. I loved her. So also we're 1,266 watch hours away from 4,000 watch hours. So I'm gonna keep that up to keep track of that, guys. So we all can keep track of it, see what we do every day and how much we bring it down by, because this is a team effort. We do this as a community. Oh, yeah, but if you haven't seen the Zach Anderson trial, sorry, Amy, it's worth watching it. Right, let's have a look here now then. See, still trying to search stuff. Not that one. But yeah, thank you, everybody. Feel free to chat in the chat. It's there for you to say stuff. And welcome to anybody new. Well, I believe they're new. Where's it gone? Yeah, Joel and Ashley, thank you for new. Please subscribe, guys. Appreciate you being here. Um, you've been an auto suspect either way, yeah. Yeah. I mean, in that example, 100%, 100%. It's more to do with the random, It was just a scary moment when they said that. They instantly put in the circle. It's like, geez, well, my DNA is going to be on them if I try and do like compressions and stuff. And because it ties into what you said earlier on, prosecutions, they twist everything. So, and you see how many people are falsely imprisoned and stuff. It doesn't take away, like, obviously, there's a load of people in jail, in prison, sorry, that's 100% deserves it. It's just sometimes. So, I got my Colts Michael Pittman Jr. jersey on because this is an NFL trial. And he actually had a son over the weekend. So now there's Michael Pittman the third now. Because Michael Pittman Jr., he plays for the Colts now. But his father played for Tampa Bay and won the Super Bowl with them. And he also then went played for Arizona and stuff like that as well. So I thought it tied in nicely with this trial. So that's why we're wearing it today. And we've had loads of chats about college football and NFL and stuff. So I think people are quite bored of that now. But I love it. So please ask questions in the chat. 5 more minutes till we see who the next witness is. I'm gonna take that one down, Tyler, and wait. It's always a hard one. I never expect people to chat if they don't want to chat, but you feel free to chat. Like a good example is Luna now. Luna is here. I know she's here. Um, she does disappear sometimes, but I believe that she's still here right now. But she's working, so in a lot of times she won't have the screen up or anything. So um, she can't chat because she's actually working. She's just got the audio going. So I appreciate that for people as well. They just can't chat. But just so you know that you're more than welcome to chat here, and you're more than welcome to chat about any kind of shit. You should see this chat about what we talk about. Jesus. I actually don't think Alex pulled the trigger, but he was the reason someone did. So I was okay with the verdict. I think it was a murder. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't think he was innocent. Um, but I don't think he was guilty on what they tried him for. I'm the same as you, exactly the same conclusion. I don't think he pulled the trigger. I don't think there's enough time for him to do all this on his own. Um, Luna, yes, but did you hear the rest of what I said, Luna? I believe you're still here. Um, just in case. I'll just give an example because you're a good example to give. But I appreciate you, Luna, as always, because it's quite early for Luna. She's in the Pacific side on whatever you call it, Pacific time. I love football. Or I can't, yeah, same here. I love it. I, I, I literally genuinely love it. So I've obviously started doing this Johnny Depp stuff every Saturday now. So I'm gonna have that on, and also in the background, then I'm gonna have to have some college football stuff on. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not. You feel free, but I don't want to upset you, so I'm not gonna. But yeah, hey, geez, and also next year I'm gonna have to stream that again because we need, and that's gonna be around for a while. And then Brian Kohlberger, but they say now there's no cameras in Brian Kohlberger. It's gonna be delayed. How's that gonna work? Because the court reporter's gonna tell you everything that's going on, and then you get the video at like 6 p.m. Pacific. Well, that's crap. Do you mean that's like 9 o'clock for most people in the US? Then are you actually going to street watch it at 9 o'clock at night? For me, it's 2 a.m. So I don't know. I wish they just streamed it straight off. Because for me, oh, so do you go to the games? Do you actually go to them? Because that's 5 o'clock for me. So yeah, yeah. That's a problem. This is why I'm too instinctful. I should have thought about this, shouldn't I? I love college football. Fuck. Didn't think about this stuff, did I? Did not think this one through. But I'll just have to. I'll say I'll have it on and just watch it. So it'll be a Johnny Depp Amber Heard like trial, but with a bit of side note of college football as well. Keep an eye on it with having the screen on. But in the UK, I only can watch one game at a time because of BT sport and stuff. They only allow you to watch one game, and that's it. And you've got a choice of like two, maybe three games to choose from, which is a bit of a nightmare. Um, but then there's maybe what I can do is the early games are fine, but maybe what I can do is like the set 8 o'clock games, half seven, 8 o'clock. Fuck, that means 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I don't know, figure something out. Might do a watch along. Ah, cool, cool, cool. Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that, but you can watch it on TV and then join the stream afterwards. Yeah, but I'm thinking of doing a watch along for one particular game a week,
Bird?
then
Okay.
be a little bit later
Mr.
after the trial, her trial.
Thursday.
Yes, this Thursday.
Yeah.
Because he has a conflict that's also coming up on Friday.
Huh?
I don't think it's the kind of conflict that would prevent the trial from happening, for the record. Just
Okay.
something that's happening in another jurisdiction. That's
All right.
not-
Steph, if you're listening, would you set that for, yeah, we'll do a status check
Yeah,
on,
and he's
on
just
Thursday.
asking if he'd be able to appear by Zoom for that.
That's fine. Okay. All right, we ready though?
Judge, we did not have our witnesses coming on till noon, and so, we asked them to hurry up.
Okay.
Some of them are coming from the western end of our county.
How far out are they?
We were told by noon they would be here, some of them.
Judge, and we did that just in light of what we were talking about on Friday, Judge, when we thought there would be about another 2 hours of cross and then some redirect, so they were out there Friday for court
Okay.
reports. And so he just
I don't recall, but that's okay.
Yeah, they were out there Friday, Judge, and when we were at the bench, I believe Mr. Shiner indicated he may have another, hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to fault him for keeping
No, I'm not saying
the
that-
cross-examination to a reasonable number. All right.
I'm saying the court knows that's why they're not here, because
All
they
right.
were told to be here at noon.
All right, so it's another 15 minutes. Is our jury kind of comfortable back there? It seems like they are, aren't they? All right, well then let's,
Yes, we can do, because
Okay.
there's some videos that I
well,
can-
hang on, wait a minute. So I think we'll tell them it's going to be another, any objection to my telling them it'll be another 15 minutes or so? We're going to get started at noon and we'll break after that next witness, whomever that is.
Yes, Judge, that's fine.
Fine, that's what we'll do. Yeah, but they have to be, okay, so we got one smoker in the jury. I'm going to send that one down with the deputy, okay? All right, very well, thanks. Okay, so what can we accomplish before we bring the jury back in?
Judge, I was talking about accomplishing things with the jury, to include playing.
Oh. Sorry. Darn. Okay. All right, well, as soon as we have our witness, we'll get started.
I used to be a smoker. I finished about 2.5 years ago. Now I don't smoke, but I still have craving for it now and again. All right, let me just text my source to see if they got anything for us. Not heard it. Oh, actually, I should have looked, shouldn't I? Right, I'm gonna. Yeah, I think they do. Time. Right, see if we could get any gauge of what's going on here. Can't multitask, you know that. So, right, I've asked who's next witness is and if there's any ghosts. Whether they get this or not, I don't know. So you can see the bottom here. That's Sebastian's mother with the you know blondish kind of hair there. Yeah, they must have. There's Letitia Storch trial. The psychiatrist testified for her and her son. Oh, really? I didn't watch that trial, so do you know what? It is hard, but I say I smoked for so many years, and then I gave up 28th of February, 2021, so over 2 years now. But I always want to like my weakness is I used to love a cigarette in the morning after with coffee, and after a big meal in the evening, and once I'm out drinking, I'm terrible. But that's why I stopped drinking as well. I don't really drink. I'd have the odd like pint here and there, but try and not drink now because of it. 100%. Hey, and also, do you know what? Once you give up, you still have cravings. I have craving. Even I remember, I think 2 days ago, I was like, oh, do a cigarette right now. But it soon passes. It lasts for about 30 seconds and then passes. But this is why I don't trust myself going out. If I go out and get pissed, I'll smoke. So I'm, you know, trying to stay disciplined. Um, yeah, so I think we've probably got another 10 minutes left. I have messaged my source. I did speak to them this morning, but there was no goss or anything happening this morning. So they didn't know if Tyler had arrived. Um, well, to be fair, they can't use their phones freely. So we'll see if there's nothing happening. They don't message me, so it's all good. But I would like to know who the next witness is, though. Um, thanks, Shelley. I'll say, you know, I understand it. It's hard. So I'm not going to say sit here and go, oh, guys, you should do it. It's easy. I appreciate it. It's fucking hard. We ever seen much of this? The bald or balding state attorney, the one that one couldn't use a mic on their opening statements. I don't see much of him. The one that Amy says wants to get into politics, or potentially, sorry. I think as well the audio seems to be a lot better today. It is for me anyway. I hope it is for you guys. Well, my crackling is gone as well. The start of every video seems to happen 5-10 minutes, and then it goes. Everyone's on break now. People probably having a piss or whatever else they do during breaks. So I appreciate that. But just take this moment to thank everyone for being here. Please subscribe. Please like the video. No one still has. Still stuck at 7, even though there's more than that here. But Rumble, let me take this opportunity. Rumble, where are you? Oh crap, we had loads more than that earlier on. Rumble, thank you. We're on break now for a little bit longer. Yeah, it does, Stacey. Also, I think it helps the static that I've not got headphones on as well. I think at every start of stream though, like for my laptop to connect to my screens and stuff, I get static for like 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. But I've found a formula now that I think works. If I leave it like that, normally you guys can hear fine. And if I put my headphones in for a couple of minutes, well, you guys get some scratches, static, and I don't. And then take that out, and then it works both sides. I've no idea if that works, but I've done it twice now and it's worked. I, when you found something, it might not have anything to do with it at all, but in my head, that's what you got to do from now on. No idea if that's the case or not, but we'll see. So yeah, should be 5 minutes out now. So yeah, it's always interesting. And if you can, and you're not working, please say hello in chat. I think Carwin. Oh no, Carwin's off this week. That's why he's not here. Carwin's not here because he's in East Stedford. My niece is in East Stedford. Two of them today. I had my little niece here, 3-year-old. wearing me out all morning, in between go to the gym. Then my third youngest niece was competing. So we got Steddfod, which is singing, dancing, all that for um, young children under 18s, basically, across Wales. So she competed twice today, but they didn't get stage. So they did very well. Proud of her, proud of them all. Then my other niece, second one, who's going to be 13, and she's proper stroppy teenager now. She'll be 13 in August. She's competing on Thursday, dancing, and I'm in the strict instructions. I have to watch them. Do you know what I mean? So, but thankfully they're before the streams, so I can. But really proud of the girls. Really happy with what they're doing. As long as they're happy, I'm happy. So let's have a look, see if I got a text back. No, nothing doesn't seem like it. Um, and they have not seen it, so it means that might mean that they're not. I don't know. I actually don't know what that means. What we need is some topics in the chat. Oh, I try to be because I don't have my own kids. I try to be. Do you know what I mean? For them, the eldest, she's 16. She's doing like her GCSEs, which you don't have in America. But Jesus, I got a fright there. It's Spider Girl. She just came into StreamYard. Spider Girl, you fucking made me this shit my pants. Oh, fucking hell. I just heard a noise. Anyway, so Spider Girl's here. Welcome, Spider Girl. Um, yeah, you just try and, look after them and give them advice when they need to. And, you know, my eldest one, I just saw her this morning actually, but she's now um, flying the nest. Every time I say to people, people say, "Where's Spider Girl?" I'm like, "She's sleeping. She works nights, so she never sleeps." So hi, Spider. Hope you're okay. Madwell's been doing a great job. Don't worry about it. It's all been good. Amy, this poll is interesting though. I've seen the poll. So I believe three people said that they found this channel through Twitter. One said friend forced me to join, which is nice. And five people said just found you randomly. I think that the three that found it on Twitter must be Madwell, Spider Girl. I'm not sure who else. Maybe Lefty if he did it. I know Stacy found me randomly. Amy found me randomly. Shelley found us randomly. Oh, Luna, I think, found us randomly, I believe. And then I'm not sure who else that is then. It's always great to know how you found us. Like, so we can like, I don't know how to target people to join the channel. Do you know what I mean? So, but thank you guys. Appreciate all of you. 1 minute left, 1.5 minutes left. Oh, I thought it was a message. It's not. Because Spider Girl, we got 1,266 hours away to hitting our 4,000 target. Um, Spider, you oops. You weren't forced. You came in. Oh, that you're forced. I think Spider Girl and Madwell were one of the first couple to join. And Melissa as well. It is nice. And, we've had a good, average probably 11, 12 people so far today in stream, which is, not great numbers whatever. Um, it's great for me, is what I'm trying to say. So I appreciate you. And hopefully we can get people to stay and build on it. Do you know what I mean? That's what we want to do. Let's see if this witness is actually here now. So they had about 2 hours to get here. The state blamed the defense, saying, "Oh, we thought the cross was going to go longer." Well, don't think then. Basically, like he did for this trial, he didn't think about this trial, did he? He just put it on. And if this is a guilty verdict, I don't know. I don't know if I can carry on streaming trials. I'm have to retire. Spider Girl, what do you think of the background? Cool, I think. And my logo, top right corner. I love it. Innocent and unless proven. You can all go to my description. I've got a new store open now. Feel free to take a look. And if you're buying any merch, to make sure you size up because um, I've told this story about 20 times now, but I got 4 hoodies as samples and 3 of them were too tight. Well, they were fine, but they fitted, but they're too tight. Only one of them actually fitted me, so I'll always size up, is the way I say it. I like it. Good. I'm glad. Just hopefully some people will support the channel and buy some merch. Do you know what I mean? I think it's actually quite cool. That's why I paid a designer to do it. I was like, I want something that's cool that people would wear anyway. Especially my logo, the alternate corner. That's nothing to do with trials. Do you know what I mean? So let's check how many hours we've done so far today. Oh yeah, I can. 21 times 56 equals that divided by 60 equals that. So we're just a smidge of 20 hours gained today already. That's good. That's good. So basically we're down to 1246 now. Should I update it live or should I wait till the next day to update how many watch hours is left? Do you think? What do we think, guys? Do we do it as we go along in the days, or do we just because it doesn't update on my one until I think it takes a couple of days. I always size up. I like to be big. Yeah. As I say, one of them was fine, fit to me perfectly. But yeah, I mean, hoodies, you normally wear them at home anyway. So yeah, size up as much as you can, you know. But just be careful to size up too much because the triple XLs onwards, they're more expensive. So, don't add on too much for yourself. So in UK, we don't stream trials. So there's no trials. They've only just started showing us the verdicts, which is pointless when we haven't even watched the trials. The UK are very good at keeping stuff under embargo, know what happens. Um, I got here because of I don't what happened. Oh, Brian Kohlberger. I saw that on the news, started researching it. I'm interested in true crime and stuff like that anyway. And then all of a sudden, I watched Alex Murdoch. I got a shit ton of abuse from people telling me to fuck off back to Wales and you don't know anything about us, blah, 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 because I kept saying innocent, innocent, till, unless proven guilty. And I understood a lot of people hated me. So I thought, fuck them, I'm going to start my own trial, my own channel. And that's where people like, Mad World Spider Girl jumped on board. I'm not a very popular person on Twitter and stuff because I speak the truth or speak my truth and I don't follow what other people say and do. So the only way you can do that then have a voice is if you do your own channel. Um, and I try and be unbiased, So that's how I started it. Well, I did. So I got involved at the Alex Murdoch, and that's how I did watched it. I watched that, loved it, but I watched it on my own. Like I watched it with Eric, not Eric, with EDB, but she would just speak through it all. Basically, it annoyed me. So I was just watching it all and crying afterwards just myself. And then, yeah, started doing myself. Hopefully, get like-minded people that are open for discussion. I don't want people to follow me and my lead and stuff like that. Just have your own opinions. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, some people just like wonkers. Do you know what I mean? And I'm glad I have as well, Stacey. So I got to meet people like Stacey there. Oh, by the way, Stacey Gio's ill, so she probably isn't here. She's got migraine and stuff. So you aren't probably
All
particularly.
right, welcome back, folks.
Yeah,
Everyone
okay.
take your seats,
Yeah,
please. Who's the state's next witness?
Fair. Some people, yeah, those groups don't like me.
All right.
But they're the type of groups that say that people are guilty without any kind of evidence being shown. So I'm glad that I'm not liked by them. Anyway, here we go. Let's have a look. Let's try and catch this person's name. It's the same thing. I say the same about Brian Kohlberger, right? Is he guilty? I have no idea. He may well be. But I just want, oh, hang on. I just want to have a fair trial. If he's guilty, he's guilty. It doesn't. Well, the result is whatever, but they have to be tried in a good way. Right, message me.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence?
Message me. Show me which one it is, and I'll have a look. Because I might have it in the US or in another store. Message me. Take a picture of it and tell me which one you're looking at.
All right, Deputy, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and for the jury?
Good morning, yes.
Thank you.
My first name is Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name is Van Hoosier, V-A-N-H-O-O-S-E-A-R.
H-O-O-S-E-A-R. All right, thank you, and good morning to you. All right, pardon me, you may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning, Deputy Van Hooser.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office,
Okay, and how long have you been with that agency?
approximately 4 years.
And in what capacity are you currently working with that agency?
Road Patrol.
What about back on April 7th of 2021? What capacity were you working for that agency?
I was with Road Patrol.
Okay. And any particular area within the county that you were assigned to road patrol?
Yes, ma'am. I was working night shift in Lake Park.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021. Do you recall whether or not you were working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while working that night, do you recall being dispatched to an area of 40th and Broadway, somewhere in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ultimately arrive at that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall when you arrived?
Approximately 12:30 in the morning.
12:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is anyone riding with you when you respond to that area?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived at that location, were the other officers on scene already?
Yes, ma'am. From West Palm Beach.
Okay, from West Palm Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were there other officers from a different agency at the scene when you got there?
That's West Palm Beach's jurisdiction.
Okay. Why did Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office show up?
We received information that there was a vehicle that had a victim inside that was possibly involved in a shooting that occurred in our jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. And so there was a dispatch for you guys to show up at that point.
Correct.
And as far as law enforcement is concerned, were you the first one from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you got there, can you tell the members of the jury, what did you see going on when you arrived on scene? What was going on?
When I arrived, there were multiple West Palm Beach units at the area of 40th and Broadway.
Okay.
There was crime scene tape up. There was a vehicle that was inside of, looks like a mechanic shop area. And then that's when I pulled off and met up with the West Palm units.
Okay. When you got there, Deputy Van Hooser, did you, once you kind of, observed what was going on, did you decide, well, what role you were going to take on before the detectives got
I
there?
was there to collect information to see if the vehicle was in fact potentially involved in the shooting incident that we had in our jurisdiction,
Mhm.
and get the names of the people involved.
Okay. And did you, in fact, make that determination that the car was from a shooting that had occurred in another location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And pardon me for the dumb question, but looking at the car, could you tell whether or not it had been obviously?
It had
shooting
multiple
occurred?
bullet defects on the passenger side and front area of the vehicle, yes.
All right. Now, did you see a passenger sitting in the car, someone still seated in the car?
Yes, ma'am. The only occupant when I got there was the deceased passenger in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, when you, after seeing the car, seeing the passenger inside the car, did you notice anything that appeared to be wrong, aside from the defects, like you indicated, that appeared to be bullet holes? Did you notice anything else that may have appeared to be wrong with the car?
I mean, there was indications that, there was oil around and things like that, that the vehicle, pulled in there may have been disabled because of that.
Okay. And was it your opinion, looking at the car, that the oil that you saw on the ground was from that vehicle?
Yes, based on the area where that oil was, yes.
Okay. And was it a small stain of oil, medium-sized stain of oil, large stain of oil? Do you recall the size?
There, I don't recall exactly there, only because I know later on there was a larger amount in another area.
Okay. Did you see any other people that may have been involved in the incident that night, located at the scene of 40th and Broadway?
Yes, ma'am. There were, I believe, 2 other individuals who had already been separated from the vehicle, that were off to the side with West Palm.
Okay, and did you speak with either one of those gentlemen?
No, ma'am. I got their information, their personal information, from one of the officers who was on scene, who had gotten that information already.
Okay. Did you perform any sort of pat down or searches of the other 2 gentlemen that you saw at the scene at 40th and Broadway?
No, ma'am.
How long did you stay at that scene?
I would say approximately 30 to 40 minutes, maybe.
All right. All right. And during your time there, other than making the observations that you made inside the car, the oil stains from the car, noticing that the car had some defects in it, anything else that you did while you were on scene at that location?
No, ma'am. I just waited there until the detective got on scene.
Okay. Once the detective arrived on that scene, did you then leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you go after that?
I went back to Lake Park to assist with the scene that they had over there. They had the information of a potential suspect house. So I went over to the area of Teak Drive where that house was located to meet up with other units.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you got over there. What did you see? And obviously law enforcement was already there.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
What did you do, if anything at all, when you got to that scene?
I met up with our K9 and a couple other units. We staged at the end of the block to the east of the house. And then once we had a detective and other things in order, we proceeded to form up what is called the stick team of several units involving, including a shield and a vehicle. We used the K9 vehicle, and then we approached the house using the vehicle as moving cover until we got close enough to the house to call out the suspect.
Okay. Did you actually make entry into the house?
I did not make entry into the house. I remained out at the roadway where we called out the suspect to us.
Okay. At this point, you guys are in stick formation, as you just indicated to us, right?
Correct.
And you call out for a person that you guys believe has some involvement in this. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and did you call up the name Travis Rudolph?
I don't recall if it was called out by name. I know that the detective and the other people on scene had that information, and then just called the person out once I believe a phone call was made, and that's how the person stepped out of the house.
Okay, and the person, when the person came out of the house, do you recall seeing the person come out of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Male or female?
Male.
Okay, and was he wearing any clothing?
Yes, ma'am. He was wearing clothing. I don't recall exactly what he was wearing.
Okay, was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, and once he came out, did he come out with his hands up?
He did.
All right, and once he's out of the house, what did you guys do after that? So
Once we called him back to us, he walked past. He was taken into custody and placed into a marked PBSO unit.
okay. All right. Now, as far as so at this point, you have the person that is your person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make entry into the house after that at all?
I did not. I believe maybe other units did later, but I did not.
Okay. What did you do after that?
After that, we began to check the area after crime scene had come and collected the evidence from the area where the shooting had taken place. Myself and a couple other deputies walked around where there was another alleged victim close by to search for a potential firearm.
Okay. So you were so at this point now you're searching for what you believe is another potential firearm that was involved in this case.
Correct. There was information that another person may have had a firearm.
Okay. And so you basically acted upon that information. Is that right?
Correct.
Now you mentioned K9. Was it so? Did a K9 officer? Did you have to wait for a K9 officer to get there, or was
Correct.
it
The first K9 officer that we were with was an apprehension K9. I believe a article dog, which was used for firearms, was requested to come out.
Okay. So before you started looking for this other firearm, did you wait for that K9 officer to get there?
I believe so. I don't recall exactly if they were there as soon as we started searching or shortly after.
All right. Do you recall the K9 officer arriving on scene?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when that officer arrived on scene, tell us what happened.
We were searching to the south and west of where the shooting occurred between there's houses in a road, and then there's a grassy area, a fence, and then an apartment complex to the southwest, and then residential area on the other side. So we were kind of going through what would have been the path of least resistance for where the shooting took place and where the other victim was located. And in doing so, we ended up ultimately finding a black firearm laying on the ground.
Okay. Now you found this black firearm before you found this other victim, is that right?
The victim had already been located when the original responding units arrived, because there were multiple calls coming in that there was a person shot.
Okay. All right. When you located the firearm, did the dog alert to the firearm? Is that how you guys located it?
The dog did come and alert to it. Again, I don't recall if we found it alongside or just before, but the dog was utilized to alert on the firearm just to confirm that.
Okay. Now at this point, is it just you and the K9 officer who?
No, I was also with another deputy, Imperiali, who couldn't be here now because of a deployment. It may have been another deputy. There's a few of us that were looking around.
Did you yourself, Deputy Van Hooser, did you actually see the firearm that you located?
Yes, ma'am.
You did. Okay. And once you guys located, did you touch it at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you dog alerts to it? You guys go look at it and you just left it there?
And we notified crime scene so that they could come in.
I don't mean just left it there. I mean,
we stayed
you didn't touch it
with it, but we didn't touch it. Correct. Yes.
Okay. Hey, Mark, where's your board? I'll show you what I believe is defenses. One second, I'll let you know.
So many questions.
Defense is 11.
I don't think we're going to find out anything
may.
with this kind of witnesses. It's more the experts we need to
Use the
hear
microphone though
from.
when you do the
They're
portable.
keeping it
Thanks.
until last, probably.
Okay, Deputy Van Hooser, I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as Defense Exhibit 11. Tell me whether or not you recognize this board, okay? What's in this board?
Yeah, 2 to 3 shots, Amy.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize that. It's the fence that divides between the apartment complex, which would be on the other side of the fence,
Mhm.
and then that would be the driveway to the residence just to the east. And there's the firearm that was located next to the palm tree laying on the ground.
Okay, and so once you, and it, is this exactly how it looked when you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once you, and I believe the members of the jury have seen this already. Once you saw it lying there, what did you, after you said that CSI obviously was notified that there was a firearm that was there that needed to be collected, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And once CSI arrived, did you witness them collect this firearm? Did you see them collect the firearm?
I don't recall if I stayed and witnessed that.
Did you leave before the firearm was actually collected by someone from CSI?
That is possible, yes.
Okay. After the firearm was located, what was your next task after that?
After that, we were pretty much done for the evening as far as my involvement with that.
Okay. Did you have any more involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with the other person who was shot in this case?
No, ma'am. He was transported to the hospital earlier when arriving deputies went there, and then one of the other deputies went to that hospital.
Judge, if I can just have a second, please.
You may.
We're done with this.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
Cross.
Okay.
There shouldn't be that many questions here.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. All right, so let's go back. Talk about this day. You didn't write a report in this case, right?
No, sir.
Any particular reason why not?
I just did not. I failed to do that.
I'm sorry?
I just did not write one.
All right, but you have a pretty good memory about what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So make sure I get this right. The first thing you did, you were called over to 40th and Broadway,
Correct.
and that's where you saw the car that you described with the bullet holes in it.
Yes, sir.
And you said many other West Palm Beach officers were there.
There were several other ones. Yes, sir.
Did you ask them to do anything, or you don't do that with West Palm cops? You do only, if someone asks you to do something in your department.
Correct. So they already had a crime scene established. It was taped off, and they had the information. At that point, it was just collecting that information and passing it on to the deputies who were on scene of our shooting, and then was notified that a detective was on their way.
So was West Palm searching for evidence? Did you see anybody search?
No, I didn't see anybody searching. Again, once I'd gotten there, rescue had already come, pronounced, and left, and it seemed like it was established, but I didn't see anybody doing any searching of the vehicle or anything.
The way you described the search that you did with the other deputies and the canine deputy and the canine dog, you went through backyards, the fence, the apartment complex, right?
Correct. That was after we had done the preliminary and other evidence had been collected from the scene, and we were just going off further information that was provided. So they'll due diligence on that part just to carry out.
Sure, that was in Lake Park.
Correct, sir.
All right. And there was no like time limit that you had to search, was there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go back to West Palm and search the general area to see if there was any guns tossed?
No, sir.
How about the path the car drove from Lake Park to there? Do you actually know what path it took?
I know that it would have been federal going down because that turns into Broadway. It's the easiest path. But as far as directly from there, I don't know exactly which path they took to get to federal.
Did anyone tell you that there was some city cameras that may have caught the car driving away to where the
I don't
final resting
recall.
place was?
I don't recall.
Do you know there's cameras in that area?
There are cameras on Federal, yes, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go search any of the area of path of possible travel of this vehicle?
No, sir.
And you didn't do that on your own?
No, sir.
You could have done that, right?
It's several miles from where that location is to where the resting place of the vehicle was. It just wouldn't have been apparently clear in driving at night to be able to search that far of a distance, so no.
Park your car and get out with a flashlight and have you and 50 other deputies, right? And look for guns if someone asked you to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You've done stuff like that before, right?
Not to that extent, but it can be done.
You have hundreds and hundreds of police officers working for the sheriff's office, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and nobody asked you to do that at all.
No, sir.
And nobody asked you to go back to West Palm since now that you took over the case, the sheriff's office, right? It was sheriff's case, right?
Crime scene did respond to that location. I don't recall if another deputy was called over there, but I wasn't. So I don't know if any other searches or with the detectives were done. On my part, I did not.
You have no knowledge that anybody searched anything in that gas station area, right?
Correct.
Right. And you could have easily went back and brought a ladder or a drone and searched the roofs, right? If someone asked you to do that, or
If someone asked me to, yes, but other units may have. I don't know.
I'm just asking you personally.
I did not.
Okay. So the whole time you were there, you didn't look around to see if there was any weapons discarded anywhere in that gas station?
No, nothing that was just clearly there.
Remember the fence? Do you remember a fence there with a food truck behind the fence, right where the car was parked?
No, sir.
All right. Remember a fence there?
No, sir.
Assuming there was a fence, because the jury, you'll see photographs of a fence there with some type of truck.
Okay.
You didn't try to go back in that fence area at all, did you?
No, sir.
All right. How about the other side of the gas station? Do you know if there was a fence there?
Which side?
Well, the one side, well, you don't remember even this.
Because it just seemed like an open area from where I was on the corner, but as far as the back and the other side, I thought it was other businesses, abutting it. But no, I didn't. I don't recall a fence.
Let's say I'm you and I'm looking straight ahead and the car is to the left of me and the business is right in front of me. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn there's fence on both sides of this gas station? Closed-in fence area?
It wouldn't surprise me. No.
You didn't go back to any of that area to look for anything?
Correct.
For the sewers?
No.
Or even 50 feet away from that area, you didn't go look for any firearms, right?
Correct.
Would you agree the firearm that's in that picture that we saw a little while ago that you just looked at in that poster board, that's about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And you also have prior law enforcement experience beside the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, sir.
How many years do you have?
Approximately 8 years with Miami-Dade Schools Police Department.
Okay. And you're trained there as well, right?
Correct.
As a trained law enforcement officer, if somebody pulls a firearm on you, do you wait for them to shoot you before you possibly would shoot them?
No, sir.
Why not?
Reaction to being shot.
Hmm? The firearm that you find it, or the canine found it, or was it everybody simultaneous?
It was close together, yes.
Okay. The canine that came, do you know who the deputy was that handled that dog?
I don't recall.
Do you remember a sergeant or a lieutenant calling the canine dog in?
I don't remember. I know it was requested, but I don't recall who made that call.
You don't have any knowledge that it was Detective Vandelin who called the dog in, do you?
I wouldn't have that knowledge, no.
Do you know what time the gun was found?
No, I would have to look back. I don't recall.
But you don't have a report to look back, right?
Correct.
It would have been hours after the suspect that as you turned them came out of the house.
I don't know if it was hours later, but it was after he was taken into custody, yes.
So you said crime scene did their work and then you went to go look after.
Correct. I don't recall exactly how long it took, if it was hours.
Right. Did you see a blood path go back behind that house where the gun was possibly located?
Not bloodbath, but there was blood in the area of the apartment complex next to it, yes.
All right. Do you know if there's any blood in the street area where the casings were found leading to the backyard, right where the fence is, where that gun's discarded?
I believe there was, yes.
All right. So when you go in, You remember not Teak Drive, you remember the other road, Redwood?
Redwood, yes, it curves around, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go behind somebody's house where the path was of blood from
Yes, sir.
where the casings were?
Yes.
And when you went behind that house, was there a fence behind the house on Redwood?
Chain link fence. Yes. Approximately 4 feet tall chain link fence.
Was it open or did you have to jump?
I had to go over it.
Okay. And when you went over that fence, was the house where that gun is, was that right there?
So the house was to the right and the apartment complex was to the left. But yes, it was right there within, 20 feet of that chain link fence.
Okay. You see the back tire was shot out on the black car that was in the gas station?
I may have, but I don't recall if it was flat or not.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Did any of the crime scene people or Detective Vanderland, after you found this gun, ask you to go back to Broadway and look for any weapons there?
No, sir.
Who gave you information that another person had firearms? Possibly, do you know?
I don't recall. I just know that it was from the deputies that were over at that scene from earlier.
You know if they thought Mr. Rudolph's brother had a firearm?
I don't recall. I don't have that information now.
Does the canine, if you know, does the canine dog is that dog specifically for weapons or firearms?
The one that responded for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You said there was another canine for apprehension?
Correct.
What does that mean? Is that they look for people
Yes, sir.
by the smell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the canine dog, that looks for firearms or knives as well, or just firearms? If you
Based
know.
on my understanding and years in this field, it's for the firearm itself, solvents, powders, gunpowder, things like that.
Based on smell, obviously.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the canine dog is trained to find a gun that is not fired or a gun that's fired or both? If you know.
To my knowledge, they can still detect firearms even if they have not been fired based on the solvents used to clean it. But I haven't been trained with canine, so they would have to clarify that one.
Sure.
Is Amy still here then?
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect at all? All right. Any reason why Detective Van Hoosier can't go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your steps, stay safe.
Your Honor.
Well, I did promise you lunch after this witness. Who's the next witness? Okay, you want to do that witness and then we go to lunch? All right, very well. That's what we'll do. Who's that? Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, if your post wasn't posted, blame Mad World. She's causing chaos here. We can't blame any toddler. I'd never apologize for your toddler. He's a tyrant. It's all good.
Okay.
Seem to have done that. Yeah.
All right, 5-1. And any objection to either?
I didn't notice anything.
No objection to the shots fired, and no objection to the video as long as there's nothing been added.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree with that.
very well. Thank you. Okay, they're both admitted then without objection. Come on up, officer, please.
So remember my source said there were 3 officers on Friday. They were sent away. So I think these were the 3 officers 2 here now.
The evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Too true. Too true. I need to catch this bugger's name now. Oh shit.
All right, good afternoon. Will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record, sir?
Anthony Goendu, ANTHONY Indoo.
All right, officer, thank you. You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you. Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen what you do for a living?
Police officer, Patrol Division, West Palm Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been with West Palm Beach Police Department?
8.5 years.
Have you spent the entire time on road patrol, or have you had other duties throughout your time there?
I was a member of the Strategic Intelligence Unit.
This case happened, do you recall, back in April of 2021?
I do.
And where were you in the department back then?
I was working in the Strategic Intelligence Department.
Tell us briefly what it is that you would have been assigned to do or generally do as part of that unit.
My position in the Strategic Intelligence Center was to monitor ShotSpotter, city cameras, license plate readers, to provide near and real-time intelligence to road patrol and detectives.
So essentially, are you in sort of an office away from officers who are on the street at the time?
That's correct. I'm on the second floor of the police department in an office setting where I could communicate with the officers using a radio.
All right. Let's start with something that you talked about, ShotSpotter. What is that?
ShotSpotter is a system that uses audio wavelengths with microphones that are scattered in strategic locations throughout an area that pick up wavelengths that are consistent with or likely or probably gunshots.
And as a result of that being picked up, sounds that are like gunshots, do you at the police department get some kind of an alert?
Yes, so the alert gets sent out through mobile devices so other officers can see. Dispatch will receive it. I receive it as well.
And so we understand this is basically audio only, or is there a video component to the ShotSpotter?
Only audio from my understanding.
All right. So does it record the shots as they're being fired?
So from my understanding of it, as the shots are picked up by the microphones, it is sent to ShotSpotter technicians who evaluate the wavelengths and the sound quality of the file. And then they then notify that appropriate agency if it's determined to be likely or probably gunshots.
All right. So apart from the ShotSpotter notifications that you would be a part of in the center where you were working, you mentioned also cameras for the city. Talk to us a little bit about that. How does that system work?
So there are cameras that are positioned throughout the city of West Palm Beach. You're able to monitor them live time in real life, or if need be, do playback up to 28 to 30 days.
Are these cameras different than, say, red light cameras that we would see at an intersection?
That's correct. They're usually mounted to their own specific poles with their own power sources.
So different than just like watching for whether or not somebody ran a red light.
That's correct.
Okay. And did your police department, the West Palm Beach Police Department, have access to that back on April of 2021?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you or were you tasked to do in this case related to those city camera videos?
I had received a call from dispatch that basically said that there was an individual who was shot in the area of 40th Street and Broadway. I went back to the cameras and did playback, which I observed the vehicle in question as it was entering from Riviera Beach. It was a black Cadillac with the headlights turned off, driving at a high rate of speed southbound on Broadway.
All right. And did you check to see whether or not the vehicle was being followed?
I did, yes.
And was the vehicle being followed?
Not that I could see.
And the vehicle traveling at the high rate of speed, did it come to a point where it eventually did pull over in that 40th and Broadway area?
It did, yes.
And essentially, where were you able to back up in order to see where the vehicle had come from? Was it still on Broadway that you continued backing up several streets?
That's correct. I observed it coming over the bridge at 59th and Broadway until it came to a stop in the area of the 40th and Broadway.
Did you save any of the videos from that night related to seeing the vehicle in the state that you just described?
I did, yes.
And this vehicle in question, was it a black Cadillac?
It appeared to be black.
Could you tell us whether or not you could see the windows down at any point such that any items could be thrown from the vehicle?
I could not know.
Did the vehicle's windows appear to be tinted?
I can't tell.
So you just saw the vehicle moving, didn't appear to be stopping anywhere.
That's correct.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may.
Nothing further at this time.
All right, any cross? Okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Did you say that you couldn't tell if the windows were up and down on this black Cadillac as it was traversing Broadway?
From my recollection, with the video quality, it's difficult to tell with any certainty.
All right, so you agree you couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell.
And you don't remember if the windows were tinted or not, because that's also hard to tell.
Correct. At nighttime, the video quality is not the greatest.
Okay. So you have no way of knowing from those videos that you captured if anyone threw anything out of the car as it's driving south on Broadway, do you?
That's correct.
We like honest witnesses.
Do you know if the 911 call came in to dispatch who dispatched you after the car stopped?
So I didn't get dispatched. I was just monitoring the radios. As officers arrived on scene, and then I was able to pick up on what was going on and then did the playback from there.
All right, so the question would be, based on your investigation, do you know if the 911 call came in after the car was already in 40th and Broadway in this gas station area?
I don't know.
These cameras have zoom capability?
They do when in the live viewing mode, but on playback, you can only zoom in. Basically, it takes a picture and zooms in on that picture.
Okay, so you can't really pixelate it properly at night?
That's correct. Unless it's a live view, then you can zoom in, actually zoom in.
All right. So does it make more sense the 911 call came in after the car was stopped? Otherwise, if it came in simultaneous, you would have had a live view and saw it exactly when it's happening?
It's possible, but I don't know.
You didn't get a call from dispatch until when? Do you know the time?
Well, dispatch doesn't reach out to me specifically. As I'm monitoring the radio and I listen to the officers, I can't recall when the officers were dispatched.
And that would have been the city of West Palm Beach officers?
That's correct.
So you would have actually heard them being dispatched and then automatically go to the cameras?
That's correct, depending on after the officers get on scene and what they have.
Okay. So do you know if the officers were still looking for this vehicle before you started looking for the video, or you don't know that?
I don't recall.
Could you tell from the video how many people are in the car?
I cannot.
You weren't involved in trying to search the area on Broadway or US 1, wherever this car was, did you?
Via cameras, I mean, I did the playback, but I wasn't on scene physically.
Right. I mean, after you did what you did, no one asked you to come on out and help search any areas, did they?
No, I didn't normally leave the office.
All right, but if they needed more manpower, they could have called up and say, "Hey, Officer Going Do, can you please come out and help us search?"
As a sworn officer, I can be directed to conduct patrol functions.
Nobody asked you to do that, right?
No,
Did anyone call you up and come to the gas station and we need more manpower to search around the gas station for anything?
no.
Are you aware of any private businesses along the area of travel, wherever this car came from and the resting spot, captured this car on video?
I don't know.
That you weren't tasked to go to the private businesses in your jurisdiction and say, "Hey, y'all got video of this"?
No.
You couldn't even see anyone if they got out of the car or didn't get out of the car based on the quality of this video. You couldn't even tell, right?
It would be difficult. I would be able to see if the car stopped, but
Okay. So you can't tell us from when you looked at the video and zoomed in. So I know you can't zoom in the same way when it's live because this wasn't live, but you can't tell us if you could see anyone getting out of the car, could you?
I cannot know.
And based on that, you can't tell if they got out and threw anything over a fence or over the roof. Anyone who may have been in that car, can you?
And the only certainty is the vehicle did not stop.
The only certainty the vehicle did not stop?
That's correct, until 40th and Broadway.
Right. So I'm talking about after the vehicle came to its final resting spot. You saw that, right?
It was slightly out of the view of the camera.
So so there's no way you can tell if anyone got out of the car and started discarding evidence before the police arrived.
That's correct.
Okay. And the gunshot You call it Shot Spotter?
Yes.
That wasn't in West Palm, was it?
No.
Do you have access to it, even though it's in Lake Park in the sheriff's office jurisdiction?
So in the Strategic Intel Center, we had access to Belglade, PBSOs, Lake Park, Riviera Beach, and also West Palm Beach.
Did you hear those gunshot from the shot spotters while you were looking at the videos or right after that?
I received the alert approximately a minute after the detection, I guess you could say.
Do you guys have mutual aid agreements, like West Palm will help the sheriffs and vice versa if y'all need help?
That I'm not sure. I believe we do, but that would be more of a question for probably our command staff.
You have access to things, not just in West Palm. Like, you have access to other things, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When the shot spotter thing recording, you made a copy of that, right?
That I don't recall.
All right, well, the prosecutor put it in evidence. Do you remember? I know she didn't play it with you, but do you remember hearing it?
I did hear it. I don't recall if I uploaded it to evidence.com due to the fact it wasn't in our city.
All right. When the shot spotters go off, all you can do is hear the shots, if they're coming simultaneous, if there's a break in them, how many.
That's correct. You have the option to play it and listen to the actual audio.
And that doesn't show you if somebody's trying to murder someone or if they're acting in self-defense and trying to save their own life, does it?
No.
Can't see anything. You just hear things.
Only hear what the microphones pick up.
Pick up voices as well?
Not from my experience.
And based on your experience and training, are those shot spotters dead on accurate?
That would be more a question for the shot spotter technicians. They can get into the more technical features.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? Okay.
The shot spotter notification, does it notify you of how many shots are being fired?
That's correct, yes.
In this particular case, were there 2 separate rounds of shots?
There was, yes.
And how many each time?
At 0011 hours, there was a 21 round shot spotter picked up in the location of 550 Sable Palm Drive, followed by, again, 0011 hours, and a second one was picked up with a 17 round shot spotter at 551 East Redwood Drive.
And is that generally in the same area?
When I pulled the map of it, I noted that the locations were approximately within a block of each other.
All right, any reason why Detective Goingdu cannot go on about it? I'm sorry, Officer Goingdu cannot go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your steps, stay safe. All right, folks, let's take a lunch break now. I don't know. You all tell me, has an hour been enough? Do you need an hour and a quarter or less time? You tell me. I'll start at 45. Who's good with 45 minutes? 1, 2. All right. Who's 3? Who's good with an hour? Pretty much everybody. Okay. So we'll take an hour break. That puts us back here at 10 minutes to 2. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. If you happen to see one of us out there duck, we'll duck you. Keep an open mind. Do not do any research, and don't discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. All right. See you at 10 minutes to 2.
Oh boy. I think we Mark has a smile on his face later on because he's like, "Well, so you can't see if they chuck stuff out the window?" And the officer's like, "No." Oh, thank you for that tidbit. So he's going to use that now. So he found something that he probably didn't know. I can't stand him either. He's a prick. But the one thing I would say about those officers, nice and quickly, and they're both honest officers. So I like that. Any witnesses that are honest, we like them. Then we'll see. Hopefully, my source will come back with who we got on for the rest of today now. Just so we know, really. But thank you guys for being here so far. Right, what else we got here? Okay. Say sold Islam. Yeah. Sold. Well, he sold us down a bloody river with this trial, didn't he? shouldn't even be a trial. So it'd be interesting because every trial that I've watched anyway, which isn't that many, obviously the defense they rest. Sorry, the state rests, and the defense puts an argument together about, whether they can just finish this trial now and say there's not enough evidence to take this to the jury. Can you make a call now to say that we're done? And obviously, they never say yes. But I'd love for him now, second opportunity, second chance to be like, right, okay, I messed up the first time, guys. There's not enough evidence here, so we're not going to carry on. Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph, sorry about this. But you can get on with your day. Thank you very much. You're out. I don't like him mainly because he took this to trial. Oh, thanks, Shelley. No worries. See you in a bit. Thanks for letting it run. Because if you let it run, guys, it means I get watch hours. So if you can, happy days. But I understand if you can't. It's all good. So I haven't been very helpful. That's good. Yeah, I mean, look, they've just been honest. I love it. It sounds like an absolute mess. I don't think these are the guys we're going to hear from the detectives and stuff in a bit, I imagine. But these guys are like, yeah, we should have done this. We should have had, you know, grabbed a ladder and checked up the top of the gas place, but we didn't. Yes, we should have, got torches and searched the area, but no one asked us to, so we didn't. You know, they were very honest about it. So I would not say anything to me, yeah, oh, hang on, this answers this. Yeah, it wasn't a grand jury. There was no grand jury. It was a stand your ground trial, as in not trial, but stand your ground, like a mini trial basically to see if there's enough evidence to take you through. And I think that the judge was the only one overseeing it. Is my belief. Anyway, that's my understanding that he was the only one. So there was like a trial. Defense were asking questions. It was 4 days. So it wasn't a grand jury because the defense were there. Um, Travis was up. I'm not sure if his brother definitely got questioned. I believe his mother did as well. So yeah, so this judge said, there's a bit of evidence there, so we'll take it to trial, and the jury can make a decision. That's a complete cop out, in my opinion, anyway. Um, so no, yeah. If anyone else has got any thoughts, let me know. I mean, I see that there's quite a few people here. If you, what do you guys think? But obviously, I know some of you are busy, so you can't speak. But I do appreciate you being here. That's for sure. So yeah, that's what we got at the minute. So we've got an hour break now. They'll probably start back at 7 my time. Well, they're saying they're gonna start back at like 10 to 7 my time, 10 to 2 Eastern, 10 to 11 Pacific, and 10 to 1, I believe, for Lefty in the central zone there. Lefty's quiet, isn't he? Oh, he's gone to play golf. He went to play golf. That's what it was. He went to play golf. So everyone's lucky Lefty's gone to play golf. I forgot. Um, but yeah, I'd love to know if anyone here is on Twitter and stuff like that. Please let us know. Please follow us, guys. I'm Dylan12D on there, DYLAN 12D. Um, but maybe you're all on there already. Also, I'm interested with this, right? If you're still here, 10 votes in the poll. I'll end the poll now, right? Three people said they found this chance through Twitter. Nobody found it through Facebook. 5 people found it through YouTube randomly. And 2 people found it through friends forced me to join. Who forced you to join? I'd love that to know that. Who put that in? I'd love to know who forced you to join. Robocardi, I know. Was fancy, wasn't it? I never seen one of those before. So yeah, if you are two of those people, you don't mind saying who you are, tell us who forced you to watch it, because it sounds bad, doesn't it? I was forced to watch it. I do not want to watch this channel or a load of crap, but I was forced to do it. Sounds like a girlfriend or a wife bullying their husbands or boyfriends. We've all been there. We know the score. That's what it sounds like, you know. Um, I saw your message as well, Spider. I will look at that in a bit now over lunch break, but I just wanted to finish the stream off now. Um, I will probably come back in about half an hour. So if anyone wants to be back in half an hour to chat, that's fine. I'll probably be back. If not, that's totally fine as well. If you can leave this running, happy days. If you can't, no issues. Just gives me watch hours if you can. But I understand some people are on their phones, they can't. Um, so yeah, with that, I bet you most of the people gone already for lunch. It's now 6 o'clock here nearly for dinner. So I am Hank Marvin. Some people say Hank. I'm like, no, it's Hank Marvin, starving. The slangs here. So yeah, so I'll be probably back here 6:30. Sorry, UK time 6:30, which is 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central, 10:30 for Luna in the Pacific. My husband borrowed my car, so now I'm back. Ah, okay, that's all good. I'll just say that I'm gonna go off for my dinner now for about half an hour, but I will be back in like literally probably half an hour, about 1:30 Eastern. So, um, yeah, and you, Amy, eat well, and everyone else eat well. Say if you can keep the stream going, happy days. If you can't, don't worry about it. I understand. But what I ask of, normally after lunch, people don't come back. If you can come back and get some more, if you can force more people to come back, happy days. Um, yeah, the judge, good. I thought that as well. So, what a prick. So with that, love you as always, guys. Really appreciate you. Hopefully see most of you, if not all of you, after the break. But also, if you haven't liked the video, please like it. It does help me out, and it doesn't cost you a penny. And also, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Again, it doesn't cost you anything. So thank you. With that, I'll see you in literally half an hour. Bye bye. We are back. Hope you're all well. So delivery, so I thought I'd open it on camera. I know roughly what it is. It's cost me £4. £4. 14 quid, not £4, 14. Still got the tags on it. I know a lot of people either love or hate. I'm not a massive Dan Prescott fan, if I'm being honest. Double XL. I think, obviously this is an old shirt, but it's 14 quid. I shall take that bad boy. And I'll wash it. You can smell the wash on it, but I don't like the smell. So, need to send them an email and I'll say, delivered. So I'm not sure if anyone's here, or they just left the stream running. I'm not going to go too much. If you're here, say hello. But if not, it's all good. Right, emails. I'm keeping an eye on chat, just in case. Emails. Vinted. If you receive the order, I'm going to meters. Trouble is, I can't get into Vinted. It does say you have until 1st June to report an issue. Oh, that's fine. Fuck it. I won't put delivered then. I'll just leave it. They kicked me out for whatever reason. I've got one more thing coming, I think. That's it then. That makes sense. Okay. So I was just texting back my sauce. Oh. Oh my days. Yeah. So I don't think anyone's here, so I'm just going to speak a little bit to myself. I'm just going to go on Twitter for a little bit, see if anyone is here or they come back, they can just join me. There's a few 50s there. Right, cool. Let's move on. I'll prepare a tweet as well. Come on, we are back on. Um, she's a typo.
This was Friday. Peters. Thank you. This was awesome. Man. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything you said. This was a lot of fun. Sure. Let's see you guys again soon. That would be great. Chicago, come on by. Yep. We would love to have you. So thanks for the support, guys. It means a lot. Of course. It means a lot you came on, Sean. We appreciate you too. Appreciate it as well. Thanks, guys. Just see you again soon. Later. Sure. Thanks. And take care. Thank you again. Friday.
Cool. That was just Basel, Chicago. Oh, somebody left. Look, I can only do certain things. You know, I don't know who's here, who's not. You know. So if you are here, just mute me. That's what I'll say to everybody. Mute me, please. Mute me, mute me. Please mute me, mute me, mute me. Please mute me. Bum, bum, bum. Um, so another 10, 11 minutes. We need to get a tweet ready. Right, I'll get a tweet ready now for this. Sorry, because no one's speaking. I'm just like taking 2 seconds to try and look at Twitter. People are liking my tweet, but from last week, not this one. Share Twitter. Bloody hell, I just lost half my followers on YouTube. Bum, 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 dum, dum. Okay, tweet sent. That's done. All right. Got ice cream. Magnum. Don't think anyone's here, so I'm just going to eat the ice cream. If there were people here, I probably wouldn't be eating this on stream. Ah, I'll mute myself. Don't know what to eat. That was nice. Magnum mint. Sorry, I was eating on the stream, but no one's chatting, so. And some people left. I was like, fuck it. Let's eat some Magnum on stream. Guess who's back? The judge is back. Back again. So, my source believes that they're going to bang out whether it's one or two more officers and then the doctor, but they don't know which doctor. If it's not which doctor, but which one. If it's the one that's showing Sebastian, they said be careful because some of the pictures they might show them, they're in court evidence. They're not very nice. You can see his his hand, the hand that held with the gun. It's like rigor mortis. Rigor mortis. Apparently, you get like that when you're in high adrenaline situations. It's rigor mortis. Rigor mortis sets quicker, apparently. So we might be seeing some of that, which it makes sense that we get some officers out of the way because they'll be quick. Where the doctor will probably take the rest of today and even maybe tomorrow. So we shall see. Rumble, please like and follow. Very grateful as well. This is where you earn your money when no one's chatting to you. You just got to do it yourself. But yeah, I feel sorry for Travis. That's why I think the judge hasn't done anything to me personally, but I just don't think he should have allowed this trial to come this far. And if he's not a pussy, then he should, after the state arrest, go, sorry guys, I got it wrong, I fucked up. Travis, see you later, my man. Enjoy the rest of your life. Good luck in the CFL if they take you back. This guy's life's probably ruined. Tyler always was trying to give a dig of he's not in the NFL anymore. He's not. I think Tyler wants to be Travis. I definitely think he wants to shag that Dominique. That's why he did it. It's interesting he went. It's just in how he said when Mark asked, "Would you come to her aid again?" And he was like, "No, I wouldn't." That was very telling. I was like, "Ooh, maybe she hasn't got her claws all the way in him, but now he lives in New York, so maybe that might explain it." Be studying in New York. Fuck me. Can you imagine being his lecturer or his classmates and seeing him on stand there? You just you see him and he's like, well, why am I friends with you? Slap. Jesus, wake up, my man. You're on the stand for your quote unquote brother. Okay. So just found out So during the cop testimonies, the weapons that are in the evidence are going to be presented. Not sure what she means. I know what she means. And then he goes on to say this. This was not presented during the Stand Your Ground trial. And they say this, so they are literally wheeling in all kinds of boxes and shit. It's crazy. And then that's what they tell me. So basically, everything we saw there, the boxes, that is everything from that evening. Things all published, been read aloud. All public because it's read aloud. Okay. So the list of defendants should be right. Spider Girl, are you here?
Back in again, please.
Because Spider Girl's a little detective. Spider Girl, if you're here, oops. But there's two officers waiting outside, so they're probably going to be next. Apparently, they're laughing and just chatting shit. Like this trial means nothing. Oh, that's fine. Right, Spider Girl, you are our little detectives. See if you can find this, right? We're trying to look at if we earlier on while she was sleeping, we were trying to find out the witness lists for the state and for the defense, and we can't find it.
So who's the state's next witness? We'll
I was
call
just
him.
wondering if
Go ahead.
you had any
Yes, Your
ideas,
Honor. Judge, our next witness is going to be Officer Tyler Griffin.
Okay.
or if you can
So
have
we
a
can
quick
bring
look to
Officer
see if you
Griffin
can
in,
find
but
it.
we won't have him sworn in until we bring the jury in.
People think that it might be behind a paywall, which is shit if it is. But you are a little detective, so
Okay.
let's see if you
Then
can
the doctor will be,
just have a guess how many
all right, the
witnesses we
doctor
got
will be
left for the
next
state.
after this witness. Okay.
Okay, so doctor's next
Well.
after this, fine.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you.
Hello, who's that? Who's that, Mama? Right, what we got here? Here. Officer Tyler Griffin. Should be wrong now. So, Spidey Girl, is that a challenge you're willing to accept? Because everyone else has failed. So if you fail, it doesn't matter. You're welcome back, everyone. They're starting to come creep back in. Thank you for joining us. So we got an officer now, and then the doctor is supposed to be. Otherwise, there's two officers standing outside the room, so maybe they will squeeze. The prosecution did say something about short witness, so. And during lunch breaks, they did put like all the guns and stuff into evidence as well, because there was a shit ton of them. It's in, well, yeah, right, okay. I was gonna say it's Florida, and that's all I know. Amy and Shelley will know.
All right, everyone, take your seats, please. State's next witness is,
Judge, state's next witness is Officer Tyler Griffin.
okay, come on up, Officer Griffin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, will you please say and spell your first and your last name for the
One
record and
second.
the jury?
Yep. First name's Tyler, Tyler. Last name is Griffin, Griffin.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got it
Good
first
afternoon.
time.
Good afternoon.
Officer Griffin, where are you currently employed?
West Palm Beach Police, City of West Palm Beach.
Okay, I'm sorry. How long have you been with that agency?
Roughly 3 years.
All right, any prior law enforcement experience before West Palm Beach Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Where are you currently assigned?
Road patrol.
What about back in April of 2021?
Same thing. Road patrol.
Okay. And I want to just get to why we are all here today. Okay. Do you recall whether or not you were working on April 7th of 2021?
I was.
All right. And you just indicated road patrol capacity, right?
Yes.
Were you riding by yourself or did you have a passenger with you?
I was by myself.
All right. At some point during the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021, did you receive a dispatch information to actually respond to 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
All right. And do you know like around what time that dispatch would have come across to you?
No, I don't know the exact time.
All right.
Around midnight, possibly.
Okay. All right. Did you, when you received the dispatch though, did you go there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the first one on scene from West Palm Beach Police Department?
I don't know if that was the first, but I was definitely one of the first officers on scene. I wouldn't say I was the first. I'm not sure if I was the first or not.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I asked you about the time that you got there, and did you prepare a report in this case?
What was that? I'm
Did
sorry.
you prepare a report in this case?
A supplement report, yes.
And if I show you that report, would it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
You may. If you're going to ask additional questions while you're up there, though, you're going to need that microphone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is this your report?
Yes.
Okay. And after reading it, does it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
What time?
Around 12:20 hours.
Okay. And when you got there, can you tell us what you observed once you got there?
I observed a vehicle, not sure the exact make or model, but I observed two individuals outside of their vehicle or outside of the presumed vehicle that was there.
Let me stop you right there because I want to talk about those two individuals that you say you observed around this vehicle.
Yes.
What were they doing?
They appeared just to be in shock, as if something happened. I mean, looked like they were yelling back and forth. I'm not sure what they were yelling exactly, but they obviously seemed distraught, as if something traumatic or something of significance just happened.
Okay. And Officer Griffin, did you speak to either one of them or both of them?
I didn't speak to either one. I patted them down just to ensure, because I observed what appeared to be bullet holes throughout the vehicle. So I just patted them down. And then by that time, officers had already arrived on scene. So we separated each passenger. And that was pretty much it from my standpoint.
Okay. Now, when you patted them down, and let's just take them one by one quickly. First of all, when you approach a scene and you see two people outside of a vehicle, and obviously something's wrong, is that the first thing that comes to your mind, that something has happened?
Yes.
Is it protocol or is it standard practice and procedure for you to pat people down? No matter, if these people have been sitting in the car or had been standing in the middle of the street, is that normal procedure for you to pat?
Yes, for
down?
safety.
Yep, mainly for both us as well as them, just to ensure that everyone, doesn't have a weapon or, also we were also checking for injuries also just because of the incident.
Okay, because of the bullet holes you saw in the car?
Correct.
When you, were they cooperative with you?
They were.
Did you pat both of them down?
I believe I only patted one. I don't know the name of that individual.
The one that you patted down, did you do a full body pat down or just like a below waist pat down, waist below pat down? What kind of pat down did you do?
I would just the waist below pat down.
Now, without telling us what they said, or the person that you patted down, without telling us what that person said, did they give you some information about what had happened, why they were over there?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, did you ask them?
I did not. I just separated them.
Okay. And why didn't you ask them what had happened?
I just didn't feel like it was the right time as of yet. I was just we were trying to get the scene under control. So I think that was the main priority.
All right. So as part of the main priority, when you come upon a scene like that, where you have two individuals, and it appears to you that something has happened, is it your first, as part of best practices or your protocol, to separate those individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And when you separated them and you patted down the one, as you can recall today, you didn't go any further other than the pat down.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not somebody else came on scene and patted down the other person?
I don't recall.
Right.
I don't know specifically.
Now, as you're there and you're patting this person down, Officer Griffin, do other law enforcement officers start to arrive?
Yes.
All right. And so at this point, when you're doing your pat down, do you have several officers from West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes.
What about Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I don't know what time they arrived on scene, but it was shortly after our initial encounter.
All right. Do you recall anyone saying, we need to check the roof of where these people were located? Like, this was an abandoned building, is that right, where they were located?
Sorry. Is there an objection? Sustained.
Did you search any place else other than patting that person down?
I did not. No.
Did you have any reason to search any place else other than the person that you patted down?
The immediate area, which just that person and just the observation from inside the car.
Okay. And lastly, Officer Griffin, did you see the person who was still inside of the vehicle as you were there?
Yes.
And did that person appear to be non-responsive to you?
Correct.
Or unresponsive, I'm sorry. Now, you took a look at your report a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that you patted both individuals down. As you sit here today, can you tell the jury, do you know whether you patted one person down or both people down? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
So could you have patted both of them down and you just don't remember?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Do you know for certain whether or not you patted just one person down?
Objection asked and answered leading.
Sustained as to the asked and answered.
It's possible I patted.
Well, that means you don't answer. Is there another question? Okay.
As you sit here today, how many people do you recall patting down?
Objection asked and answered.
It really was. Anything other than patting down?
There's nothing else.
Okay, very
So I
well.
want to make sure that he is, in light of the cross-examination and in light of what is in his report.
Objection, speaking objection, improper.
Sustained. Okay. No additional questions?
What the fuck's going on?
You recall seeing two people there?
Sorry, I
Do
can
you recall seeing two people at that scene?
three total, but two passengers.
Three total, But two people, when you say
Two
two
people,
passengers,
yeah.
you mean two people outside?
Two people outside the car, yes. No.
As you sit here today, do you recall having contact with either one or both of those people that were outside of the car?
Besides the patting down, no.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Cross?
So we went from patting down one of them to maybe doing both. He doesn't remember what the fuck is going on.
Now, you were not the first officer on scene, is that correct?
No. Tuesday
Yeah,
was.
I don't believe so. I don't know.
In fact, Officer Penagua was there before you, isn't that correct?
Yeah,
Isn't it true that Officer Ocampo was there before you, or Campo?
I don't recognize the name.
Okay, but there were multiple officers at the scene before you arrived, is that not correct?
It's possible.
Oh, I thought you just said yes, that at least one officer was there before you got there.
You said multiple.
Okay,
But I
so
don't-
how many officers were there before you got there?
I am not sure.
But you definitely were not the first officer on scene, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you've testified that you patted down one of the individuals. You remember that?
yes,
Okay, so is it fair to say that other officers would have patted down the other individuals, right?
fair to say. It's possible.
Pardon?
Possible. It's fair
Well,
to say.
if you're the first officer on scene, you're not going to just pat down one and leave the other person who could potentially be armed unpatted down or not patted down, right?
I mean, if you're
That
talking
wouldn't
about a
be safe.
scenario, I mean, I don't know. It's possible I patted down one. It's possible I patted down two. I'm not sure. I know I patted down one.
For sure.
For certain. Yes,
And the reason you pat people down is to make sure they're not carrying weapons, right?
correct,
And the reason you do that is for officer safety, right?
correct,
Because you don't want to get shot, right?
correct.
So you're not going to pat down one individual and leave the other guy that could have a weapon just moseying around, are you?
I suppose not.
Okay. When you arrived, both of these individuals, Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe, were outside of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
You saw the individual, the deceased individual in the front passenger seat. Is that right?
Yes,
And you did not touch that individual's hands. Is that fair to say?
fair to say. Yes,
Fair to say?
yes.
Did you touch any part of that individual's body
No,
or person?
I did not.
You did not search I believe you said that you basically searched the area where these two individuals were standing outside the car and then the decedent inside the car. Is that correct?
Are you asking if I searched the decedent inside the car?
Well, I think your testimony was that you basically had contact with these two individuals, Mr. Jones, Mr. Lowe, and you looked at the individual inside the car. Is that fair to say?
Looked inside, yes.
Did you take out your flashlight and start searching the immediate area of the abandoned auto body shop?
I may have, not sure. if I
Okay, would you
took my
would
flashlight
you like
out.
to look at your report to refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't see that flashlight part in there.
Did you see any part in there about you going out and searching the abandoned auto body shop?
No,
So it's not in your report, correct?
I don't think it's in my report.
Would you like to see a copy of your report?
I would like, yeah, sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
That's my only copy, so I'm gonna need that back, but if you just take a quick look at that. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you tell me if you searched the abandoned
I did not.
with a flashlight? No?
I did not.
Did you search the roofs of the abandoned automotive building?
I did not.
Did you search behind the fence of the automotive building?
I did not.
It was pretty dark out there.
Yeah, from what I could recall.
It was abandoned. There weren't any lights on in the building, right?
Not in the building, no.
What was that building? What was it actually?
I'm not sure. The abandoned auto lot is what you're
Are you
saying?
sure or are you guessing?
Not sure.
Okay. You remember a fence being in very close proximity to where that car pulled in?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason, if you don't remember, that you don't have any recollection of certainly searching beyond a fence, right?
Correct.
You remember a food truck being behind the fence?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason for you to search beyond the fence because you don't remember a food truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How large would you say that property was for that automotive building, that business?
Not sure. Couldn't tell you.
But you certainly didn't take out your flashlight and you weren't searching all around. Is that correct?
Fair to say, yes. Not in the report.
Did any of you, what was that last part?
But I didn't mention it in my supplement report that you.
Okay, and this report that you do, this is done at or near the time of the event, correct?
Yes.
This isn't done a year later, right?
No.
This isn't done 2 years later, right?
No.
This isn't done in preparation for this jury to see, right?
No.
This is done after you did what you did.
Yes.
Did any of your supervisors, any of the detectives, sergeants, lieutenants, anybody that came to that scene ask you to search the abandoned lot?
Not that I recall.
You believe or you knew there was a shooting, right?
It was apparent from the car that there was a shooting involved.
Right.
Yes.
And it never dawned on you or suspected, well, hey, maybe I should poke around and see if there's maybe another weapon involved here?
Well, that's what the patting down came from, just to ensure there was no weapons.
I'm sorry?
The patting down of the individual, that's why I was ensuring there's no weapons in the vicinity of what I was searching.
And the vicinity, you mean on their person, correct?
On the person, correct, yes.
As a road patrol officer, one of your duties is to patrol the area within your jurisdiction, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your jurisdiction, basically? Where does it run from and to? Can you just give me a broad idea? Is it the city of West Palm Beach, basically?
Basically.
Okay. And so you're pretty familiar with that area?
The Broadway area? Is that what you're asking, or just the?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Broadway and 40th?
A little bit, yeah. I would say, I mean, I'm not proficient, with the area, but I'm familiar with it, yes.
Is that one of the roads that you routinely patrol?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that area of Broadway, well, it starts out up by North Lake as US 1 and then it turns into Broadway, is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say was it fair to say that that area of Broadway in the vicinity of 40th and Broadway is primarily abandoned businesses? This is not a residential neighborhood that's well lit, is that correct?
Yeah, there's abandoned properties.
I'm sorry?
I said there are abandoned businesses on Broadway.
Multiple abandoned.
Yeah, multiple.
Right?
Yes.
Not just this one where this car pulled into and stopped, right?
Correct.
Okay. You're also aware that if somebody was driving south on US 1 that turns into Broadway, that one would go over a bridge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's over the port of Palm Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you were driving south on US 1, then turns into Broadway from the North Lake area, you would pass multiple signs for St. Mary's Hospital. Is that correct?
Not really familiar with the signs, but yes, I mean, there are probably hospital signs that point to St. Mary's.
Well, St. Mary's is, if you're traveling south on US 1 that then turns into Broadway, isn't it true that St. Mary's Hospital is off of 45th or on 45th? So you would make a right-hand turn off of Broadway on 45th, right?
Yes.
And you would be right at St. Mary's, correct?
Correct.
St. Mary's is a trauma hospital, is that not?
It is.
What is a trauma hospital? Explain to the jury.
It's a hospital that treats patients that have endured a traumatic injury, such as a gunshot or stabbing or, whatever the case may be.
Okay. And if these two gentlemen ended up at 40th and Broadway and they were traveling south on Broadway, past 45th, they would have passed St. Mary's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they would have passed the hospital signs to St. Mary's Hospital. Is that not correct?
correct.
Okay. You just testified on direct examination that Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe were, quote, yelling back and forth. Do you remember telling the jury this?
Yeah.
So did it appear that they were angry at one another, yelling back and forth at each other?
I honestly couldn't tell. Like I said, they were appeared to be in shock. More of a traumatic incident seemed like took place. They were distraught. Couldn't really tell if they were yelling or crying or both. So.
Well, you did testify on direct examination they were crying, did you?
No, I did. Like I just said, I couldn't tell what they were doing, but it appeared they were yelling at
Would
each
you
other.
like to see your report if you wrote in your report that they were?
I know that I put that they were yelling.
Okay, so you did not put in your report that they were crying, is that correct?
I couldn't tell.
No. Show me in your report. Would you like to see it?
No.
First of all, it's misleading. What's in his report?
I'm sorry, it's what?
What she's asking him is not even in his report.
Well, that's kind of the point, I think, of the question.
Would you like to see your?
What's the legal objection? Is there a legal objection?
This is an officer, Officer Tyler Griffin.
That's what redirect is for. All right. So you may, go ahead.
Would you please take a report that was written the night of the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, please, if in that report you noted that these two men were crying?
Nope. It is not in the report that they were crying.
May I approach?
You may.
And today, on direct examination, when you were questioned by this government, you said that these two men were, quote, yelling back and forth. You remember that?
Yes.
They weren't yelling back and forth at officers, right?
No.
They were yelling back and forth at one another, right?
Yep.
As though they were angry.
It appeared that way.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Officer Griffin, when you did the pat down of either one or both men, did you locate any firearms?
I did not.
Did you locate any weapons at all?
I did not.
And in your report, you just indicated that you did not write that they appeared to be in shock, that they appeared to be distraught, that they appeared to be yelling or whatever defense counsel asked you. You didn't write that in your report, right?
Correct.
Did you observe that?
I observed the yelling portion. I couldn't really put a gauge on what exactly their emotions were going through that at that time.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw that night?
Sorry? Overruled.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Have you seen people traumatized before?
Yes.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw in these two gentlemen that night?
I can't recall. The only thing I can say for certain is they were yelling.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why Officer Griffin can't go on about his day?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Watch your steps. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And now we're going to take a witness out of order. Is that? No. One more? Okay. All right. Sure.
Madhu Spider, thank you. Your orders are on the way from the store. Thank you very much for sorting that out. That was what the fuck's going on here. So another officer, then the doctor. That makes more sense. These
Do you
officers,
solemnly
they're
swear
quick.
or affirm
Oh
that the
shit, what's his
evidence
name?
you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, sir, when you're comfortable up there, please make sure that microphone is closer to you. There you go. Will you please say and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. First name is Pierre, Pierre. Last name is Etienne, Etienne.
Etienne?
Yes, sir. Etienne.
Thank you. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you could just tell the members of the jury, what do you do for a living?
I am a police officer with the West Palm Beach Police Department.
Okay.
I am
How long you been with the West Palm Beach Police Department?
a little over 6 years.
Okay. And did you have any other law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, sir. I was in Gardens for almost a year.
Okay. And when you first started out, what year was that? Do you remember with West Palm?
2014.
Okay.
Sorry, 2017. I apologize. 2017.
2017.
Yes, sir.
And what position did you start out with West Palm?
Road Patrol.
Okay. And if we move now to basically around midnight on April 7th, 2021, do you remember what your position with the West Palm Beach Police Department was?
Yes, sir. Detective.
Okay. Were you assigned to any specific division within West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir. I was part of the Ghost Unit.
What does that mean?
It's an acronym that stands for Gang and Habitual Offenders Suppression Team.
Okay. And now on Wednesday, April 7th, 2021, around 12:18 a.m., did you get a call to respond to a location around 415 Broadway Avenue?
The location, 4015?
Yes.
Yes, sir. 4015 Broadway.
Okay. And is it basically at the intersection of 40th Street and Broadway where you responded to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got that dispatch, did you proceed to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you remember if there were any other police officers that got there before you?
Yes, sir. There were several officers already on scene.
Okay. And when you first get to the scene, who, if anyone else, do you see that wasn't police officers at that location?
When I first arrived, I just noticed two individuals that were present with one officer, and I went towards that one officer. And it was Officer Travis.
Okay. And those two other individuals, were they white, black, Hispanic, Asian? Do you recall?
They were two black males.
Okay. What were? Do you know what their relative ages were?
Late teens. I would say around 16 to 22.
Okay. And were you able to see their demeanor when you first interacted with them?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury what their demeanors were like?
Yes, sir. The one individual that I specifically made contact with, he seemed very upset, very like in shock, angry.
Okay. Now, when you first arrived, do you have a lot of information about what had taken place, or do you have limited information about
limited information?
Okay. And so when you start interacting with the one male on scene, does the name Christopher Lowe ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
Was that the individual that you specifically interacted with when you got on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now when you get on scene, does your agency have any way that you can record kind of what's going on as soon as you kind of respond to a scene?
Yes, sir. My body camera.
Okay. And when you got to this scene at 40th Street and Broadway, did you activate your body worn camera to record what it is you were seeing at the time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that body worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately represent basically once you get on scene, the interactions that you have with the individuals on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one moment, Judge. Just there's an objection.
Sure. I'm not sure whether I need this.
So thanks to Spider Girl, we've got the full list of defense witnesses. Whether they do a call or at the end, I'll probably just give them all a shout out of who we got. I'll count them all up now and see how many actual we got. And then we'll go through them at the end, if I remember or remind me. Fuck. Yeah, so we'll see. We haven't got the state's witness list though, but it's all good.
Detective Etienne, in relation to Mr. Christopher Lowe, did it appear to you in terms of his demeanor that he was still upset over what had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him during that conversation, without saying for right now what was said, was he recounting to you what had happened basically 10 to 20 minutes beforehand?
During my initial conversation with him?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in terms of the delay between when these shots were fired and when you took your you were interacting with him, would you say that was about 20 minutes after the fact?
I don't know, sir. I don't know when the shots were fired.
Okay. But in terms of when you started speaking with them, you recall it was around 12:18 a.m. when you got on scene?
If that's the time that you have, I guess so.
Okay. I have your report. Do you think that would refresh your memory as to when you got to the scene? If it does, officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring you up a copy just so we make sure we keep everything.
Yeah, no, I have that. I have it here. Yep, I have that time.
Okay.
Yeah. A little after 18 minutes after midnight.
Okay, that's when you arrived on. All right. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit State
Okay.
69.
Any objection? Sure.
Amy, Shelley, anyone know? Is there a time limit on this trial for each side on how long they can take with witnesses and stuff? Do we know? I'm just interested if that is the case. Yeah, 51 witnesses for the defense. They're not going to call them all or anything like that, but still interesting. That's 51, and I'll name them all afterwards. Madwell, do you think if Absurd Beats was in the chat, that the chat would be quiet? He's not around. He's probably somewhere. You know what he's like. Well, you've already met him once. He's from Cardiff. He's a boy. He's a boy. No, the only thing they read him is closing arguments when they're a long-winded like. Okay, one sure. Yeah, for some reason we thought there might be a time limit to this trial, but if there's not.
Remember, when you got out of the vehicle at 40th Street and Broadway, did you wait 30 minutes to talk to this Christopher Lowe?
No, sir.
And if you can remember, do you remember, was it within 1 to 2 minutes where you started interacting with Chris Lowe when you got on scene?
Yeah, it was shortly after I got on scene.
Okay. And then when you start interacting with him, are you doing an in-depth interview where you're asking questions and he's giving answers?
No, not in depth. I was just trying to find out exactly where this incident had occurred or started.
Okay. So in terms of the amount of questions that you asked 1 to 2 minutes upon arriving on scene, the number of questions you asked were limited, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in terms of Christopher Lowe's responses, did he just kind of answer your general question of what had just taken place?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit 69.
Any objection? No. Very well, thank you. I appreciate the professionalism. The document is, or the disc is, you may publish. It's submitted without objection. Thank you. That's 51, did you say?
69.
69. Boy, was I off. All right. Sure, as soon as you're ready. We'll go put them on.
Is it in this Travis Rudolph? Where down street? What city? Here. In the city. Yes. Okay, but you don't know the address? No, I'm not sure. Travis Rudolph's house? Yes. Yeah,
It happened down the street probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We were trying to get from there to the hospital. Get to the hospital.
Okay, did you pass the bridge?
Oh yeah, no, I can't tell you. So much shit is happening, my boy. I came like 5 minutes down the road. Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. You not there? That's our phone? No, I did not, bro. I did not.
Alright, they're saying that it's happened at Travis Rudolph's house. Can you look up that name and see what address is on file? Hey, come here. No, hey, come here. You should be Thank you here, bro. I just almost lost my life, bro. So, you was at somebody's house?
Yes. We came into his house, we pulled up to talk to him.
Okay.
And he came out wanting to fight.
Okay.
I was happy he came out trying to fight. We ended up running back to the car and started airing up the car.
We got the Guardians?
Guardians?
Yeah.
No, we're not Guardians. I was over here, North Lake.
You say North Lake?
No, I'm from
Lake Park. Okay.
Oh, what else? I don't know if you're.
I think we're still not sure on all of that yet. I don't know if Travis
I gotta get my eyes together. I'm so scared. I just want to call my phone.
You have ID on you?
I don't. I left it on my phone.
Were you the driver?
No.
Okay, what were you sitting there?
I was in the back.
You're in the back. This gonna get hit too? You shooting? You were shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. So you definitely Travis?
Yeah.
You know for the shooting?
Yeah.
And okay, so you guys were at Travis' house and he tried to fight you guys?
I came in to talk to him.
Okay, I went there and talked to him. Okay. From there saying that it happened in Lake Park. And one of them here saying that the shooter Travis Rudolph. Okay. So can you one of them saying that they went to his house to talk to him and then he came out for a shooting. Okay, correct? I don't understand. So you got like the Travis Rudolph's house to talk to him, right? Okay. The fucking guard, bro. The fucking guard. Okay. Listen, man. Thankfully you're here, bro. Thankfully you're here. And we're okay. We're glad that happened. Okay, but I need for us to figure all this out. I need to know what happened. Okay. So you got to Travis Rudolph's house to talk to.
Yes.
And then what happened from there?
He came out wanting to fight.
Okay.
Yes. He's already hostile now.
Okay. So we can buy a last altercation. Altercation happened between you guys?
Yes. He's already been verbally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what, he just started shooting?
We went to the house, we already know what time it was, so we ran to the car.
Okay, and then by the time you had to leave, you
I'm in the back seat, I'm just, like, this is some fucking movie.
Go ahead, man. Just make sure you're not hit, you're not hurt, or anything. Let me just look at you and check you out. Make sure you're not hit, because you know, adrenaline and all stuff.
I'm good.
That's first.
So much.
Okay. Yo, come here. I need your name, Ross.
I need Christopher Lowe.
Christopher Lowe? Alright, Christopher, stay here, man. Stay here.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
I understand. Hey, listen.
This is the craziest shit I've ever
Listen, yes. And listen, and I'm not blowing up your head. I've been shot at. All right. Okay, one way. Yeah, I know how scary that shit is. I know how scary that shit is, okay? So.
Oh my God, I'm still missing time.
Christopher Lowe, right? Yes. Lowe? Yeah. What's your middle name? Brian. Brian. And what's your date of birth? February 13th, 2000. I just text my mom about her, bro. That's it. I just feel like I love you. That's it. Oh yeah, that's fine. And what's your phone number? 561 377 8266. 8266? Yes. All right. What's your address, boss? 5045 Palm Hill Drive. Palm Hill Drive? Yeah. What's that at? West Palm Beach? Please, what's your boy's name? Yeah. I need your boy's name. What's your boy's name? Sebastian, you got to Sebastian what? Oh my God, bro, Sebastian? Yeah. Gene Jacquez. JACQUES. Yeah. You got that birth? Yeah. He just turned 21. He just turned 21? He just turned 21 Sunday. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, bro. Yo. Yeah. Oh my fucking God, bro. Fucking shit. Alright. Come on, I need you to stay. I was gonna give it going. Oh, okay. Yeah, just give it going. I need you. I can't have you talk. I can't have you talk. Yeah. I just can't have you talk. Oh my God. Okay. Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car, man? Come on. Why is he still in the car, man? That's it, man. This is nothing that you're not gonna know. Okay. So, yo. Look at me. I'm not here like. Is that something that you're not gonna figure out? Alright, it's not something that you're not gonna know. I believe what one of the passengers saying is that we started there and they were trying to track down. And when did you guys go to the hospital? I'm just asking. What? When did you guys go to St. Mary's Hospital? The car stopped working. The car stopped working? They needed to like for a year and get to St. Mary's, I'm not sure, but oh my God, bro. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Thank God. Oh my God. I said the car or something, bro, like, I don't even see it. Where they are. Alright. That's like, you said my well, after our great Cadillac, Yep, it's one of them car. Alright, I'm sure you don't have anything on you, okay? Good. I know, yeah, you're in the back seat, yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't know how I didn't get hit, bro. Yeah. God, so, yeah.
Do we stand it?
Now, Detective Etienne, at the end of that video, what were you doing with Mr. Christopher Lowe?
He just wanted to sit in the back of a police car, which I allowed him to do so.
Okay. And before you let him into the car, did you pat him down for any weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did you locate any weapons whatsoever?
No, sir.
Any firearms?
No, sir.
Any knives?
No, sir.
Any brass knuckles?
No, sir.
It is, but under the circumstances, I'll allow it.
Now, once kind of got Christopher Lowe in your car, do you take the information basically that we saw you gain through that interview and do you give it to the other detectives that are working on the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then in terms of your actual involvement in the case, were you asked to do anything else in relation to this investigation short of what we basically saw on that videotape?
No, sir.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross? All righty.
How you doing, ma'am?
Okay, is it Etienne?
Etienne?
Etienne, excuse me. You're assigned to the West Palm Beach Criminal Investigation Division, the GHOST unit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is GHOST unit?
It stands for Gang and Habitual Offender Suppression Team.
And basically, what is the purpose of that unit?
We do it all, but mainly narcotics, street, anything involving weapons, firearms, narcotics, anything violent we respond to. And then whatever problems we have throughout the city, we kind of handle it also.
As a member of that unit, given the nature of the call, were you called out specifically because it involved a crime of violence?
No, we weren't called out specifically. We just go to anything that involves any type of weapon, especially a shooting. We definitely go to that. But anytime it could be a domestic situation where somebody could have a weapon or something like that, we would go to it.
Okay.
So,
all right. You watched what was shown here right in court, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the time on that body cam appears to be at 4:33 in the morning. Did you see that, sir?
No, ma'am.
What time do you recall being there?
I got dispatched at 18 after midnight.
18 minutes after midnight.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time do you think you actually responded?
What time did I actually respond?
Yes.
The time that I put on the paper. 18 minutes after midnight.
That was the time that you actually got there.
Yeah. No, that's the time I started going there. As far as how long it took me to get there, I don't know.
Roughly. Do you have an idea?
Minutes.
Okay. And again, if this were to say 4:30 a.m., you would have no explanation as to why that is?
I don't know how the body cam operates as far as the time.
Okay. According to what you testified, the 911 call was made from the location of 4015 Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the call was not made while it was up in North Lake. Is that correct? North Lake Boulevard?
No.
The call wasn't made by the bridge that you spoke of or that was identified on this body cam. Is that correct?
No.
The call wasn't made when it was still on US 1. Is that correct?
No.
The call was actually made at the location of 40th and Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, there were several officers on scene prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
You asked at one point in that body cam, you said something along the lines of, was Travis Rudolph, I'm assuming, was he hit too? You remember that?
Yes.
Why did you ask these two men if Travis Rudolph was hit also?
I mean, that's something I always ask. I don't know because I didn't know what the incident, how the incident happened. Typically in a shooting, there could be there could be multiple shooters. It could be a gun battle. I don't know. So I just like to check on everybody, make sure like we don't have somebody somewhere else bleeding out that possibly needs medical attention.
Was there anything in your training experience and the demeanor of these two men that led you to believe that they could have also possibly had weapons, and that's why you asked if Travis Rudolph had been hit?
No, ma'am. It's just basic, just the basic stuff that I asked.
That's just in your normal course of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a time that one of them said something along the lines of Tyler's missing. We're still missing Tyler, is what he said. Did you ask him who this Tyler was?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't think I heard that.
It was right on your body cam.
Yes, it was on my body cam, but in the moment, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Did the other gentleman tell you anything about a Tyler Robinson being missing from the vehicle?
What other gentleman?
Okay, you only made contact with the one gentleman
Yes, ma'am. I only spoke to Mr. Lowe.
and never spoke with the other gentleman?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did any of the other law enforcement officers tell you anything that the other gentleman said without telling me what they said, if anything?
No, ma'am. Other than what was said by Officer Tavares while I was close by him, that it happened in Lake Park. Other than that, no, ma'am.
Okay. But after speaking with Mr. Lowe and after speaking with the other officers and your observations on scene, did you ever have an idea that there was another gentleman, Tyler Robinson, missing that was in this vehicle?
No, ma'am. I learned that later on.
After you had cleared the...
After everything was, yes.
Did any of this, did Mr. Lowe ever mention to you that Mr. Robinson had a gun?
That who?
Mr. Tyler Robinson, that he had a gun?
No, ma'am.
You also mentioned to them that they crossed a bridge. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was significant about that? Why did you ask him that?
To see what route they took to get down here. Because we have a bridge that separates our city and the city of Riviera Beach.
How long is that bridge roughly in length?
I don't know, ma'am.
And that's over the Port of Palm Beach, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if someone were coming from North Lake going down US 1 that later turns into Broadway, they would have had to have passed over that bridge, correct?
Coming to our city, yes.
And you also remember being asking him questions about why he didn't go to St. Mary's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you think that was odd?
The hospital was close by to where they came to a stop.
Actually, it was several blocks north of that.
North of it, yes, ma'am.
So they passed the hospital, right?
I don't know what route they took to get down here.
All right, well, assuming that they came from North Lake and they went down US 1 and then went down straight on Broadway, passing 45th, would they not have passed the hospital?
Depending on the route that they took. If they took Greenwood, then they would have passed the hospital. If they took Broadway, they would have to make right turns to get to the hospital.
Exactly. If you're on Broadway, you make a right down 45th and you would have been right there at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
There are hospital signs along that stretch of travel, is there not?
Along where?
Along Broadway and US 1 that said you can get to St. Mary's by 45th Street. Are there not signs?
I don't know that, ma'am.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect? Okay.
In April of 2021, how long had you been a West Palm Beach police officer?
April of 2021.
Yep. How long had you been an officer up to that point?
I got hired in 2017, so my math is right, 4 years.
Okay. And during that 4-year period, was your road patrol basically in the same type of area that you ended up responding to?
Yeah, most of it, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I guess it's up to 2023, about 6 years you've been a police officer?
Yes.
To this day, are you sure what those signs look like?
No, sir.
All right. And when you were talking with Mr. Christopher Lowe, did you ever ask him how familiar he was with the area that you were in?
Overruled.
No, sir. At one point, I remember asking him, why didn't he go to the hospital? And he told me that he's not familiar with the area. He's not from around there.
And in terms of the video that we saw, what was his response when you first asked him, well, why don't you go to the hospital?
Overruled.
Do you recall what his first response was when you said, hey, why don't you go to the hospital?
No, I don't. I honestly don't remember. Sorry.
But in terms of what he did say, it's on that video that you.
Yes, sir. It is. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, officer. No further questions.
All right, any reason why Detective Etienne can't go on about his day?
Sorry.
All right, thank you. Watch your step.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Stay
Detective.
safe. Now we're going to have the witness out of order? Yes. Okay, very well. And who is that?
Dr. John Maricini.
Okay.
Dr. John something. Or catch his name. I mean, what do we think about them? Of these, well, detectives and officers? Any thoughts? I'm genuinely interested to hear what you all think. Maybe you had some thoughts just now. George, Stacey, and Shelley, if you're back. Margot, you will with say and you Spider. What are we thinking? And whatever. Luna, are you around? Luna. Na. Lefty's playing golf, but he'll probably pop in later on. Not sure who else is here. Welcome, guys. Right, let's catch this guy's name. Dr. something.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Luna.
Good afternoon. Will you please say and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Dr. John, John Maricini, Maracccini.
Thank you, Dr. Maricini. All right. Do you want me to advise the jury that this witness is a defense witness being taken out of order simply to accommodate everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right, very well. So you just heard what I asked, and that's the scoop, folks. All right, you may inquire. Mr. Shiner.
Do me a favor, just spell your last name slowly for us.
Maracccini. Maricini.
All right, and your first name is John?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational history?
Sure. I graduated from Harvard Medical School in 1978. After that, I completed 5 years of postgraduate education at the University of Miami, the county hospital in Miami, and the Dade County Medical Examiner's Office. As a result of training and experience, I became board certified in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I've been an associate medical examiner in Dade County, associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County, deputy chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County, and chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County. I'm a member of local, state, and national physician and medical examiner associations. I've published 10 papers. And in addition to doing forensic consultations now, I also have a family practice.
All right, and what is a medical examiner that you just talked about? What is that?
A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist hired by the state, and that person performs autopsies and determines the cause and manner of death in accordance to a variety of Florida laws.
And how many years did you do that in Miami?
I was a medical examiner for 1 year in Miami and for approximately 10 years in Palm Beach County.
And you said at one point you were the chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County?
Correct.
What was your responsibilities as the chief medical examiner?
Well, besides doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death, I supervised other physicians who were associate medical examiners under me at that time.
And what is forensic pathology? You mentioned that word. What is that?
Forensic pathology is the study of changes in the body, in tissues, and in fluids that relate to certain types of deaths, deaths of certain manner. The manner could be a natural death, a suicide, an accident, or a homicide. These deaths are, required to be investigated under various statutes in Florida and classified under other statutes, both for medical examiners and in terms of vital statistics.
Okay, somebody used the term homicide as when you were a medical examiner. The term homicide, does that mean, what does that mean exactly, a homicide?
Homicide is
Seafood
is either the active killing of one person by another person, or it is by neglect causing the death of another at such a level that it becomes of criminal concern. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that a homicide is a criminal action per se. For instance, when a law enforcement officer, shoots someone in the line of duty and they die, that's not necessarily a prosecution or, quote, a murder, unquote. But homicides are those types of classes that have those types of cases that are classified in that way.
Okay, so whether someone, like a police officer acting in self-defense or not, if another human being kills another human being, that would be classified as a homicide?
Right. It's classified as a homicide for vital statistics purposes so that the state can sort out different types of deaths and keep track and trend.
All right. And now you said you have a family practice and a consulting practice?
Right. For about 20 hours a week, I am a forensic consultant, either do a private autopsy or review the paper product of other medical examiners, photographs, and different kinds of case informations so that I could provide an independent opinion, perhaps to the cause of manner of death, or alternatively, in the case of gunfire, for, direction of gunfire, and then certain other questions that would come up before the courts. And the other 20 hours a week, I have a family practice, which, I heal the sick and anyone above the age of 5 and below the age of 110 qualify. So,
okay. In terms of your consulting practice, how long have you been doing that approximately?
Well, I've actually been consulting since 1982, but I was consulting even when I was a full-time medical examiner in Palm Beach County. So it goes all the way back, beginning at the time that I was a fellow in forensic pathology in 1983 or so.
I'm sorry, go ahead, I interrupted you. Sorry.
So I've been doing it for decades.
What's a fellow in pathology? What's a fellow?
Well, fellow, you've heard of the term intern, resident, and fellow. Well, fellow is the next step up where you're doing a sub specialty of any particular field of medicine. In this particular case, forensic pathology is considered a subspecialty of pathology in general.
And when you were a medical examiner in Miami and Palm Beach County, were you hired by the state of Florida?
Yes. Originally, I'm indirectly hired. I'm a sub-appointee or appointee of the governor under those circumstances. But the actual hiring in the case where I was employed for instance, in Palm Beach, I was actually an independent contractor to the chief medical examiner for a number of years. And then I became an independent contractor to the county.
And as a consultant, you hired only by defense lawyers, or how does that work?
Well, as a consultant, I could be hired by, prosecution or the defense. Practically speaking, though, once I stopped being a full-time medical examiner, I'm mostly hired by defense attorneys. And then in civil cases, I could be hired by the plaintiff or the defense in roughly a 60-40 ratio.
Okay. Were you contacted by my office to give a possible opinion in this case?
Yes.
You recall when that was approximately?
I think it was around May or June of 2021.
And do you recall what you were tasked to do?
Well, first of all, to review in general the ballistic injury, and then to determine whether or not there was some evidence, specifically in this case, of whether, some finding might indicate the holding of a weapon by the decedent in this particular case.
Okay, so the injuries that you were tasked to look at, was that for the decedent or anybody else?
I was tasked to look at the injuries of the deceased.
All right, and did you receive a copy of what you believe was all the discovery that was sent to the defense?
Right. The discovery included everything the medical examiner did, including their photographs, both at the scene and at the time of autopsy, and their written reports, conclusions, and so forth. And I received police reports. I received copies of depositions. I received crime scene investigator reports and photography regarding this particular case. I looked at some ballistic reviews and analysis by the firearms examiner.
All right. And specifically, were you tasked with basically one question by the defense?
Well, the most important question, yes. What does a particular finding on a hand mean? And the hand in question is the hand of one deceased person.
Okay. And what were you asked to make an opinion about the hand?
Yeah, very specifically, I was asked if the posture of a hand might indicate that a firearm or other weapon was clutched by the hand on or about the time of death.
And I believe there's an objection to defense number 18. So 19.
All right. It's admitted then without objection.
May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, watch your step, doctor. You might want to use, you may. You're going to have to share. There you go. Thank you.
All right.
You can just back up so everybody can see you a little bit.
Sure. Most of the time we see a hand like this, it's a posture that we see in someone who's committed suicide with a handgun. But sometimes we can see this in homicide cases. So if an individual has been in the process where lactic acid builds up in the hand, like from a struggle or combat and things like that, the hand muscles can become very tight right after death. And this is a process of, accelerated rigor mortis, some people call it. But what it really means is that, the small muscles and the medium-sized muscles that are most used will, develop acid very quickly. And so people get what's in the military is referred to and otherwise referred to as like a death grip on a weapon. But it could be a lesser degree than that. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to remove the firearm. Now, conversely, if someone has not been in the middle of a significant use of the arm, like if someone just suddenly pulls a gun out of a drawer and shoots himself in the head, then, this process would not occur usually, and the gun would fall out of the hand, with recoil and so forth. So the point I'm trying to make is that we see two things. Number one, a posture is consistent with the holding of a firearm. And the other is that, because of the physical exertion that this individual was in based on the history that we know.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you see evidence and photographs from a medical examiner of injuries to this gentleman's knuckles?
Yes, he has bruises on the opposite side of his hand. So,
did you see all the pictures of this gentleman that the medical examiner's investigator took?
Right, I saw hundreds of pictures, some from the medical examiner and some from the crime scene.
Remember, he had bruises on both hands?
I know at least the right hand.
Okay. Please continue. What else do we see in this defense exhibit?
All right, so you see a couple things. Number one, you see this area here in the index finger that suggests of a trigger impression, but that's not nearly as important as what you begin to see here is a palmar surface of the hand has evidence of a little bit of bruising with some pattern to it. So, when we see this, we see that as further evidence of contact with the hand combined with the overall posture. We think of someone who was embracing a firearm on or about the time they were killed.
Now, did you see, you said you saw a lot of photographs. Obviously, they weren't all on poster boards. They were just probably 8x10s.
Well, I saw 8x10s and I saw some, actually digitally prepared photographs, so forth. I saw a lot of different photographs. Some of which were overexposed, but this actually shows, I think, one of the better images.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict in your mind what you described as the certain injuries to the hand?
It does at the C, correct?
Are you also familiar with firearms?
Yes.
Firearms?
Yes.
Been studying firearms since you've been a doctor?
Well, yes, but I've been shooting since I was 12 or so. But in addition to that, I had some training directly as a medical examiner with the firearms ID section in the Miami-Dade Police Department, and the cases I had as a medical examiner in Dade and Palm Beach County interface with law enforcement in the study and comparison of weapons, their injuries, and transfer information from a weapon to a hand, for instance, whether it be gunpowder if the firearm was fired, or a pattern of contact, and so on and so forth.
Okay, and do you have an opinion based on all your training and experience if the decedent's hand in the right hand in this photograph is consistent with holding a firearm prior to death or after death as well?
It's consistent with the embrace of firearm.
What was the last word before firearm?
Embrace of holding.
Embrace meaning holding.
Holding, yes. Gripping, holding, and
All right, thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. I'll take that from you.
This is really, really interesting. I'm loving this. You can see, if you don't look away, if you don't want to see it, his hand, look away. It's only his hand and the gun, so don't
You have
freak
an
out too
opportunity
much.
to view the photographs of what may have been in the car where the decedent was sitting.
yes.
Anything in that car whatsoever that's consistent with the injuries, in your opinion, that we see in this photograph here in front of us that would have caused those injuries?
Well, you're talking about the gripped posture and the markings that we talked about. Well, the gripped posture and the markings we talked about, one of the things we do is we look at the picture at the scene and says, well, is there some other object that would look like this or it could cause this? We consider, for instance, I think there was a cell phone at the scene. Oh, okay, maybe he was just holding a cell phone. So the cell phone at the scene, however, was located, I think, in a kind of like a pocket area of the door. And furthermore, there was no transfer of any blood or tissue onto the phone. And the phone looked like it was hit by, some kind of force consistent with gunfire. But at the end of the day, without the transfer of any blood or tissue to the phone, it would be hard to place that phone in that hand, creating that impression.
How about there was a pen in the car? Do you think a pen could have caused anything like we're seeing here?
Right. There were other objects. There was a pen there. There was a cell phone charging cord. There were a few other objects. So I looked at all the objects in the car. I said, well, what else we got? I didn't see anything else in there that would, be suggestive of this per se.
Okay.
Ms. Perlette.
That's okay. I have no further questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You siding on me. Thank you.
All right. Any cross?
Yeah, sure.
All righty.
Good question, Spider. I think it was his own gun. That's why they keep saying about he might have chucked it. They didn't look for
Doctor.
it. And
Good
all that.
afternoon.
Now, doctor, I believe you said that at a certain point in time when you left the medical examiner's office, started being a private consultant on matters like this, right?
Yes.
When was that? When did that begin?
Well, I mean, it overlapped. I was doing that even before I left the medical examiner's office for a number of years.
Let's
But-
talk about after you left the medical examiner's office.
Well, let's see. I was finally completely out of the medical examiner's office in 1999.
Okay. So from 1999, you started doing private consulting, right?
Well, I continued. As I mentioned, I had started that decades prior.
Okay. So post 1999, approximately how many cases have you worked on as a private forensic consultant?
Hundreds.
How many of those for the state of Florida?
Perhaps 3. The state of Florida, one time I was retained by the sheriff here in Palm Beach County to review a case.
Okay. So how many times was it then, doctor?
Well, if you include the sheriff or the state attorney in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County, let's call it 4.
Okay. Are you sure about 4? Could it be 3?
Well, with the state's attorneys, it's 3. Let's see. Prosecutor's office in Dade County, there's 1. Sheriff's office in Palm Beach County, there's one.
Who gives a fuck?
I mean, it's not that many.
Now let's talk about, since 1999, how many times have you been hired by defense counsel for purposes like this?
Let's see, let me do the math here. Well, several hundred times, I guess.
So 3 to 4 times you would say for the state since 1999?
Correct.
And hundreds of times for defense counsel?
Yes.
How many hundreds?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess, 15 or 20 cases per year times roughly 20 years, so 300, 400 perhaps.
Now, on direct examination, you mentioned that your ratio testifying for plaintiff and defense was 60-40. You remember testifying to that?
Right, in civil matters.
Civil matters. Did you give the ratio for criminal matters, state, versus how many times you testified for the defense?
Well, okay, retained by and testified.
My question was, Doctor, did you tell this jury what that ratio was?
No.
Okay. Now can you tell the jury what the ratio is for how many times you testified for criminal defense versus the state of Florida?
Okay, so retained by and testifying for are two different things, first of all. But retained by would be, 400 to 4. Testifying for would be considerably less. A lot of the times when defense attorneys retain me, I say I'm agreeing with the original medical examiner, so they never ask for my testimony. So there is a difference between retained by and testifying for in those cases.
Okay, so if we stick with retained by, the ratio is 100 to 1, wouldn't you say?
Correct.
Now give the ratio for how many times you come in and testify. How much different is it?
I'm not sure how many of those police cases or. Give me a second here.
At the end of the day, no gives a shit. If this is the best
One
they
was in
got,
San Diego. I can only recollect a couple cases where I actually testified for the state on brand new cases, but I've come back to court and testified to the state on older cases or cold cases, both here in Palm Beach County and in Dade County. So I do testify for the state. It's just that those are on the older cases that I was originally a medical examiner on. Or in the case in San Diego, there was a serial killer who started his actions in Palm Beach County and continued after moving to California. So, of course, I testified in that matter. But the vast majority of the time when I do testify, and let's call it round numbers, 4 times a year times 20 years, these are approximations. I've testified approximately 80 times for the defense, ballpark figure in open court.
Okay. And in terms of how many times you've testified for the state, not in relation to older cases you had to wrap up? Ever?
I'm trying to remember.
Take your time, sir.
Well, unless it's an older case, I wouldn't be testifying. So the answer is none.
Okay. So we can't even do a ratio with that one, right? The bottom denominator would be 0 when it comes to how many times you've testified for the state, right?
Well, I don't think you could divide by 0 mathematically, counsel, but.
That was my point. You can't make a ratio out of that, right?
Right.
All right. Now, in terms of your fee, how much do you charge to come in and, let's say, be consulted with first, not testify?
My expert fee has gone up gradually over time, but currently it's $600 per hour for criminal cases, private cases, not indigent for cost cases. So that ratio slides down. If it's, I've testified and worked for the Innocence Project at the University of Miami, and I've testified in indigent for cause cases with the JAC paying an expert witness fee. So for criminal cases, it'd be $350 an hour up to $600 an hour for privately retained cases.
So in relation to this case, what's the hourly rate you're charging?
$600.
And approximately how many hours have you worked on this case?
I'll give you a top of the head number of like 12 hours or something.
12?
Yeah, 12 to 14, somewhere in there.
So 70 grand.
Well, let me ask you this first. How much as you sit here right now, what's the total amount of money you've received to be here right now, including everything you consulted on and you sitting up in that chair right now?
I'm going to estimate it would be approximately 10,000.
Estimate?
Yep.
So you're not sure how much total you've been paid on this case?
Well, unless I go back to my individual invoices, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
How about you do that? Would that help you refresh your memory?
Sure.
Let's figure out exactly how much you've been paid to be here.
I don't have my invoices with me, counsel.
You knew we were coming to testify today, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so as you sit there now, you can't tell this jury exactly how much you've been paid by defense to be here, right?
I can reconstruct it if you want me to do that.
Please.
Let's see.
This is a load of fucking time. What the? Get out of here. This is ridiculous. Who cares? I think the jury would be like, what the fuck is going on? I wish the jury could stop this and go, Judge, we literally don't give a shit. We don't care. He's got to earn money somehow, so good luck to him. I hope he stays there for 2 hours. Sorry, I got to work it all out. Takes time. What a load of bullshit. And why would he bring his own invoices with him?
I think my invoices are 11,720.
11,000. Say that again, doctor.
11720.
So all told, coming up to today, you've been paid $11,720 to give your opinion that you just gave, right?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you remember giving a Zoom deposition back on November 4th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you sit here today, are you exactly sure of how many hours you've worked on this case?
No.
All right. If I showed you your deposition where we asked you at that time on November 4th, 2021, how many hours you had already spent at that point, do you think it would refresh your memory?
I got my depo right here. Just give me a page, counsel.
Yes, sir. May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Page, and you know what? Can I take a look at it? Because we've been having different transcripts.
Sure, go ahead.
He's used to it. This doctor's used to it. He's just like, whatever. I'm going to get paid at the end of the day. I don't give a shit.
We have to say. So if you could look on page 6 of your deposition, lines 12
I love that chart.
through 17, and when you had a chance to review that, if you could look up and let me know if that's refreshed your memory.
Okay. There I say 16 to 17 hours.
Okay. So back on November 4th, 2021, you had already worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Hold on. Let me check.
Oh.
I think there might be a difference between invoiced and hours worked.
Well, let me ask you this. In your depot, you'd agree with me that you said at that time you'd worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Correct.
But today's testimony was that you'd gotten it up to 12 or something like that, right?
Well, those are invoices. There's a difference between invoices and time spent on a case. So,
okay. So can you tell us right now how many hours you spent on this case?
Is this the best they got to attack? How much money he's going to be making? Is that it? I mean, sit down, counsel, if I say.
I think right now we're talking close to $12,000. Now, say 17 hours times 6 is 10,200. I just gave you a number for invoices of 11,720, and so that's where we're at with this particular case.
So actually, we're closer to 12,000 at this point, right?
Sure, why not?
Now, you said on direct examination that about 20 hours a week you do your family practice, right?
Correct.
And then the other, I guess, when we're talking about a 40-hour work week, the other 20 hours a week are doing what you're doing right now, right? A forensic consultant.
Right.
So would it be fair to say that at the time you got hired on this case, that half of your working days are taken up with consulting like you are now?
Sure.
All right. That's a pretty significant amount of your work day or your work week, right? That's taken up with private forensic consulting, right?
Sure.
A lot of money that goes into private consulting 20 hours a week, right?
Sure.
And you rely on that income coming from your private forensic consulting business, right?
Well, I mean, family practice doesn't make much money, so sure.
This does make a lot of money, right?
Well, it makes more than family practice.
Okay. How much more?
Well, he's getting paid whatever
I
happens.
mean, it's different on different years. I'm trying to figure out 21 and 22. I was working because of COVID. I was working half-time at the family practice office. So I would say in terms of raw numbers, income, 1/3 family practice, 2/3 forensic consultation.
And 2/3 forensic consultation. How much does it amount to over a year? Any given year, let's say 2021.
Are you asking me my personal income, counselor?
That comes from private forensic consulting. Yes, 2/3.
On what legal basis? Overruled. Solely for consultation.
Probably let me think. 160.
Could you afford to live without this private consulting aspect of your job?
Yes.
Would you have to live a little bit below the means you're living now if you did away with it?
Let's see. I'm trying to compare myself with your living. I guess I live probably better than you do, but if that's what you're trying to say.
But would it, you'd have to live a little bit less than your means if you took that 2/3 business out the window, right?
Not really. I don't spend the money I earn. I put it to retirement. I don't have a retirement fund like you do through the state.
You used to though, right?
No.
Not at all.
Never.
Medical examiner's office?
Nope.
Independent contractor, right?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this business with consulting, if you give an opinion that someone doesn't like, they're probably not going to hire you, right?
No, they hire me, but then they don't use my testimony in court.
Okay. And does your testimony in court come with payment? Do you get paid extra by doing that?
Well, sure.
Okay. So back to my question, in terms of if you give an opinion about a case that an attorney may not like, it's very likely that you won't get to this stage, right?
They probably will not list me as an expert witness for purposes of discovery.
So you won't be used at this part of the trial.
Probably not. I mean, depends if you cut a plea or not, counsel.
Now, in terms of this photo, you said it, your ultimate conclusion is it's consistent with a gun being there. Am I breaking that down basically?
Yes.
It's consistent with nothing in his hand?
I'm sorry, repeat.
That picture also consistent that nothing is in his hand?
Is it possible there's nothing in his hand and his hand just looks like that? Sure.
My question was, is it consistent, this photo, is this photo consistent with nothing being in his hand?
Yes.
Is this picture consistent with somebody that may have been grabbing onto a door handle and closing the door next to him?
You mean during the gunfire?
I'm saying, is this position of his hand consistent with moments before gripping onto a door handle? Yes or no?
Not while the bullets are flying through his door.
Why?
Because his arm would then be hit by gunfire.
So in terms of, are you saying that you reviewed the videos and where the door handle is, there's no space that someone could have been hanging onto and not been shot by a bullet?
I think you specifically said gripping the door handle, not anywhere.
Okay. So is the positioning of this hand also consistent with somebody that had been holding on to a door handle and then let go because they were shot?
You're talking about the door handle in this particular vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Why is that, doctor?
If you look at the dorsal aspect, this part of the hand here, the hand with the posture we talked about, it's hit. Well, you can see a bunch of small impact areas. That's consistent with other things, glass fragmentation at the time that the shooting occurred.
Is that the conclusion of your answer, doctor?
Yes.
Above that door, there's a passenger window, right? Next to this man's hand?
Right.
Do you remember if it was shot at all?
Well, there's fragmentation of other windows.
Do you recall if the front passenger window had any bullet holes in it?
Show it to me, counsel.
I'm asking you if you recall.
Do I recall? No, I don't.
So let's say that the passenger window didn't in fact have bullet fragments or anything like that. That's where that glass injury could come from because it would have been right above his hand as it's holding onto the door handle, right?
I'm confused. The door handle's below glass level.
Right. So glass can fall due to gravity, right?
All right, but we're talking about an intermediate target effect. If you want me to draw it on the board, I'll be glad to show you.
Intermediate target effect. Did you mention that on direct examination, doctor?
I don't think he asked me about that, counsel.
So that would be a no. You never mentioned that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So my question is, you had just mentioned glass fragmentation on, I guess, the top of his right hand. Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay. Isn't it possible that that glass injury on the top of his hand could have come from the window that was right next to him?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to my original question. Wouldn't this position of his hand, isn't this also consistent with somebody holding onto a door handle, pulling it closed, and then being shot, and it's staying in the same position?
Well, the door handle's below glass level. We're talking about glass driven at velocity. For instance, if you look at, do you want me to publish these?
I have no idea what he's looking at.
I have some images taken from the scene. If you want to go over it, I can explain the answer better.
Well, let's stick with my question for right now.
Sure.
My question is, this position of his hand, can you see it, doctor?
Yeah, I got it.
Can that also be consistent with somebody holding on to the door handle right next to him before being shot? Yes or no, doctor?
No.
And why is that?
Because glass driven at velocity has struck his hand. It is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's it.
Okay. How do you know how fast the glass was going?
Because of the minute fragmentation, the lack of cuboidal patterns to the glass.
Okay.
And I can illustrate it for you if you want, but we can get to it on redirect, I guess.
Okay. So in terms of the injuries on the top of his hand, the glass fragmentation, where does that come from in your opinion?
Bullets passing through glass.
Right. What bullets?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Saying that the damage on the top of his right hand came from bullets going through glass, right?
Yes.
Why is it that that glass that came through the passenger side window could not have struck his hand and caused that damage if it was sitting on the door handle? Can you explain to the jury how that is impossible to you?
Because my understanding is the door handle is below glass level, Counselor.
Okay. And what in your training and experience demonstrates in your review in this case that the glass couldn't have been shot down at an angle when it hit the window?
Because there's a similar fragmentation pattern of glass on the body of the deceased, as well as the hand. When in redirect, I'll show the jury what I mean.
Okay. So in terms of the answer to my question, the reason why his hand couldn't have been on the door handle is because of other glass injuries that you saw on his body. Is that what you're saying?
Of high velocity fragmentation effects of intermediate target impact in this particular case.
Is it consistent with him holding a cell phone, doctor?
Yes.
And going back, I think, to my original question, is it consistent with nothing being in his hand at all?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I hate this attorney because he doesn't speak into the mics either. There's 3 mics and he goes
Couple
to the left.
3 more things, doctor. In terms of you had a chance to review the autopsy report in this case, right?
Yes.
Dr. Osborne, that's the gentleman that did the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
Find anything wrong with his report?
Not about the ballistic wounds, no.
Find anything at all wrong with his report?
I think he said somewhere in his report that there were no marks on the hands.
Okay.
I'd have to, the palmar surface of the hands.
And if you could, may the doctor step down?
Yes. Watch your step, doctor.
When you talk about palmar, can you just point out on this?
You got to use the pointer so you don't block any of the jurors' view.
Could you just point out to the jury these palmar marks? Okay. What, if anything else, can cause those?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Answer for you right now. I'm just asking.
Use the microphone, Judge.
Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
Obviously, other things could cause marks on the hand.
Okay. Could it have been a pre-existing injury that he had?
Yes.
Could it have been during the fight?
Yes.
Could it have been a birthmark?
It didn't look like a birthmark, but
Could it be something else than a gun that left an impression inside of his hand?
yes.
And then in terms of how all of this went down, you have no idea whether this gentleman grabbed that door handle as he was being shot, right?
Well, I mean, when you said as he's being shot, I mean, he's being shot a number of times. I mean, all I know is there's an intermediate target effect on this hand, similar to what we see here and here and here, suggesting that the hand is above door handle height. So that's all I can tell you.
Now, in terms of saying that's all you can tell us, you don't know if he had a gun in his hand, right?
Correct.
You don't know if it was a cell phone, right?
Well, I mean, the cell phone at the scene did not have any blood spatter on it, but it could be another cell phone that disappeared from the scene, I guess.
In terms of the palm of his hand, was the palm of his hand bleeding at any point from what your review of the records was?
No.
Okay. So when you talk about this blood transfer, what blood would have transferred from his hand if it wasn't bleeding to the palm? That was in the body.
Well, he's getting impacts to his neck. He's getting impacts to other part of his body, but most particularly the shoulder and the neck. have, high velocity impact, which typically produces a spatter of very fine particles of blood, and that spatter can extend out a way. So, if I suppose it could be selfie length with this phone, but then, within a reasonable range, you'd get what's called a transfer of high velocity spatter, which I can illustrate for you on an easel, or I can just describe it.
In terms of having a cell phone in his hand and dropping it, you don't know which one of those bullets struck Sebastian Jean-Jacques first, right?
Correct.
Could have been the lower half that got struck first, right? Do you recall seeing injuries?
Sure, yeah. He's got buttock injuries. He's got other injuries down below. He's, and, a number of bullets strike him. So,
Okay. So if one of the lower extremities was struck first, and that's when he dropped the phone, there wouldn't have been blood splatter, right?
Sure, I guess that would work.
You can take your seat, doctor. Thank you very much. I'll grab that mic. Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Just for clarification with the jury, you're not here as a firearms expert, right?
I've been court qualified as a firearms wounding expert, so I can talk about a considerable number of topics as related to firearms.
But when it comes to this case, I think you said on direct examination, I think you even asked the question that the sole purpose of you coming here was to give an opinion about what was in this hand, right?
That is what defense counsel asked me to answer, and so I did.
And you did, right? You answered that question.
I answered it.
So again, just to be clear, firearms wounding expert is what you said. Are you an expert in firearms, how they operate, what different types of firearms there are? Did you go to school for that? Is that what you're here today as, a firearms expert?
Well, I think have I been court qualified on all those things? Yes, I have, with the exception of making ballistic comparisons, which I do not do. Ballistic comparisons would be tool marks. For instance, does the mark on the bullet match the rifling of a firearm? Or does the mark on the ejected casing match extractor marks? I don't do that.
So in terms of being able to match a casing to a gun.
Right, that I don't do. But I've been court qualified to testify as to the functioning of firearms, human factors, factors in self-wounding and wounding of others, the rapidity of firing of firearms, external ballistics, internal ballistics, wound ballistics as it relates to X-rays and other physical evidence, intermediate target effects, distant target effects, effects of tumbling, and a considerable number of other aspects of the effects of firearms on humans.
And despite all of that training, you weren't brought in here for that question, right? It was solely for this question.
Well, today, that's the way it is. Sure, why not?
No further questions, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Sit your ass down, Baldy. Let's get. Oh, this doctor's amazing. Best doctor in the world.
Yes, you may. All right, on redirect is what we're doing this with?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objection? Those pictures. I thought only 17 was. So now 16 and I guess 18 are being offered. Oh, well, 17 was already entered.
and 18, and the one that's in is number
Oh. What do you have? Is that what you have, 19? Okay.
It's just
16,
like, I think
17, and 18 then. All right.
the doctor's seen it all and just like, fuck it. The Murdoch
All
one
right.
with that woman, she just got so angry that anyone would question her. She lost the plot,
Photographs also, are they consistent with your opinion?
where this guy hasn't.
Yes.
I'm showing you number 16 so the record's clear. Right? That's consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Make the microphone. One more time. 16 is consistent with your opinion, doctor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered into evidence is defense number 17. Is that also consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
And photograph number 18 has been defense exhibit 18 entered into evidence. Is that consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
You've looked at the autopsy photos, you said, and all the photographs the medical examiner investigator took outside the car and inside the car, and the crime scene photos involving the car?
Yes.
Is there anything in that car whatsoever that is consistent with your opinion in number 19 that is consistent with a firearm? Anything else that it could be that you saw in that car that is consistent with the hand impression that we see on number 19?
Well, if it's possible, yes. I mean, but the problem is the lack of spatter on the phone and its physical location.
Why would
take
you
it
believe
out?
I'm sorry, why would you believe there'd be spatter? You say spatter, you mean blood?
Well, okay, so when you take gunfire, you get a bunch of very tiny particles coming out from the impacts of the gunfire. And these small spatters of blood can travel through the air. And if you have something in your hand, it could hit your hand and whatever's in your hand. What we saw down in the pocket of the door, which was a cell phone, didn't have any of that. So
Why would it have any of that in your opinion, sir?
why wouldn't it have any of that?
Why would it, or why?
Well, I mean, if it's in his hand and he's taking gunfire, then you would expect a transfer of spatter.
All right. Would it also matter possibly if that was not even his phone and he didn't have the passcode?
Well, it's beyond the scope. Passcodes and ownership of phones are beyond the scope of my testimony today.
Well, if you heard that was the testimony in this trial, would that make a difference? Possibly.
I give that as a jury question.
Okay. You're basically looking at from forensic standpoint. Is that what
I'm looking at wounds and I'm looking at, transfer evidence. I'm looking at ballistic material and effects. I'm looking at human postures. I'm looking at the geometry of a car. Where's the glass and where isn't the glass in relationship to a door handle? I'm looking at all those things we talked about. Irrespective of what you asked me to talk about, the prosecution opened the door to many other areas.
Sustained.
Well, in all your years' experience that you told us about, have you seen cases where guns have been disposed of by human beings so they wouldn't get caught with things? Have you seen people throw away guns hiding in police? How about when you were a medical examiner? Did you have similar issues when someone's hand may have been in a position similar to this and there was no gun present and you're trying to figure out where the gun is?
Sure.
All right. So what's intermediary target impact you were talking about? What is that? How do you explain that?
Well, if a bullet, for instance, passes through, this is plexi, but even specifically.
Use the mic so we can hear you. Sorry.
All right. So a bullet passing through glass not only makes a hole, it creates a pushing out of particles of the glass around the hole. And those particles of the glass are energized. They don't just fall flat down. They're actually forced through the air with and following the bullet itself. So these
Linda,
particles
Linda.
flying through the air can strike a person or an object. If it strikes a person, you could produce small abrasions or cuts on the surface of the skin. And this is called an intermediate target effect, because this is the intermediate target. And then you have a human being, of course, beyond that in these forensic cases. So the intermediate target effect helps to identify whether something was what was in position between the gun and the person receiving gunfire. So it could be glass. Sometimes you see drywall as your intermediate target. Sometimes you'll see some other object creating that kind of energizing of the destructed material and it flying through the air. So the intermediate target effect can give us a snapshot of what's going on. In this particular case, that same intermediate target effect striking the outside of the hand, you'll see it on the side of the neck, on the shoulder, and elsewhere in this particular individual. The take-home point is it's consistent. The whole theory of whether a door handle would be grasped and create this effect, the hand is going to be, at least at some point in time, exposed to the glass, just as the neck and the right shoulder were in this particular case. And the door handle is considerably below windowsill level.
So hypothetically, if the jury hears testimony that the decedent had a gun pointed directly through at the front windshield, would this photograph, defense number 19, and the other photographs be consistent with him previously holding the gun prior to death?
Yes.
And obviously you weren't there. You don't know if he really was holding a gun or not, do you?
Correct.
Anything else based on what you see in the photographs, the autopsy report? Well, let me backtrack. You said on direct it could be nothing. Why could it be nothing?
Well, nothing is always a possibility, But what we have, is a more likely than not impression that something is being held.
All right. So when you say it's a possibility, is it an unlikely possibility that there was nothing in his hand?
Yes, it's an unlikely possibility. There's nothing in his hand.
Right. Prior to death.
Correct.
Could somebody, let's hypothetically that number 19, the decedent had a gun in his hand, and the two guys that were in his car, is it possible they could physically remove it, or would the grip be so tight they couldn't get it out of his hand?
Well, you could possibly spring it out of his hand, depending on, if you're holding, I don't have a firearm here, fortunately, but if you're holding something, it depends how you remove it. I mean, you could slide it up and out, and the posture of the hand wouldn't be affected. But on the other hand, if you pull it this way, the posture, the grip might be broken. So yeah, I mean, it depends how you do these things, but.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that lactic acid's formed by physical activity like fighting.
Right. Lactic acid is a normal chemical that builds up in muscle as you exercise or do physical work or grappling or in combat. Any of those things will build up acid in your muscles. You've all experienced it. That's what makes your muscles hurt when you exercise. So, but after death, the drop in pH, the acidity from that stuff, causes the fibers of the muscle to lock up. And this is what creates rigor mortis, which can sometimes be almost instantaneous if you've been exerting yourself, as opposed to you dying, from a heart attack in the middle of the night and dead asleep. That's different.
And you said previously on direct, you mentioned something about military. You see this type of death grip with military. Can you explain that a little more?
Right. I mean, if you look at pictures from the battlefield, you will see individuals tightly gripping weapons in their hand. having so-called death grip on their hands. And that's because being in combat, they're exerting themselves and then they die suddenly. And, you know, the hand, the forearm, it's actually the grip muscles in the forearm become fixed and tight upon the weapon.
Okay. And if the weapon wasn't on the soldier's hand or in their hand, and you just saw the hand like that, would you think that would have been a cell phone or nothing? It's a coincidence?
Well, I mean, you judge things by the company they keep. I mean, you know, if you're in the middle of combat in Vietnam, it's unlikely they have a cell phone in their hand.
You asked questions about
Watch out.
how much you made.
About
When you were a medical examiner working for the state of Florida, did you get paid?
Yes.
When you have patients come in as a family practitioner, do you get paid or you do this
Of course. I mean, unless I'm working in the Good News Clinic or one of the volunteer things, but yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that there's many times you're retained, but that doesn't mean you're testifying. Tell us about that again. Explain that.
Well, I mean, I'm retained to give an honest opinion. And if that honest opinion doesn't help a defendant, then my honest opinion might be discarded. And they say, have a nice day, and no, we won't be calling you. I mean, that's the way it works. But that's just to make the point that my opinion is my opinion. If they decide not to use it, that's the way it is.
The prosecutor was saying you're dependent on your income, and do you change your opinion so you can make more money? Is that something you do or ever done?
Not necessary. I mean, more of the money is made in the consultation process than actually appearing in court. So, you know, and, you know, I just don't have to go out and search for new work. I mean, to make a long story short, or to look for extra hours where, you know, let's just say that I'm 68 years old. I've saved some money. And, you know, I'm not worried about what's going to happen to me tomorrow, even if I retire, which my wife wants me to do.
All right. And you mentioned something about invoiced hours could be different than the actual hours you work. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, the invoices usually lag behind the hours worked. I mean, you do the work, and when you get around to it, you write an invoice up.
You cut people break sometimes and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
I'm sorry, what?
You cut people a break sometimes, lawyers, and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
Yeah, sure, depending on the case and, you know, the general circumstances. I mean, I'm working for the Innocence Project and a case of University of Miami Law School, and, you know, I don't bill for every second.
All right. Thank you very much.
Redirect? I mean, sorry, recross, excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Just so we're clear, doctor. Is this rigor mortis?
Yes.
Rigor mortis, it would be very difficult to try to manipulate these fingers after the fact if it had already set in, right?
Well, there's resistance. I mean, rigor mortis comes in small, medium, and large. Sometimes the grip is so tight that you can't even remove an object, but other times it's simply stiffer than you would expect. In other words, you could have all extremes of a dead person. You could have a flaccid hand, or you could have a hand with some muscle tone in it post-mortem, or you could have a hand that's gripping so tightly that it takes great effort to remove an object in the hand. And you can break rigor mortis. You can physically push it aside. You can physically straighten out fingers that are curled and tight. So you get all different degrees from a locked in hand to just barely tighter than you would expect, but enough to maintain a posture after death.
So what level of rigor mortis?
I can't tell you without examining. All I know is it's a fixed posture. So?
You had a chance to review the reports from the crime scene investigators, right?
Stand in front of the fucking mic.
Had a chance to review from the medical examiner and their investigator, right?
Yes.
Did you happen to review any materials
It's
about how
old and
easy
fuck.
or how difficult it was to manipulate this man's fingers?
I don't recall.
You don't recall on that?
I don't recall on exactly how tight his hand was.
Okay, so on the issue that you were brought purely into court on, this, you're sitting here telling the jury you forgot what level of rigor mortis this was?
I would have to review. You asked me what's in the reports, and I'd have to review a report to tell you the answer.
Did you review those reports before you got up on that chair, doctor?
Weeks ago.
Okay. Do any prep before you got up on this chair today?
Sure.
Okay. So as you sit there now, you're telling this jury you can't say what stage of rigor mortis this is in, right?
I don't remember the term rigor mortis in the police reports.
Okay. Anything you've gleaned from the police reports, medical examiner, photos, anything like that, as you sit there today, can you say what stage of rigor mortis this is in?
No.
Just one moment.
All right.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any reason why Dr. Maricini can't go on about his day?
No, thank you for letting us.
All right, sure. Thank you, doctor. Watch your steps, stay safe. All right, you said we had one more witness today, right? Okay, who is that?
It's going to be CSI Grant. I don't know if this might be a good chance to ask if they need a break. We're not going to finish Grant's testimony.
He's a fucking kid of a prosecutor. There's never stand in front of a fucking mic. Come on.
How long do you expect on direct?
Judge, we have a ton of photos and all of this.
All right. Okay, well, I do want to at least get started with her. All right, so how long a break do you want, folks? 10? I mean, there's only 2 restaurants back there. All right, 10 minutes it is. It's basically 15. All right, 15. It's 4 o'clock. Be back 4:15, please.
Oh, I'm annoyed. That balding fuck is pissing me right off now. I mean, 1, shave your head, son. You know, why are you trying to save? 2, stand in front of a fucking mic. It's not hard. He's got 3 bloody mics. Just stand there. No, I'll stand in front of it. There's no fucking mics. Fucking prick. Anyway, how are we all? I hope you're all well. Right. The question I did not like, I think the prosecution have fucked themselves over here massively. If I was a juror, I'd be very annoyed with them right now. Defense are smashing it all over the place here. They're ragdolling the state. They killed the prosecution's case. He had a gun in his hand finger on the trigger. The hand position speaks volumes. Remember, a picture speaks 1,000 words. 100%. Don't try to discredit this guy. I said on Twitter just now, he's the best forensic expert I've seen. Don't know the level. Yeah, we don't need to know it. No. Don't try to discredit such a great way. Okay, he's got a job to do. Fine. The prosecution, to be fair, he's got a job to do. I'm just annoyed with his wig, or if that's his hair, I'm just a little bit annoyed with that. Just cut it off. It's not hard. Do you know what I mean? I'm probably getting a little, well, no, I still got hair there. Once I start balding, I'm cutting it off. 0. Oh, good on. Anyway, what are we discussing? What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. No, that wasn't it. Oh, yeah. We're talking about the gun, right? So the officer gave the defense a massive, I'm not sure what his name was, massive thumbs up earlier on when he said he couldn't see the car, or if they chucked anything out the car, he couldn't see it. So that was like, oh, bing, 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 hello. So now the defense can be like, well, I mean, the officer stated on oath that he didn't see them chuck anything out. He couldn't see it. So no one checked it. So there's so much like doubt around this, or probable doubt. They didn't search the areas for guns. They didn't search anywhere for guns before or afterwards. There's plenty of time for them to chuck the guns out of the window. The doctor's now said that he obviously. Oh, what's he eating? Mince. Doctor's now saying that his fingers were in a gun motion. Yes, it could be anything else, but pretty certain it's a gun, and no one can find it. And I love the sass he gave when the doctor's like, "Hey, it could be phone," and he's like, "Well, yeah, maybe phone that you can't find." That was sass. I love that. I love this doctor. Loved him. Um, yeah, zero. I mean, how do these guys sleep at night? I'm frustrated. I am pissed off. If I'm being honest, I'm pissed off right now. I'm glad Luna's back because Luna calms me down. When she's around, I'm calm. When she's drunk, though, fuck me, she's hard work. But she's only had 3 drinks, so it's fine. Um, Bug me was that only how long he droned on about money. Oh yeah. But I think it's just a case of them trying to get back because we can't see the jurors' reaction. Are they reacting to it? Going, whoa, he's been paid how much? 12,000. Most of them don't even know what $12,000 looks like. Probably, do you know what I mean? It's a lot of money. When you consider it. So to a lot of these people, that's a hell of a lot of money. Um, to standard, yeah. You calm me down because whenever you're around, like I just know, like I can just say one word or a couple of words, and I can embarrass you. So it's fine. I'm joking. I wouldn't ever embarrass you purposely. Anyway, I was only no having you around is always great when you're around here. It's even better when you start speaking a little bit more. So get a fourth whiskey down you. Then the stories will start spilling. Then we'll get the real Luna going here. Um, no, but thank you everybody. Hey, Amy, have you heard back from what was her name? Oh, I forget her name now. Kimberly. She never came back, did she? No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. I just feel bad sometimes because I just say it all the time. So, oh, thanks, Lou, as well for popping in. I know that you pop in and after work. I think Luna as well. Everyone here knows, I believe. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I used to do. That's what I used to do. So I've stopped doing that, and you can announce it from now on. That's fine. That's fine. Well, was there another one as well, Chloe or Emma or something like that? I'm sure someone popped in, but yeah, again, yeah. I mean, I could be making it up. I don't know, but it's all good though. It's all good. Um, just remember Facebook, the alternate corner. If you want to join, there's about 9 of us now, so please join. We haven't done much with it yet, but we will in the future. I think probably one of our next trials will start probably deliberating on that. And once we start deliberating on it, hopefully you can invite people you know that's into true crime, and we can get some good. I think some rooms you can go off into and discuss trials, like typing. I mean, not like I don't know, speaking all the time. I haven't got a clue. Um, you'd have to ask my expert Spider Girl and Mad World for that. I've no clue what's going on with Facebook. Amy is on Twitter. Yes, she is. She is on Twitter. Yeah, it's good that everyone follows each other. I love it when you do that, guys. Because that's when the community sort of starts. Then I'm not gonna name names, right? But somebody, somebody in this chat bought some merch earlier on, right, from my store. Even though I directed everybody saying only purchase from your own country, this person did purchase 2 things from the UK and 2 things from the US of A. So not gonna name them. Not gonna name them, but someone in this stream. So grateful, but I have to send a refund back. So please be careful what you select. Oh, love it. There we are. And Luna will be joining us on Facebook in a few weeks when she's reactivated her account. Um, just taking a break now. It's nice to take a break, isn't it, from social media now and again. I noticed that Nosy, what do you, oh, bloody hell. Not Nosy, oh, geez, I forget her name now. But anyway, I've not heard from Leah for a while. Leah's normally around. And also, I haven't heard from Brittany as well. Brit hasn't been around for, it seems like, over a month. People used to come in and stuff like that. Stacey, did we lose Shelley and Stacey? I think we lost them today, this afternoon. That's the trouble with lunch breaks. We lose everyone, unfortunately. Also, yeah, 1,266 watch hours away. Actually, it's less than that now. I think we were going to probably make about 50 hours today. So it should be close to 1,200 after this stream today, which is good. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. I just forget. I was like, Nosy. No, it's not Nosy. Notorious Shorty Biggs. That's it. She's back. I saw her today. I've not spoken to her or anything, but I know she's back. I think she probably took a break. You have to take a break sometimes. You know, I had COVID. Well, I don't want to say the name because apparently it triggers stuff. But I had the Rona, and I still on Twitter now and again, but it wasn't that much. And it was so nice. You just see how petty Twitter can be. Also, the poll results were interesting for me that only 3 people found me through Twitter. That was obviously Spider Girl, Mad World, and there was one other. I don't know who that person is. But that shows me that Twitter, I don't get any engagement on Twitter hardly. But then you got people like Amy and Luna, you know, Stacey, Shelley, Gio, Big Mike, Lou. You know, they all found just randomly. So yeah, no worries. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, for me, it's night now. It's 9:10 in the evening. Yes. It's the Alex Murdoch introduction. He did, but we found each other discussing it, and then I started, and then he came along, didn't he? But it's strange to me. It's only you and Spider Girl I know now in like this stream. That Rosie, obviously, as well. Um, but like Luna found me through the Eric Blonde video. Amy found me through just randomly searching for for this case. So yeah, it's thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. It does all help. The watch hours help. And I'm hoping to be close to under 1,200 tonight, if I can be. It does motivate me because it's like once you get closer to it, it's like, oh, once you get past 1,000, oh, hello, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? It's gonna be good. Um, and did you see if you're on Twitter, I put a poll out yesterday asking people, do they want me and Ms. Morgan to do a live stream about Brian Kohlberger? Well, what a bunch of arseholes, people saying no. Get a life. It doesn't affect anybody. Just, you know, I thought it was a bit of a fun thing just to promote me and Morgan. I think we won by 14 yeses and 10 nos. I was like, fucking sad bastards. But anyway, Morgan probably fucking pressed no herself because I don't think she's looking forward to it. I haven't told her yet. Cool, that's nice, Luna. Yeah, she'll notice who it is you anyway. I don't have to say what your actual Twitter handle is. So, Luna, you've not watched Married Bland, did you, for a while now? I've not seen many viewers on it lately. You've given up on it now. What's the next trial, guys? What's the kind of next trial after this? I hate law and crime, because they never say in advance what their structure is. I know you can't, but surely you can give a guess of what it looks like. Do you know what I mean? But no, apparently not. You can't. So yeah, I don't know if I've said if there's gaps, I will um, fill it with an old trial, but I'm not going to stream an old trial straight after each other. It's only for when there's gaps and stuff. This Thursday, by the way, between 4:30 and 5. Yeah, she probably did. No, if you know Morgan like I do now, she doesn't like. She needs a confidence boost. She's a very confident person, but to do a stream is hard. Like I would do a stream right now about Brian Kohlberger with zero research. Just make it up, not make it up, but talk shit about and just find it on the go. But Morgan's like, no, I need prep, I need prep, I need. So yeah, she's not spoken to me for a few days, so maybe um I'll tell her it was a yes, so we're doing it. But I'm serious though, you've not looked at Eric Bland ones for a while now. My numbers are staying the same. What's going on in there? Um, yeah, there's some. Even if Morgan did vote no for herself, there's still 9 other pricks that said no as well. It doesn't impact them one bit because they don't follow me, they don't watch me. So the worst thing about me is I just don't know what I'm talking about now because I said so many things now. I'd forgot my train of thought. Oh no, Thursday. You see, I got it back. Thursday between 4:30 and 5. Mad World knows already. Mad World and Spider Girl are going to be manning things here. So if you want to get away with stuff, don't do it between 4:30 and 5 because I have to go and pick my niece up. Um, no one could pick her up, so I have to go and get her from a childminder. So it'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour. I'll be away from stream. So watch out. Mad World's about and Spider Girl. Spider Girl doesn't know I'm stepping away. Rocky's Depot. Yeah, thing is, right? I'd be honest with you, Spider Girl. You should supposed to Rocky's Depot. Like I said, you can listen to Brian's commentary or fast forward. I don't know who Brian is. Um, yeah, and I don't know what you mean by all that. Is it important? Is it important to watch it? Is my question. Or do I just do a poll? Do I just do a poll? All right, Spider Girl, do me a favor, right? You're good like this. Oh, so it's pointless then. If it's not going to add to it, I don't think we do it. I know Lady Law said to do it, but if it's now I don't know what the hell you're on about. Right, what is my poll question? What do I ask in poll for Saturday? What is the question? Do we play Rocky interviews or not? Is it Rocky's depots? Do we play Rocky's depots or not? That's the question, isn't it? Yes, no. Oh, I thought you meant incredibly average, as in incredibly average. The depot was. Sorry, Jesus. Lefty, Lefty. I did give you a shout out this morning, but I think you left. You all right, buddy? How was golf? Or have you not been yet? No, you've been because it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been already. Hope you're well, my man. I just got all right. I could do this bloody pro. These girls have got me running ragged here. People think this is my channel. I mean, honestly, Mad World and Spider Girl, they're whipping my ass. If I don't do everything they tell me to do, Jesus, I'm in trouble. Right, poll. Hey, talking about golf, right? Lefty, Paige Spiranak. Yeah? You know who I'm on about? She's a good follow on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Do we just play it then? Shall we just play it? I'll play it in 1.2. I think it's all about 7 hours. So I might start it like 5 o'clock on Saturday then. Might just do that. Start at 5 o'clock, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because I'm pretty sure there's 7 or 8 hours of depot between Rocky and and Hurdy. Let's just play it. I mean, I'm just thinking of watch hours. Might as well do it. Yeah, hers is only 3 hours, 3 and a quarter, something like that. But I'm sure Rocky's is like 4 hours. Pretty sure that's what I got from you, but 4 hours. I'm trying to find it again now. Um, no, wrong one. Where is this motherfucker? Right. I need to speak close to the mic. I know people tell me all the time. Oh, no, wrong one. Right. Spider Girl. So, playlist. So Rocky is 1 hour 50, 1 hour 40. Well, say so 1, 2, 3.5, 3 and 3/4, right? Hurdy is 1, 2, 3, but 3 and a quarter. So 3, 6, it's exactly 7 hours. Exactly 7 hours, give or take a couple of minutes. So we're playing it all. We'll play it all. I might start at 6 because I can play at 1.25. I'm going to play it all at 1.25. That's what I'm going to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this now and you want to watch the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, we're doing it streaming every Saturday. As of this Saturday, we're doing the Rocky deposition and the Amber Heard deposition. It's a total of 7 hours, and we will be streaming it from 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock UK time, and 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. Should be rolling that out. Fucking hell, I'm brainy as fuck. Um, and we were playing at 1.25 speed. There we are. And if it's shit, I'm blaming you. Joking. So there we are. This is how we make decisions in my stream. I committed to doing this Amber Heard trial with Johnny Depp without thinking that I'm missing all the college football. But oh, lefty, 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 na 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 na. Now that's for Luna. Lefty, I'm thinking, right? I got an idea, right, of streaming Johnny Depp Amber Heard, right, every Saturday. But then the final game, the last game on a Saturday for college football, thinking of not streaming it, but like having commentary, watching it. I know you're into college football, and I don't know what games you'll be or anything like that. And I'm limited because I can only watch one game at a time. But uh, if you fancy jumping on stream with me and we do something, because I know you want to start doing something like that. If you wanted to have a practice for a little bit, more than welcome to jump on, my friend. Look, we're doing a counter now. Also, should we do a count? Should I throughout the day? Should I just take off It's no longer 1,266. Should I take it off as we go through the day or not? I did ask that question earlier on, but no one answered me. Or do I just leave it and update it every day? I want to get people involved in it and get a bit of excitement. Because once we're under 1,000, I think we're on our way. Also, be careful, everyone. Luna is on whiskey. She's on the 4th. Yeah, cool. I'll do that then. I'll do that. I'm not sure Lefty's here, but Lefty, I will message you or we'll chat about it to see if you're interested in doing something with that. Because I want to do something with college football because I'm obviously from the UK. I think it'll draw some people. I'm hoping that with the U bit is towards Spider Girl, hopefully. Because oh yeah, it is. That's fine then. Let me work out the total. Cool. Let's get our heads together. I'd love to do something with you. Luna's on the 5th whiskey. 5th whiskey. Oh my. When she drinks, she's got a potty mouth on her. And when she doesn't drink, she's got a potty mouth on her. So.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
CSI. CSU.
All right, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Julianne Brandt, Juliann, Brandt, BRANDT.
Oh, fuck. I didn't catch that.
Thank you. You may
I did not
inquire.
catch that at all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could
Someone
just
else.
introduce yourself to the members of the jury by saying what's your current occupation.
I'm a crime scene investigator for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been doing that?
With the department, 34 years, and crime scene, 22 years.
Now, what, if any, type of either specialized training or education do you need to get before you can even begin to start as a crime scene investigator?
Currently, or when I did it 100 years ago?
Let's start back in the day. I don't think it was 100.
Way back when, in 1999, when I was a fingerprint examiner, I started taking courses at the local community college, which is now Palm Beach State. And I took all of the crime scene courses they had available as they became available. But at that time, they did not have a degree crime scene program. So I tested out with all of the courses that I took. I just don't have a proper degree.
Okay. And then I think you said that you started actually in a crime scene investigation position. It was 22 years ago?
Yes.
Right? What does being a CSI or crime scene investigator entail in your experience?
Well, my duties as a crime scene investigator are to identify, document, collect, and preserve for future court presentation items of evidence.
Okay. And in the course of your career for those 22 years, do you get what's known as, continuing education to keep up to date on different, methods of crime scene investigation? And
sure, we get 40 hours a year.
Okay. And what types of topics are addressed in those 40 hours?
All manner of crimes, sex crimes, homicides, burglaries, robberies, and also reconstruction of shooting scenes, bloodstain pattern analysis, sex crimes against children, abuse, and photography techniques and processing techniques.
Okay. And so speaking of that, what are the different ways when you go to a crime scene you can start to, in your words, start to preserve evidence once you get there?
Well, hopefully the preservation is already done before I get there, by the first responding law enforcement officers who secure the scene, not only by their presence, but by putting up yellow barrier tape and red barrier tape. And then my first introduction into a scene is what I usually do is a walk around to see what I'm immediately dealing with, get briefed on the facts known thus far. And then I start my documentation.
So let's jump into this case. So on April 7th of 2021, were you a crime scene investigator with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you called out to a location in West Palm Beach at around 12:57 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what location you were called out to first initially in this case?
It was in the city of West Palm Beach on Broadway Avenue.
Okay. And are you notified in terms of what it's in regards to, what you're going there to do?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a shooting-related homicide with one person deceased in a vehicle at that location.
Okay. And do you recall who requested that you go down there and start doing your job at that location?
Well, my initial notification was through our communications division, who notified me, and then I was en route, notified by the on-call crime scene manager, Bronson.
Okay. And do you remember what time you approximately arrived at that location at
1:28 a.m.?
Okay. Was there any, or if you can remember, are there any other crime scene investigators that assist you or came with you to assist with the many different things you had to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
And Manager Bronson was on scene at the Broadway location, and CSI Ali was dispatched to the town of Lake Park to process a location where some casings had been located.
Does she have a different name now, Miss Ali, if you're aware?
Yeah, it was Odinger, and now her married name is Ali.
Okay. So the first location that you respond to is that location at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get there, do you get that debriefing that you discussed from the officers that are on the scene at the time?
We met with Sergeant Shea, who was the sergeant for our homicide unit. He was on scene, and he briefed us.
Okay. And then after that briefing, do you start, and when it comes to this case, did you start beginning your documentation process?
Yes.
Okay. How do you begin your documentation process when it comes to this case?
Video recording the scene.
Okay. What's the purpose of video recording the scene?
It's just to memorialize it as is before things are started to be moved around.
Okay. And did you conduct a kind of walk around crime scene video in this case on 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize that if you saw it?
Yes.
And Judge, for right now, what I'd like to do, just to make sure we don't forget, I believe it's by stipulation, the state would be seeking to admit states 3, 4, and 7 into evidence.
All right, identify them for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 3 is the Sig Sauer rifle.
Sig Sauer rifle. Yeah.
Exhibit 4 is the Herstal pistol.
All right.
And number 7 is Tyler Robinson's Taurus firearm.
All right. And there's no objection, correct?
No objection to that, and all these
Okay, but those haven't been identified yet, so we'll deal with those 3 first. All right, they're admitted. The 3 firearms are admitted without objection.
All right. We'll talk about those a little bit later. But for now, Judge, state would seek permission to publish States 58, which is the crime scene video at 40th and Broadway.
All right. How long is that approximately? Okay.
Would be helpful if I dim the lights, do you think?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry?
9 minutes.
9, thank you. All right.
Does this look familiar, CSI Brand?
Yes,
Is that the start of your kind of walkthrough of that initial scene?
it is.
And she's also probably passed out right now. She's on like 7th or 8th whiskey. She's probably on the floor somewhere. But no, Spider, she's a lovely, 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 lovely girl. You'd all love her. She's got a great sense of humor, but she's weird as fuck. But that's why I love her so much. She's great. She needs to interact more. She could be a bit quiet on streams, but yeah. But I think everyone starts off quiet on streams, don't they? Unless you're lefty. And Spider Girl's coming on stream Saturday, but mic only. We'll eventually turn that into a cam as well, but you know. What I was saying is that I was saying everyone starts off shy. Not everyone's got the confidence to come into a stream and just start speaking, as in typing in chat and stuff. But like, you have to be a certain type of person, ballsy type of person to do that. Like Amy did it, for instance. You would do it. Oh, yes, she is. She's got big. No, I won't sing it. I won't sing it. All good stuff, Luna. All good stuff. You know we love you. That's the way we want you, though, Lefty. That's the way. That's why we like having you around. I currently, Lou, I'm the only Welsh one here. Everyone else is American, except for Mad Welsh, who's from Belfast, and yourself from Dorset. So we usually have a couple of other people from Wales, but no, everyone else is um, American. Mixture from Minneapolis, Pennsylvania, Florida, everywhere. American, there we are, Yankee. Right, I don't even know how that is possible, Lou. The twin sisters, American citizen, but I'm English. What is that through marriage? Because how is that even possible? Or does she live out there working wise or something like that? That's yeah. Sometimes she does, yes. She's obviously not been for a while now, but she used to, yes. But yeah, I've not seen her around for quite a long time. She's Oregon, Washington, Seattle Seahawks. Luna is. I can speak now because fucking we're not hearing anything. So yeah, she's a Seahawk. Yeah, it's just how is she American and Lou is not American? That's why I just think it's marriage or through work or something. But yeah, the majority of my viewers, Lou, are American, and majority of them are women as well. Just for a little tidbit for you. West Coast, Northeast, and South, yeah. And we got a lefty. We still have Big Mike, and he was from Texas, but he's disappeared. We have quite a few from Minneapolis. Shannon, Lefty, Melissa. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But don't you have to have special visas for that? Like show that you worked in America and stuff before you can take that exam. Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, we got about 3 from there. Oh, and another regular is Rosie, but she's from London. But she's not here for this trial. Yeah, now, but she was in Minneapolis. I think she's born and bred in Minneapolis, but now she lives in Iowa. Is my understanding. You were born and bred in England. Yeah, there's a couple of Welsh, like Carraway and stuff's Welsh, but he's got a week off work, so he's not here. He's with his family. But yeah, I'm doing this on my own anyway, so I'll do it in Welsh if people want me to. So I can imagine the process. There we are. That's why. Fine. I was going to say, how the fuck's that work? But you've told
Now,
us.
CSI Brandt, once you take this kind of overview of the scene, what's your next step in terms of processing it, the crime scene?
Then I would take digital photographs of the scene.
Why take a video and then also individual photographs?
A video is one clear capture of something. And with the photographs, you're going to have to piecemeal them back together. So, photograph of this here and then over here. So instead of showing someone 50 photographs, if you show them individually, you should have a video that encompasses everything all at once.
Got it. So in terms of the number of photographs taken, do you take an awful lot of photographs depending on the scene?
I do.
Okay. Do you sometimes take what looks like the same exact photograph twice?
Yeah, sometimes 3 times because we start at overall, then we move to mid-range, and then we move to close-up.
Okay. Are there also times where maybe the photo just doesn't come out and it's blurry?
Yes.
Okay. So is the reason that you take multiple kind of angles is to, as best you can, preserve what you're seeing when you're seeing it?
Yes.
And so you said after you took this video, you started taking individual photographs of that scene at 4015 on Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize those photographs if I showed them to you?
Yes.
Judge, I believe it's by stipulation. State's going to be now asking to admit exhibit 53 as a composite exhibit.
5-3?
Yes, sir.
All right, looks like there's 40 or 50 photographs there.
About, there's quite a number, Judge.
I'll
Some
say
of them will be
anything about
very quick.
words.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right.
Composite letter starts with A and ends with triple S, Judge.
Triple S?
Triple S.
Okay, so it's more than 50. All right, very well. Admitted without objection, right? Okay, very well. Thank you.
Publish it?
Yes, sir.
So we're just going to go right down the list, starting with A. And let me know.
You tell me, ladies and gentlemen, do you want the lights dimmed or no? No? Okay.
So what are we looking at here? CSI Bank.
This is the exterior east face of the business, reflecting the numerical address.
And when you arrived on scene, was that crime scene tape already up?
Yes.
Showing you B. What are we looking at here?
That's more overall of this scene. It's a little bit further back outside the red tape. So the beginning of the yellow barrier tape or the exterior perimeter of the scene.
And what, if anything, is behind this police car to the left?
That's the red Cadillac.
Say again?
The Cadillac.
Show you C. What are we looking at here?
This is the same property, but it's further to the south edge of that property where the Cadillac was located.
Do you know what this building was back here?
Just the appearance, in my opinion, the appearance that maybe was a former gas station because they had the building and then separate what looked like could have been a gas pump area in front of it.
And then what about what's behind the Cadillac here in the background? Do you know
It looks like an RV to me, but the area was locked and secured with chain link fencing. It was illuminated by some exterior lighting, but I couldn't access that area.
So this right here, is that the fencing you're talking about, the chain link fencing blocking it off?
That's correct.
Show you D. What are we looking at here?
This is more the main or primary building, and it's just two bay doors that were on the south side of where that numerical address was in the first photograph.
And when you got there, this business was not operating.
That's correct.
And then E.
This attorney is pissing me off.
It's just more parking stops.
And is it to the west of the Cadillac? Right?
He's speaking from a fucking
Yes.
mic. I don't know what he's asking for.
What's in this photograph?
This is the back of the Cadillac.
Go to G. What are we looking at? State's exhibit G.
This is the rear window of the Cadillac with a defect.
And what's he asking her?
Tell the jury what that term is used for in your business.
A defect can be anything. It be a tear, puncture wound, but in this instance, all the defects that I refer to would more than likely be bullet holes.
And when you say this, it's if you're referring to defects on this particular.
Correct.
We take a look at H. What are we looking at?
It's the same area, just a closer up view of that defect.
So when it comes to the rear of the car, the rear of the vehicle, how many bullet hole defects did you notice, at least when you first were inspecting the vehicle?
Just one.
This is I. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior driver's side of the Cadillac.
If we look at J, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the driver's door of the Cadillac.
And on the interior driver's side door, are there defects near the window?
Yes, in the window, in the door panel.
K. What are we looking at here?
These are a closer view of the interior of that driver's door showing the defects.
And in terms of the driver's side window, do you recall numerically, how many defects you found in that window itself?
Later, I'll have to look at my report when we took it back to the garage and everything was labeled. But totally, I found 30 exterior defects and 53 interior defects. But I can't right now. I can't, without looking at my report, I can't quantify exactly how many were in there.
On the front driver's side.
On the driver's door.
Now, these locations down kind of near the bottom left, here and here, are those bullet hole defects?
Yes.
And then just showing the L. What are we looking at here?
That's where the interior, where that vertical bar is. That would be one of the pillars on the interior of the door.
So if we pull back, is there a pillar going right along here?
Yes.
And in terms of states L, that's the pillar right there?
Yes.
And that's a bullet hole defect as well, right?
It is.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in states M, as in Mary?
This is an overall view of the interior driver's side of the Cadillac, and it has a partial view of the right front passenger quadrant as well.
Now, in terms of the driver's side of the vehicle in the front, when you're taking these pictures, did you locate any type of firearm in the front part of this car?
No.
Did you locate any type of ammunition in the driver's side of this vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any type of shell casing spent in this area?
No.
Show you states N as in Nancy. What are we looking at here?
This is the driver's floorboard, and there's a pen laying on the floor.
Is that the only item that you were able to find when searching this vehicle in terms of the front driver's side?
Yes.
And this is states O. What are we looking at here?
This is the center area, or where the center console is located between the driver and right front passenger seats.
And in terms of this middle area, did you locate any type of firearms in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Any type of ammunition in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Any type of spent shell casings in that area?
No.
I'll show you states P as in Peter. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of the decedent's face.
And what, if anything, do you see kind of on the headrest here to the right?
They're blood-like stains.
Now, whenever you notice blood, is there an abbreviation for that?
BLS.
Anytime that you notice BLS or blood-like stains, do you also try to notate that and capture it as best you can?
Yes.
Show you states Q. And tell me what we're looking at here.
That's the decedent's right front, his right hand, which is resting on his lap, palm up.
States R. This is just a backed up view of that same kind of picture.
Correct.
Can you tell us what this white line is going up to his left leg right there?
It's a USB cord.
Do you know what, if anything, it charges based on?
To me, it looked like it was to a cell phone.
States S, as in Sam. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior side of the driver's door.
Now, in relation to these defects here on the window, I'm going to show states T. Based on your training and experience, were you able to tell whether these defects were caused by bullets going into the car or bullets coming out of the car?
These appear to me to be,
Lack of expertise, I like the word on the witness.
All right, you'll get some voir dire on that. Go ahead.
You have no training in ballistics, do you?
no, sir.
And you have no courses and no education whatsoever in terms of telling what a bullet entering a glass, coming out of a glass, other than practical experience. You don't have any education on that, do you, ma'am?
Yes, I have some shooting reconstruction courses.
All right, and are you certified in reconstruction?
I am not.
Have you ever testified as an expert in certified reconstruction?
I have not.
And would you agree that you don't have the proper training and education to determine to a reasonable degree and scientific certainty if a bullet goes in or out of a vehicle?
I would agree.
That's all I have on that, Judge. Same objection.
Sustained.
Two states U, what are we looking at here?
This is the front of the Cadillac.
Sticking with the front, this is going to be states V. What are we looking at here?
This is the housing for the right front headlight that has a defect in it.
Can you tell if this defect was from a bullet or something else?
At that time, I couldn't tell.
Would there come a later point in time where you got more information to be able to tell what caused?
I believe later when we were processing the vehicle, I was able to get a closer view inside the housing, and there was a single defect similar to the others that were in the vehicle that were round.
States W. What are we looking at here?
This is the front quadrant showing some dark brown stains that appear to be leaking onto the ground from the engine compartment of the Cadillac.
And kind of near the bottom middle, there's a little black piece jutting out. Do you know what that was?
No, I don't know if it was from the fairing from underneath the front grille or not.
Okay. States X. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior passenger side of the Cadillac.
And are there defects in the rear passenger side window?
Yes.
States Y. What are we looking at here?
This is the right front tire, which is flat.
Let's look at states Z. Zebra. What are we looking at here?
This is the undercarriage of the vehicle, just showing more of the dark brown stains that were coming from the engine compartment.
When you say the dark brown stains, you're talking about this area right here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Now, to me, it looked like the consistency of oil, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. Because did you do like any type of testing on that chemical substance below the car?
No.
Did it smell like oil?
Yes.
I'll show you one more of that. This is AA. What are we looking at there?
This is a continuation of that leaking fluid, which ran the length of the passenger quadrants, front and rear, under the vehicle.
On to BB. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the vehicle, and it shows this is the right front passenger door, and it shows defects in the window and below the window in the door itself, as well as the side view mirror.
So in terms of this side, the passenger side, all of these markings in your training and experience are bullet hole defects, correct?
Yes, that's what they appear to me to be.
Show you CC. Is this just a close-up of the door portion of that side?
Yes.
Show you DD as in dog. This one might be a little bit hard to make out. Is this with that door kind of opened up where you can see the crease going forward?
Yes.
And those are close-ups of the defects right there. Correct?
Yes.
This is EE. What are we looking at here?
This is the passenger side view mirror.
Did you notice any defects with regards to the passenger side?
Yes.
What type of defects were on the passenger side?
Defect on the housing and the mirror itself was broken.
This is FF. Is that same mirror, just the mirror side of it?
Yes.
And where on this did you notice any defects on the mirror?
On the upper left of this photograph.
This is GG. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior view of the right front passenger window.
And at least when we look at this right here, is that your flash bulb or is that a defect right there?
That would be the reflection of my flash.
So in terms of the passenger side window, how many defects are in that window alone?
At least 6.
States HH. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac with the door open, and you can see like from the waist down of the decedent in the seat.
Are there any defects you can notice along this part of the door from this perspective?
Yes, on the exterior leading edge of the door, there were defects.
This is II. Are those the exterior defects on that door that you were discussing?
They are.
And again, are those defects consistent with bullets?
No.
Yes.
This is JJ.
I should be, because we can't hear this fucking attorney. So, do you reckon he's cocky?
It's another
Because-
defect in the leading edge of that same right front passenger door.
Do you think he's just cocky and stuff like that? Because maybe he's got a small
This is
dick.
the interior view of the right front passenger door, showing defects in the interior side of the window as well as the door panel below.
Like small dick
From the
syndrome.
outside, we had seen bullet defects kind of in this door. Were you able to see where some of those bullets were able to penetrate into the car once you did a later inspection?
You can see in the photographs on the scene that there were holes in the door panel itself, defects, holes.
He's arrogant though.
Example states LL.
That's why I'm thinking he's arrogant. Maybe got a big car, small dick.
That's the interior
Oh,
door
really?
panel itself, and it reflects some of the defects that were observed, as well as a phone in the door pocket.
So right down here is a cell phone.
Yes.
You love booty.
I can't tell from this. It may be a defect. I can't tell from my vantage point.
What about right here?
That's defect.
What about right here?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
Zoom in a little bit. States MM. Is this just a more
Would mind.
close-up version of the door panel we were just looking
Oh,
at?
Yeah, and it includes the lower portion of the door panel, like below the door pocket where the phone was another defect.
And that's right here?
Yes.
This is NN is Nancy.
The judge is switched off. Everyone's switched off.
This
There's
is
no one
the
who these
door
guys are
jamb of the
alive.
right front passenger quadrant.
Did you notice any defects along this area?
I didn't, but there was some material that may have been fragments from the projectiles. Initially thought to be the possible projectiles are fragmented, but actually turned out to be plastic from the breaking of the interior door panel when the projectiles went through it.
This is OO. What are we looking at here?
This is a side view of the decedent sitting in the right front passenger seat.
Now, in terms of this area of the car, the front passenger side, did you locate any firearms in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any ammunition in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any spent bullet casings in that area of the vehicle?
No.
PP. What are we looking at here?
This is the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac, and this is reflecting the decedent's lap area on down his legs and his feet and where they rested, as well as his right hand.
What, if anything, did you locate down in the floorboard of the passenger side?
This is his sneakers, which he was wearing.
Are you aware of what this white piece is right here?
I'll have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
As of right now, do you know what that part is?
I don't recall.
This is QQ. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is the decedent's right hand, which was resting on his lap.
Down at the bottom here, what's that? Again, that little white thing sticking out right there?
That's part of the white cable, that USB cord that was coming out of the center dash, the center console area.
Now, do you know what these specks are on his hand? These kind of white specks that you can see on the hand?
The white specks, I don't know. I can guess that they may be pits.
Sustained.
Are you sure? Do you have any idea what those white specks are?
I do not.
Now, in terms of the top of the photograph, do you see this kind of copperish item up here?
Yes.
What was that?
That was a copper fragment
Copper fragment.
from a bullet.
This is RR.
Happy days, Lou.
This is just a close-up of that copper fragment of the bullet.
Yes.
This is SS. What are we looking at here?
This is a wound at the decedent's right shoulder.
TT. What are we looking at now?
This is the exterior of the right rear passenger window and door, showing defects.
And if you can recall, how many defects did you see in the window portion?
Initially 3 on scene, the window itself. But as we moved forward, we saw more in the metal frame and pillars of the door itself, above the window and to the left of the window.
Looking at UU, what are we looking at right here?
That's a defect in the pillar, the center pillar between the right front passenger door and the right rear passenger door.
Looking at DV, is it Victor? What are we looking at here?
And these are an exterior view of the 3 defects that were in the right rear passenger door window.
I think it'll be close to 6 tonight because it didn't start till 10 this morning.
And then show you WW.
So we won't.
What are we looking at right
Hopefully, we get this done.
This
and
is
across
to the
tomorrow.
left of the right rear passenger door window, and it shows a defect towards the top in the C pillar.
Looking at XX. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior view of the right rear passenger door.
To YY. What about this one?
This is interior view with the right rear passenger door open.
That same door?
Yes.
ZZ. What do we have here?
This is an interior view and some additional defects that we observed on the interior of the center pillar between the right front and right rear passenger doors.
In terms of those 2 defects you just mentioned, would those be the ones on the left side here and here?
Yes.
This is AAA, almost there. What are we looking at here?
This is the same open quadrant for the right rear passenger section. Now it shows the seat and the interior floorboard and part of the decedent's hair.
Now, in terms of the back seat of the vehicle, anywhere either on the right side or the left side, did you find any firearms in the back seat of this vehicle?
No.
On the floor?
No.
Did you find any ammunition on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
This is triple B. Can you see, you make out what this one is?
Yeah, it's a copper colored metal fragment, which would be from jacketing for a projectile. And that was laying on the floor of the door jamb for the right rear passenger quadrant.
And is that similar to the copper fragment that we saw on the deceased leg earlier?
Yes.
Triple C, what are you looking at here?
This is the back of the right front passenger seat. That's the decedent's hair, and it, to the left of which is the headrest.
Zoom in on the headrest. Triple D, what are we looking at here?
There's some blood-like stains on the back of the headrest, and there's also defects in the headrest itself.
Is this the area you're talking about, defects to the headrest?
Yes.
And then I guess to the left, near the bottom, this kind of red streak going across, is that the blood-like stain you mentioned?
Yes.
Triple E. What are we looking at here?
This is the right rear passenger seat. Shows a water bottle and some broken glass fragments on the seat itself.
This right here, that's broken glass?
Yes.
Triple F. What are we looking at here?
The photograph of the rear passenger area, the center rear passenger area, and the interior of the left rear passenger quadrant.
Now, in terms of underneath the driver's seat and the passenger seat, do you look underneath that to see if you can find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value below either seat?
No.
Did you find any firearm beneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any ammunition underneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings underneath either seat?
No.
This is triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is the floor area of the left rear passenger quadrant.
And that's just a water bottle down at the bottom?
Yes.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
This is a shadowed photograph of the headrest area of the driver's seat.
Speaking of the driver's seat, you recognize this?
Just can't see anything, like not properly.
Yes, this is the right side of the driver's seat.
Quite annoying. Oh fuck.
Yes.
That's annoying as well. Just knocked that.
3.
This one of them?
Yes.
The volume was right down. What do you want
Yes.
to tell me?
There's actually 2 at the top. Those are 2 defects.
So this is 1 and 2 defects?
Yes.
And that's the
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the attorney, get your mic?
tell which door we're looking at here.
The judge is like enough. He's just like,
This looks the interior of the. This should be the interior of the left rear passenger seat.
This is triple K. What are we looking at right here?
This is a close-up of the door panel and the controls on that door panel.
Do you know what this material is here? I guess kind of the whitest material above where the switches are.
Well, there were broken pieces of glass, clear glass, throughout the vehicle, and I don't know what that is for sure. It's similar in appearance.
yes.
And I don't know if you can see it in this.
Agreed, Spider Girl.
What's right here?
There must be a deal in place.
I can't see. I don't know if that's part of the control mechanism. I can't see if that's a defect. I'm not sure.
Take it civil. Fuck up. And take these prosecutors. And the fucking
No,
judge.
actually, we thought it was could have been evidentiary, but when we collected it, it's a dried dead bug.
A dry deck bug?
Yeah.
So in terms of to show the difference, I guess, between those copper ones and this, when they take a look at triple K, this thing right here is not one of those copper fragments.
Right. Sometimes you know to actually pick it up. That was similar with other evidence that was found outside. We thought it was silver metal, and it was actually silver plastic from the part of the door panel breaking apart.
So for triple L, is that just a close up of what we were just talking about?
Yes, pre-identification of the dead bug.
Now I'm going to show you triple N. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the cell phone that was in the right front passenger door panel pocket.
N. What is this?
This is the backside of the case that phone was in.
Triple O. What about this one?
And this is the flip side of the phone and the case.
Now, did you notice any type of damage to either the case I just showed you in triple N, or obviously this image that we have up right now?
Yes, the back of the case was shattered.
Do you know why it was shattered?
No. Given the circumstance of the condition of the door panel and door panel pocket with defects in the immediate area, it may have been caused by a projectile.
Triple P. Is this just a close-up of the damage to the outer phone?
It is.
Now, in terms of
I think this is the judge's last ever trial as well, I think.
No. No.
Show you triple Q. What are we looking at here?
This is a set of keys that was discovered, removed, and collected from the decedent's right front pants pocket.
Now, is that part of your crime scene investigation procedure that when you have a deceased like this and they're wearing anything in the pockets that you go through to see what, if anything, is in those pockets and document it?
Yes.
And so, in terms of this set of car keys, which pocket did you say it was in?
Right front.
Was there anything else?
No.
This is triple R. Just tell us what we're looking at here.
This is when I'm preparing the vehicle to be towed from the scene. The doors will be closed and evidence tape seals will be placed on all exterior doors, the hood and the trunk. And this is just a photograph showing the seals in place along the bottom of the doors.
So the seals you're talking about are this and this down the bottom of the photograph?
Yes.
And you said you do that all the way around the car?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
That's to preserve the integrity of the contents of the vehicle. And it shows, it's like a chain of custody. It shows that nobody, if those seals are broken, I know somebody's been in that car before I got to it again.
Are you aware of, in relation to any of the settings, seals being broken that you weren't aware of?
No.
The last one I have here, Judge, is the triple S. Can you just tell us what we're looking at? Right.
And this is after the vehicle has been placed on the wrecker to be towed, and this is the stain or the fluid that had been leaking from the vehicle while we were there on scene.
And that's the fluid that you said it smells like oil when you were there?
Yes.
The consistency of oil?
It appeared to have the consistency of oil, yes.
All right, this is a good time to take a break. It's 16, almost 17 minutes after 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had an opportunity to look at my morning docket. I should be able to finish that by 10 o'clock tomorrow. So if you were, please check in with the jury office downstairs, sign in, then come upstairs, wherever it is you've been assembling. That's where you go. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules tonight, folks. You've heard a whole lot of evidence. You've heard from 13 witnesses at this point, but nevertheless, keep an open mind, please. No discussion and no research. And in the event that you happen to see one of us out and about during the evening, duck us, we duck you, and everything will be hunky-dory. Remember, 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thanks as always, way to go.
Okay, and I think there was no objection, right? Okay, great. So it's admitted without objection, as are the photographs, I believe. All right. See you tomorrow, folks. Leave your pads. Thank you.
Right. I was set up. I set up for 9. I did because I thought they might come back for 9, but the buggers didn't. Right, I can change that. I'm on Canva, I'm on Twitter, I'm on the stream, and I'm on StreamYard. Multitasking, trying to set everything up. That was bored. Like, we can't see anything, and I couldn't hear the bloody attorney. So Like, how are we supposed to? Do you know what I mean? That upsets me because who gets upset? Like it's not a massive issue. It's just I don't like the guy, so that's why it upsets me. 9:45. Oh damn! What was it? 9:45 p.m. for edit. Oh, you see, luckily I changed it because I had 9:45 p.m. It's 2:45 p.m. tomorrow, May 31st. Save. Do that. Fine. Well, what do you think? What's going on? What do people think about this today? Hey, what do you think of my background? Look at that. Hang on, let me just start out for a second. That's amazing, isn't it? I love that background. I'll be changing it back. I just want to show it off for today. That's all. And my logo in the top right hand corner. That's the Alter Corner logo. Well, actually, you can see in the middle here. That's the logo from now on. Moving places we are. So yeah, any comments? I mean, Amy Evil, we've got something to say. So, I think we lost Shelley, didn't we? Right, what? You go to the store for her. So, wait, did it end? Yeah, the streams ended. Yeah, yeah. No, the streams ended. Oh, Luna's still here. I didn't think you'd still be here, Luna. How many whiskies deep are you? Or should I not ask? I was leaving because it's frozen then. No, it was the stream ended, so I closed it down. I want to show off my new background. I've just set up StreamYard and now setting up Canva so I can post on Twitter about Heard, Definitely Heard. Luna, oh, you lost count now. Fucking hell, you're gonna be dangerous tonight. No, the witness come back tomorrow. To be quite honest with you, that witness was useless. Not useless. She wasn't useless. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. The whole thing was useless because I couldn't even hear any of the questions. Couldn't hear the questions. Then it's like, yeah, she's answering, but we can't see the pictures properly. That was annoying to me. Um, I'm turning into right. Add that. Post that. I'm getting better at this malarkey multitasking. I think. Tweet that. Send now. There we are. Just advertise that. Um, so she's coming back tomorrow. The one thing I did hear properly was he sort of asked her, oh, so basically his hand, it could have been a phone, and she was like, yes. So, which is in line with, you know, obviously the doctor earlier on said maybe, Dr. John said maybe, but she's more affirmative. Yes, it could be a phone. So, we'll see. I'll see what the cross looks like. What do we talk about? Do we talk about that? Do we talk about something else? Do we talk about his small dick? I like or Eric Bland's small dick, whichever one. It doesn't matter. Um, banners. Yeah, I think we lost Shelley. Interesting. I don't think you should talk about the dicks now, are you? You're talking about the mobile phone thing, but the timing of it was beautiful. Yeah, I think we lost Stacey, lost Shelley. It's a shame 'cause she's really good as well, Shelley. Where's it gone now? I think it's Shelley. I'm shit with names. I need to check it up just in case. Goes right back to the start now in chat to see. Um, yeah, Shelley is Shelley. Shelley Tarver. She's very, very good. Just maybe. Well, hopefully she'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully we'll keep her next time. And Stacey, and we're missing Gio today. But it's been a good stream today, I think. Lefty hasn't been too bad. Lefty's behaved himself. Luna's getting pissed. Spider's behaving. Mad World is wherever Mad World is. I mean, Mad World just hands a mobile phone to a kid and he just causes havoc. But I love it. Can you imagine if you're in StreamYard Mad World and you just close it all down? Madness. Right. Some people leaving, that's fine. Also, know that one. Thank you as well to Rumble. You've, as always, been great today. Not too bad there, but we've had more on YouTube today. So, yeah, what else is going on? What are we talking about? What's occurring out there in the real world? I'll put that back away now. You can still see my logo up here, though. You can still see the logo. Loving it. I just posted on Twitter about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. This case, it pains me a little bit. I think it's the judge's last trial, I believe. I don't actually know. I've just heard it's his last trial. No, no, Amy. 10 o'clock Eastern. The judge has got stuff to do, some dockets or whatever else in the morning. So I'll be on at 9:45 Eastern. So it's 10 o'clock start tomorrow. So probably 10 till about this time, half 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow, depending on the witness and where they are, really. So yeah, that's where we're at with that one. I do wonder what people are doing. So yeah, so that's the. I think everyone knows my opinion. I'm just waiting for other people's opinions. What's your opinion, Amy, of today? Anything? Or anyone else that for that matter? I mean, Luna, you've probably not even remembered the testimony now on your 10th whiskey. But yeah, I'm always intrigued to hear what people think. Also, intrigued to hear if someone thinks, you know, actually, I don't know yet if he is not guilty or not. We've not seen all the testimony yet, which would be fair. Do you know what I mean? I just know that whatever we have seen so far has been bullshit. There must be a hammer somewhere going bang, because so far everything points towards not guilty. Um, I mean, same, yeah. I don't. I've just gone out the toddler phase with my youngest niece, and well, today she didn't do it, but normally she comes in here and strops. She sits literally next to me here. She's got her special seat, here. She's got her special pillow, and she just sits there like mini version, watching me. And then she look up at me then, and I give her mic. She's got her own special mic. Here it is. So she starts speaking and everything. Oh, school's out for summer. Happy days. Happy days. Luna, free Travis Rudolph. Yes. Free Zachariah Anderson. And then free Travis Rudolph. My Zachariah Anderson t-shirt is on the way, apparently. He's in Illinois at the minute, at the carrier station there. So it should be, I don't know, sure how long it takes to come from America. You guys with your fucking taxes and delivery charges and stuff. Fuck me. Look at my store. I pay your fucking taxes and delivery charges. I don't put in the price, but still, it's so expensive. Um, but yeah, free Travis. And if you haven't seen, well, I mean, surely actually, Amy's not seen Zachariah Anderson. It is a trial that, well, it's probably a trial that in a year's time people are going to stream again because I just feel the injustice of it. Put your hands up. Put your hands up in the air. Here's that one, yeah. One. That's the symbols up for Zachariah Anderson. So Luna put in chat. That's what they throw up for it. Um, well, in my opinion, it wasn't just. Now, you can go on Twitter to the wine mums and they'll be like, no, he's guilty as sin. And that's their judgment, that's their opinion on it. I don't agree at all. I was absolutely shocked. Like, it's one of those things, right? So Murdoch got found guilty. I was only shocked about the time they took to make the decision. I always knew he was like 50-50. Um, but I didn't feel he was guilty on the charges, but I did feel he was, it was just too close to call. I think it was a bit dodgy. So fine. Zachariah Anderson is a total injustice. Total injustice. In my opinion. What have we got? We need to stream Alex Murdoch and Zachariah Anderson again. Um, we know why you want to see Alex Murdoch again. Kissy kissy. Zachariah Anderson, yeah, we do have to. I think Murdoch and Zachariah will be in Christmas, New Year time. Do you know what I mean? So it's not fresh. I think it's still fresh in people's minds now. Um, I need to do Rittenhouse as well. But you watch it. The Wine Mums and all them will start streaming all these things. They'll start nicking my ideas of doing Saturdays once a week and stuff like that. Standard. People nick my ideas all the time. Um, right. That is an interesting one. I know, I'll come back to that. Not gonna lie, I'm drifting in and out of sleep. Something I was not used to it. It's fine. It's fine, Mad World. I'm here to keep the ship going. And I know that you're drifting out of sleep because of what you ordered in the shop. Fucking hell. So don't worry, I'm like that as well. I get in and out of sleep as well. And I've done it a couple of times on stream, not today, but on other streams. So, as always, Mad World, you go to sleep. Thank you for everything. So Madele's going to bed now. So her toddler's going to take over. So we'll see some probably more sensible messages now once the toddler takes over. They might actually make sense. Not like some Irish, wah, 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 mad, getting mad, Michael Keatley. So I watched a bit of it. I didn't watch it all, I'll be honest with you. But there's a lot of people. I did watch a few days of it. And I remember watching his verdict, and he was just devastated. He was in shock. And I heard a lot of people say that he should be not guilty. That's mad. Well, yes, Keatley to free him. Yeah, that's another one I need to look at. But the lawyers annoyed me a lot in that one, so I was like, oh, jeez, can't be asked with it. You have to look at the old. I have. I've started doing stuff with it. Um, I did look. There's no trial date set yet, from what I can see. I'm trying to put together a video. So what I might do is actually do a live stream on it. I was going to do a video, but I might do a live stream because on a Sunday or some evening or something, and just play a load of videos. It might be on for like 3-4 hours. I don't know, but try and get some discussion on it and stuff. And yeah, just play the things that I've seen so far rather than making an actual video from it. Even though I love doing videos, but um, videos don't get as many views. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't shocked, Lou. I was only shocked about the time it took to make the verdict. That's the only thing I was shocked about. Yeah, and that's why I want to do a trial stream so some of your friends hopefully can come in here and actually maybe stay. Do you know what I mean? Watch other stuff. Yeah, I've not gone in delve. The thing is, I want to grab everything together and then do it justice and read up on it properly. Do you know what I mean? So it might take me a few weeks, but once I got core stuff together for it, I'll let you know. So I want to, I'll say give it justice. I don't want to do a video. I'd rather have discussions so that people like yourself and everyone can just jump in chat and just start speaking about it and add your point of views and stuff, or anyone that wants to jump on stream. Um, I'd happily have them on here if they wanted to actually speak seriously about it. Um, so yeah, that's the plan. I don't know. I'm just I'm trying to put everything together now for it, and see where that takes us. Oh, hang on, Lady Law just liked a message to see if she's around. You join in? She joins us. Lady Law. Oh, some of you. Let's have a look here. The stream. Lady Law. Um. Yes. Yeah, no, definitely interested. Send me any like literally message me on Twitter, right? I'll give you my email address, right? So you can send or maybe you could even send links or something through Twitter, whatever's easy. I did see interrogation video. I did not play it, but I did see one. Um, I saw like memorial stuff on YouTube. I saw like actually did record some stuff to start doing a video, just of him playing for uh, you know, UCF. So yeah, but I don't know. That would be my first ever live one. But yeah, I think I might do a live just because I want to do something. Yeah, I'll probably do this before then. So um, and then follow it hopefully. So if it is continued, then fine. We'll grab the next one. If it's not, we'll try and get that and do regular touch ups on it. Same as I'm going to be doing with the Brian Kohlberger one, just doing regular updates really. Because I was rushing the Brian Kohlberger one, me and Morgan, just to get things done. Some stuff to help. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know enough about it yet. I've seen him being arrested. There's a 2 minute video of him being arrested, detained. Sorry. Um, should be convicted for. Yeah, I think with Mr. Alec, I think definitely I agree with you. I think Mr. Alec is I love this photo of you as well, Luna. It's brilliant. Mr. Alec, what people can't get over, I think, is the kennel video, the lies he made, and then also um and also um like it was like 4 minutes or something, or a bit longer from the time they were killed or estimated to be killed. You know what I mean? So people can't get that out of their mind, which is fine. I get that. I just can't get out of my mind how he did the whole cleanup afterwards. So that's where I just like he could have done it on his own. So their theory in my mind's bullshit. So that's where I stand with that. Yeah, cool. I mean, look, I understand why you'd lean that way as well, Lou, because that's your background, about it. And someone else told me that they would have said he was guilty based on his behaviour. Um, I respect that, but it's not my forte. Like I got my own ways of trying to track it. Um, so it depends what your background is and what. I think it's just I don't think he was guilty on what they put him forward to. Do I think he's innocent? No, I don't think he's innocent. I think he's involved. But that doesn't mean that I think that he pulled the trigger or anything. Same with Luna. I mean, he may have pulled the trigger for one of them, but not both of them, and a cleaner and everything. But I do think he knows what happened and whether he's trying to protect someone or whether he set it up all himself. Hey, he's got to go and see the master upstairs about all that himself. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I just don't think he should have been convicted based on what they convicted him for. I always said that if he's convicted for it was him and one other, yeah, 100% convict him because I can see it, but not the way they did it. Well, there's so much, yeah, definitely don't match up. Nothing matches up. The tracking, like everyone's going doing these like timelines, going, "Oh my god, he dumped her phone." Yeah, none of it fits in. None of it. Yeah, yeah, and that's where the cleanup comes up, Amy. Yeah, exactly, Luna. This is what I mean. That's my thought as well. He didn't kill him, but he knows who did. Um, so so that's why I don't mind that as much. I don't think he's a that much of an injustice because I think he is something there like Zachariah Anderson injustice. Um, if this guy Travis Rudolph got found guilty, well, fuck me. If he this guy, I might end up I might end streaming. Yeah, because it might implicate somebody else, or I don't know. He didn't have the time. Yeah, that's where I stand. That's why I could not say he was not guilty. That's that's why I'm like not guilty based on what they presented. Yeah, and this is the thing though. Everyone's celebrating, going, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." We got him. We got. No, you. I don't believe you have. I don't believe you got the right person in jail for it. I think he deserves to be in jail. Um, I mean, Luna, sorry, but people say the Buster's involved. Do you know what? Go down the street, right? I just tell them, go down the street, turn right again, sharp right, and do you know what? Go fuck yourself. How's Buster fucking involved? And what other thing that really pissed me off was uh, people lying under oath, saying, um, "Oh, yeah, he never gave a shit about Buster. He never mentioned Buster to us when we arrived. He didn't care about his welfare." And then on the body cam, you could see it all. So they lied. They lie all the time, these fuckers. They actually did more statement analysis, which is what I've trained in. I don't know if he did it, but he lied someone. Absolutely. Luke, spot on. Spot on. Spot on, Luke. Yeah, you nailed it. In the end, it was his own downfall. He just lied, 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 lied. I think if he admitted that he was down the kennels beforehand, he would look bad, and they probably still convict him. But the fact he lied about that for so long, totally, yeah, it's a disgusting. When you and they smiling, high fiving, and lying under oath, and they get no punishment. Agent Owen lies to the grand jury, no punishment. Just him and Creighton hugging at the end. That's what makes it disgusting to me. But yeah, I mean, look, I can understand why. We've all would have lied. I mean, oh yeah, I was down there 2 minutes before. Do you mean you got to lie? But still, I agree with you. But coulda, shoulda, woulda. Do you know what I mean? So I guess I hope none of us are ever in that position. Well, once they said he was in the circle, he was only one in the circle. He's just not honest. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. So I couldn't tell you what he was honest about and what he wasn't. I don't think anyone could. What was he honest about? You know, but I still think it's still like people think like I and this is the hot take, right? I didn't really like Judge Newman. I thought he's quite unprofessional, personally. And I know that's like the wine mums and all them. They applaud. Oh, he's the best judge we've ever seen. I got to be up there and honest to say that he's one of the worst I've seen. Not he's not the worst I've seen, 100%, but he's not. He's not one of the best. Um, he shouldn't have put the financial crimes in there. He shouldn't have waited and said all along, "Oh well, I'm not going to make a judgment on that motion and that motion until we're." He should have just outlined from the start. This is what you can and can't talk about, and if you go into it in court, I'll sustain it straight away. You cannot discuss any of this stuff. But instead of that, he's like, well, and every decision, key decision, went to the state. You just, you know, I think we come across as um, people say, "Oh, bad news." No, I just don't think justice was fully done. Yes, and unfortunately, you're the middle weave in it. But it was an addict. Yeah, it's sad. The world was his oyster. He had everything at his feet. Um, when you think about it, he had everything. Then once he starts stealing, you just get a taste of it. And the first time you get away with it, well, that was easy. Let's do it again. Pretty strong pictures of the bird trap. I know you do. But you're supposed to be go to bed now. Oh, actually, this is your toddler. This is that's fine. Okay, toddler, Mad World. I listen to you. I don't listen to your mother though. She's just cuckoo. She's just mad all the time. But toddler, Mad World, I listen to. I still love Big Red. I know you do. I know you do. He's a lie, motherfucker. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But you can still love him. It's not necessarily about Murdoch himself. He's a piece of shit, but more about the poor investigation of the state. Yes. This is why I mentioned earlier on. It's disgrace. An absolute disgrace. And how people don't see it as a disgrace. The only way they will see it as a disgrace is if that's a family member of theirs. Then they'll see it as a disgrace. Because now they're all like, oh no, it was brilliant. It was an easy convert. Yeah. And also they're all like, well, hey, Netflix, that 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 Murdoch podcast, oh, they all said he's guilty. So he must be guilty. And that's what people is mind. And I'm talking about, right? People, I think, have got common sense, but they lost their common sense with this trial. People, like, as most of you know how I was treated, and people telling me, shut the fuck up, you've not listened to the podcast. Listen to the podcast, then tell us what you think. No, no, it's all right, love. I'll look at the fucking evidence and base it on that. You dipshit. But people just didn't care. And once Netflix was out, oh, fuck it. Oh, you might as well just fucking hang him. He was done for. Very poor investigation. You're right, Luna. Very poor. So long as the state are not being held to their burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt, more and more innocent people go into jail. Yes. Yes. And it won't stop until people experience it for themselves or family members or friends because people just don't think it's ever going to happen to them because they're honest working people and and we all think like that, but it can happen to anybody. That's the scary bit about it. Now, of course, the jury disagreed with me, but I don't see it their way. There just wasn't enough evidence. I totally agree. Now, but I don't have. I only got a couple of issues with the jury, and that was the brother of the witness being on there, and and Sarah Ford, but Sarah Fraud we call her, being like, oh, fuck off. It's the law. Yeah, your law is shit in South Carolina. Then, love, do something about it. Fucking change it. Fucking stupid cow. But anyway, that and the speed of the decision. They didn't discuss hardly anything. You can't, not for this magnitude of things. So, and if you say that he's got enough time to kill him, then there's enough time to clean up as well. No, he was a fat bastard at the time, and he's no way he's going to be able to clean everything and have a shower and take everything away and get everything hidden and dump the phone like 2 minutes before he left, and it doesn't fit in. Oh my god, you've all got me on fucking riled me right up now. Even less of an investigation, yes. I mean, no comment. It's like some of them I speak to, and they find the ones that are just like thick as shit, and there's loads of them. Some of the wine mums are all right. That I've spoken to, never agree, but you can have a decent conversation. But I'd say 90% of them just can't. Once they made their minds up, that's it. Hey, don't worry about it. Mentioning Murdoch made fucking Luna horny, so it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? I agree with you, Matt. Propaganda, our media has been, and that was my first ever trial, and I was shocked because I always say this. I always thought it was, you know, innocent until proven guilty, or innocent unless proven guilty, but not here. So, yeah, 100% it was. So I'm sorry, Luna, I shouldn't say that really, but I think it's funny. Definitely Amy, the Kohlberg situation highlights. I mean, yeah, they've been like, uh, get the firing squad in. Should we pencil a date in? Get the fuck out, you. You guys be found guilty, yeah? I know, Luna. I'm sorry though. I shouldn't say that. I'm just jealous, Luna. That's all it is. And to make things worse, I watched the Zachariah straight after. I know. Same here. Well, we watched it together. I mean, fuck me. That's and that was like I was angry. I was angry with the whole trial with the Murdoch because I didn't think he had a very fair trial, especially with the public stuff. But the actual decision, I was like, it grates me a little bit. Not the decision, but the way they came about it. But Zachary Anderson, every day, I remember saying on stream every day, like, what evidence have they actually got here? I was every day just waiting. What are they going to give us that convicts him? And then they went, yeah, so we're going to state rests. I'm like, states rested? They've not told us anything. And then in closing arguments, they say that they found the body of the missing guy and didn't correct it. It's just like, and even their own witness said, no, Zachariah had a hole in his carpet well before the murder. And that's the state's own witness saying that. No body, no evidence, no. Me and Lefty was discussing this, right? How much did he weigh? About 180, 160, 180 pounds. The guy that died. No fucking chance does Zachariah lift him. Not in a million 8 million years. Does he lift him? Dead weight. People forget dead weight is different to normal weight. But normal weight, if you try to pick up someone that is alive, that's different because they're struggling. So actually, they're helping you, if anything. the dead weight, picking that up in a carpet roll or wherever, and taking it out, no chance. Not saying no chance as in no way in the world, but it's not as easy as what people think it is. I'd be very shocked if he could do that, especially on his own. So those are the things that annoy me. Um, yeah, absolute. And his ex-girlfriend, ex-fiance, just smiling there. Justice is done. No, it's not. Huge man. Yes, definitely. Managed to leave Bone. At the crime scene, and then yeah, yeah, yeah. A bone. I got what? You talk about a boner? But he managed to leave none of the his evidence at the crime scene, yes, and none of the victim's DNA in the hallways while carrying his body, apparently, which is impossible. Nothing's impossible, right? But if it was, that's as far as impossible you can get. If you looked in the dictionary, what's impossible? Zachariah with a body on his shoulder, carrying him out. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, Madwell, you need to join the Zachariah group on Facebook. Yeah, I know. I thought you were on about a fucking boner. I was like, what? Can you see it? So I was hiding it. Um, social media, yeah, absolutely. You just nailed it. Social media. They know, yes, and the rest we all, yeah, absolutely. I think she was talking about my boner, Lefty. I think. I thought she was like, shit, she could see my boner. I thought my camera was high enough, like, Bad Mad World, yes. And it's only Tuesday. Imagine what she's gonna be like tomorrow. Fuck, Behave. Um, it's trying to get Lady Laura on your Lefty. She's on Twitter, so try to get her on here, but I don't think she's seen the message. Um, we weren't talking shit anyway, right? Let's have a look here. We were just talking about Murdoch and Zachary Anderson. Zachary Anderson's got a group on Facebook. Let me find it. I joined it. They're very, very good, very, very friendly. Um, so where is it? Where is this bad boy? Oh, don't log me in because I don't know my password. Thank God. Also, remember, if you're on Facebook, look at the alternate corner. How many members have you got now? 8 members. Shit. Why we only got 8? Who left? Let's have a look. Who left? Me, Caroline, Catherine, yeah. Madwell, Spider, Mrs. Mystery, Amy, and Lou. Who left the girls? Madwell, Spider Girl, who left? Because we did have 9. Oh, I know, Mel. Mel left. I don't know why Mel left, though. That's a shame. Yeah, I left to go dirty mind. They know to come in here and shit on me. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he goes out and he comes back in and he's the male version of you. He comes in out of the way anyway, and then he leaves out of nowhere as well. And he just comes in from nowhere. Never know when he's here. He sneak attacks. He does similar to what you do. Um, stop that. Yeah, he's driving. Fair play, fair play. In first, he does a lot of that. He drives and has this on, so I can always appreciate that. To be fair, let's try and see where Lady Laura is. I'll send her the link to see if she comes on. If she comes on, I love Lady Laura. Let's just see. Not that I'm gonna be here for ages, but still, Twitter. Um, Hang on. Unless her brother's on. Her brother's on YouTube as well. If you like storm chasers and stuff like that. Oh, are you working now? Oh shit. I'm not sure if I can ask you, but what your work is, Lefty. Send now. Okay, done that. So yeah, what was next one? We've had Zachariah. So yeah, Zachariah. Oh shit, that's what I was doing. Zachariah group. Where is the bad boy? Got it here. You should join it. It's free Zachariah Anderson. It's a private group. You have to be invite. You have to press like an invite button. But me and Luna are in it. I know of. I'm not sure if anyone else is in it. But it's a good group. Yeah, he works nights. This is cryptid. I earn income by leaving addicted people to ruin themselves further. So you work in a pub, leaving addicted people. You must work in a pub. That would be my guess, unless anyone's got another guess. Pub is my guess, but someone else might have another guess there. Um, so yeah, free at Zachariah Anderson. Try and join if you can, guys. In the pub, no. Oh, are you do you make the beer and stuff? The hops or whatever you call it. You actually make it, or distillery type thing. Kind of a guess. But that's all. Yeah, it does, but not completely. No, I so you probably make it like distillery wise or something. Um, I just submitted to join the Anderson group. Cool, Amy. You'll enjoy it. Oh, no lol. So not a pub, but like a restaurant then. 'Cause what else would it be? Like a restaurant. Where else in America serves alcohol? He was like enabling addicted people to ruin themselves further. Yeah, it must be. Well, not a pub, but kind of a pub. So a restaurant. Why else in America like you Americans? Yeah, it's a restaurant. Restaurant. Yeah, restaurant. Got it. That's pretty much a pub. Bars, clubs, theme park. Yeah, but 6 o'clock at night. So it's not a bar. Club, 6 o'clock at night. Nah. Park, theme park. Nah. They're not ruining themselves with alcohol. Fuck me, Lefty. Can't be a club. It's too early. Can't be a theme park because it's too late. Can't be a bar because you said it's not a bar. It's not a restaurant, but you serve food, you serve alcohol. Think bigger. Oh, fuck, come on, people. Oh, what a guess. What a guess. Casino. That's a hell of a guess. Hell of a guess, Luna. Probably restaurant law. No, no restaurant, because I've guessed that one. Delivery service, no. But just that. Oh, that's just that. I've never had that before on rum. Jesus. I don't know. Right, so gambling. It's gambling. So I think Luna's guess was fantastic. It might not be that, but it is fantastic. So the food and alcohol isn't the addiction. So it's gambling. Luna, 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 na, 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 na. Luna's out there now. Woo! Check me out, baby. No, casino. Are you are you a dealer? Not an actual dealer, but so I used to frequent casinos quite a bit back in the day. You were right, Luna. You were right. You can run around the room, the top off. Go, way, I got it right. Um, I used to play poker for a couple of years. That was my sole income. So I used to frequent casinos a lot. Hated them. I would hate to work in a casino. No offense, Lefty. I would hate it. There's no bigger arseholes than gambling people at times. They think they're something they're not. They think they're fucking loaded, but they got bugger all money. They're deadbeats, most of them are. I hate them. And some of them are like, oh, I used to play poker with locally to me then. This big, huge guy would have a Filipino with him, different, and he just treated like shit. Um, no, it's not fun. I don't. I feel for you, Lefty. What do I win? I told you. I told you. You've got to take your top off, run around the room, but we need some proof though, Luna. So take a camera, selfie, do it, and we see how you celebrate. I'll do it as well if you want. Um, you win the prize, Luna. She wants a trip to your casino, all paid. Oh, I could, yeah. I know you were some sort of dealer, like roulette or and all that. You can't say that, Luna. We need evidence. So take a picture, please, or a video, preferably. Thank you, and then I'll believe you. Yeah, I didn't mind casinos, but the thought of going to a casino now. Ugh, that's just a punter. That's just a punter. That is. I remember I used to go out of Vegas quite a bit, and because you can smoke and stuff all that. So I used to smoke, so it was always tempting to have a cigarette and stuff sometimes. Ooh. I love how we got from Travis Rudolph, Murdoch, Zachariah Anderson, Michael Keatley to Lefty working in a casino. Now, and fingers crossed, we're going to soon have a video of Luna with a top off, running around the room. The only reason I ask her is because she's like 10 deep in whiskey, so she might actually do it. Um, obviously joking. Before people go, oh, he's a sexist pig. I am a bit, to be fair. Um, yeah, so, any other injustice? Any other thing we need to talk about here? Whilst we can. Oh, shall I just look at how much hours we've done now? Right, let me work. Oh, Christ, okay. Okay. We have times 1.5. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. Let's go, girls. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Do, 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 do. So 68 hours. Let's change that bad boy then. On here. State witness, no. 12. Oh my god, right. I gotta put her up here. Let's go, guys. Because let's just change this and then we'll speak. 68. So that takes it to 790. Okay, save. So we're in the 1200 hours now. We came in the day with 1,266, and we're leaving the day basically under 1,200 hours. 68 hours today, guys. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. Fair play to you to doing it. You know, that's the only reason you do it. Yeah, I hope you get tons of tips. Yeah, you're right. And also, do you have to share all your tips as well? Because that always sucks. I always ask people and they never really answer me. Because excuse me, I've had some good dealers in the past that I would tip loads to, but I wouldn't like, if I knew that people were sharing it, I wouldn't bother. I played a poker tournament and I think it was at the win. And I only won, I like won 5.5 grand or something. It was like 5,400 or whatever. It was like a couple $100 buy-in. And they said, "Oh, do you want to tip the dealers?" I said, "No, thanks. So good." Because some of them are assholes. I was like, "I'm not tipping the fucking dealers." But what I did then was took like 400, like 100 chip stacks and just gave them to dealers I really liked and said, "Thank you. You're awesome. I appreciate them." But I'm not going to pay for fucking dealer that's grumpy as shit or doesn't do their job properly. But people that do their job or bring a bit of laughter, um, I'd always pay up for them, but not everybody else. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine with the weather and everything. But it's interesting. How the fuck do you make money though? Because you're a grumpy fucker. So people must be like, I don't show how you make money, man. Or do you put a smile on your face and be like, hey, hello, everybody. I'd love to see you mod well together. That'd be fun. um, is that Luna? How's the video coming along, Luna? Luna, have you done the video yet? Right away past the nickel slots. Yeah, is that's the best way to be. That's the best way to be. Florida lefty just saying there's one like 2 miles. Oi, 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 oi. I don't think lefty minds the snow. Yeah, he's staying there just for the kids. But they'll soon grow up. They'll soon grow up, hopefully, and spread their wings. Hey, maybe go to UCF or FSU or Florida or Miami. And say to them, "Oh, I'm moving with you." And also, the Vikings aren't there. You've got to be with the Vikings, lefty. I heard um, they're going to be paying Mr. wide receiver, JJ, a lot of money. Yeah, but you love the Vikings though, and this will cheer you up as well. I'm on take 3. Ah, Luna, you don't half crock me up. So Madwell's and Spider have gone to sleep. That makes up to them. I'm not. Lady Law's not coming. I don't think. No, she'd be near by now. You guys are funny. Also, Lefty, do you see? Oh, you did see him. Deshaun Watson followed me. What the fuck's that about? Yeah, they are on TV, but you can't see them. See them. But yeah, you're right. You're right. I need to buy a Jaguars. I want to buy a Trevor Lawrence jersey, so I'll buy one some point. Oh, Madwell's here. I thought you'd gone. I thought you'd gone to sleep. To be quite honest with you, because you went quite. Are you sleepy? So you're just gonna fall asleep. I don't. I want to get Joe Burrow one as well. That's be why. Get lots of tips that he does. He does. He fakes it. He said so. He does. Ah, two hosts. Oh, they gave an October review. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to be on the sun, Madwell. You know that. You're not supposed to be. Your face skins. You're not supposed to be out there. Aloe vera, plenty of it. Oh, amazing. So his hair. Oh, that's good though. I'm gonna have to ship you some money and say, hey, can you buy me one of these and get Trevor to sign it? I can hang it up on the wall then. I'd love to have a Trevor signed jersey built by UCF. Was he in the hot he took in the festival? Was he? I didn't. I thought he was just Ohio State. Took in the festival, changed me to a winner for sure. Ah, the big pit boss. Well, that sucks, then, doesn't it? You don't want to be the pit boss, surely. You want to be out there gaining the tips. I suppose it is a Tuesday night, so is it that busy tonight? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, well, I mean, suppose like we know like Vegas will be busy now on Tuesday night, but is yeah, but is everywhere else like, is your casino busy every night of the week? And yeah, that's not a bad thing. If you go to a casino, you have to go to one in America. My advice, the only ones I've ever experienced are Vegas. The UK ones are dire. They are. Don't go to one. They're dire. If you watch the 2018 Fiesta game, you can see him get nailed and it changed everything for him. Ah, okay. So you knocked the window into him. Ah, okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I thought you were saying he's playing for UCF. I thought it was Ohio State and then LSU. I'm sure you'd make enough money, mate. I'm sure. Um, but still, but yeah, I going back to Madwell. Don't go to one in the UK, whatever you do. you'll regret this straight away. It's a massive con in the UK anyway. At least in America, there's a bit of entertainment and stuff like that, but it's from Nevada Reno. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's strange, Nevada, because that's where what's his name? Plays for the Panthers now. Well, that's where Joe is it Joe, offensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns. Oh, forget his name now. He went to Nevada, and the Carolina Panthers guard. I don't remember his name now, and I can kick myself because I know them both. I like them both. He won Super Bowl with the Rams, and then went to play for the Panthers last year, and still there this year. He went to Nevada as well. And the one I'm speaking about in the Browns, they're one of their best offensive linemen. I don't remember his name now. Fuck. Both from Nevada. So I turn everything to like NFL or college football and stuff. Oh, the one in Panthers annoys me. Starts with a C. His surname. Corbett. Austin Corbett is the one in Carolina Panthers. And what's the one in Browns? I can't remember. And he's amazing. He's always in the Pro Bowls and stuff. Just he's a guard, but just don't remember his name. Somebody thinks Joe, but I've got to fucking look now, don't I? Gotta look. He went Nevada as well. I'm pretty sure of it. Cleveland Browns. People are like, why are you so obsessed with this? I just love it. When you're into something, you got passion for it. Cleveland Browns. OL. I'll do offensive. Roster. Right, they don't put him at the top. None of them. None of them. Oh my God, he's one of the best players, if not their best player. He's not even been shown. Reject cookies. Right, I'll go on the thing now. Lineman. Joel Bitonio. Joel Bitonio. I'm sure he was Nevada as well. And Corbett for the Panthers. Well, you're definitely going to keep it that way because the UK ones are shit. So unless you go out to America and see Lefty and get some comps, you don't get comps in the UK. You only get them in America. But yeah, Haslam family, isn't it? Tennessee and me. Okay. Yeah, because he owns some big business or something, doesn't he? Haslam, yeah, I don't. It was funny to me because Deshaun Watson added me on Twitter a couple of nights ago. I was like, what the like he's only got 700 friends and I'm one of them. Well, he's only following 700 people and I'm one of them. Weird. Yeah, bookies, 100% bookies. They don't do that. They're not as yeah, they won't. Bookies are huge here in the UK. Casinos aren't, but the casinos are huge. And like bookies like sports books, but a lot different. I wouldn't know what to do in sports book in America, but I'd know what to do in the bookies. Yeah, I've been a few times, when normally when the Grand National's on or some racing or something, but not very often. Or if there's like a Rugby World Cup or something, has to go into it. You own the pilot, yeah, that's it. I knew it was something like that. Happy days, nice to hear that. Yeah, I mean, why? It's nice to be comped, isn't it? they feel great, and hopefully they tip you as well. Do you know what I mean? So comp could be anything. You know, if you're high roller enough, you could be comped a free room in the hotel. I was comped a free meal in the not an area. Where the fuck was I? Oh, I don't remember. Opposite Venetian. It was a nice hotel, small hotel. We were comped, me and my friend, a steak each, basically. Um, comped for drinks, wherever, really, wherever. I'm not really sure exactly what you get comped for, but I've only experienced the room and the food. So if you gamble enough, but you know, in a lot of cases, if you get comped, that's not always a good thing, you know. So I got comped a free steak dinner worth about $75, right? But in order to do so, I'd lost $300 playing poker. So throughout the day, so when you think about it, that dinner cost me $225. Well, 300 because I still have to give the 75, don't I? So yeah, comps are normally given to losers. So, but to be fair, pit bossing is different. So I don't know what. Well, actually, roulette I used to get comp stuff, but it depends how much you bet and stuff as well. Um, yeah, exactly. So you normally the mark, like you know. Well, one playing poker or what? How did you win it, or was it a bet or something? Ah, that's very sad. Went to Vegas and came back with nothing. That's just sad, man. That's yeah. The gambling world, I got out of it, thankfully. It's not it's not a nice place. People owe people money, people scam, scratch card. Well, fuck, why would you? This that makes me angry. It goes to Vegas to do what? What's it? Buy scratch cards? There's no skill in scratch cards. Do you know what I mean? Jesus, that's a hell of a story. To be fair, yeah, and do you know what? That's fine. If he'd have won it by playing poker, I would have got his mentality of going out there thinking he's on a hot streak and you know he's better than what he is, blah blah blah. But to go out to Vegas with 100 grand, having won a scratch card, it's pretty hard. You know, what's he spending it on? What is he just putting like $1,000 spins on roulette or something? 100 spins and lost it all. You know, or he probably just pissed it all away. You know, maybe that's what it was. Pissed it all away. We got Rob Young. He owns the. Oh, actually, the only place I would recommend you going is Still Dawn. Madwell is in Nottingham. A lot of people go there. He owns it. He's a millionaire. Um, and he gets comped in now. I believe it's in the Palazzo now. I believe it used to be the Bellagio, but he has to spin. I think it's between 30 and $40,000 a night on blackjack, and he gets a free suite. He gets all these luxury things, free flights out there, all these tours. Like obviously he can afford it. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, he has to spend that much to get all these freebies. I mean, they're fun. Yeah, I don't mind them. It's just more of a why do you go to Vegas on it? I will win. I never win anything. Oh, hold on, I missed one because he was in the high. Yeah, he was, but I mean, he would have come down on that high. Surely you'd have put like a bit of cash aside. So, but hey, oh my, um, you might win Murdoch's heart one day. You never know. Addicted, yes. Yes. I've seen it ruin people's lives. People go around begging for money, just $100, man. Put me in a competition. One spin, that's all I need. It's sad. Sad. Amy, when auntie was suing her nephew because of scratch card, oh, Jesus. Because she bought, don't give, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Come on. That's ridiculous. Come on. That's obviously the nephew's one. That pisses me off. Like, neighbors friend 1, 2, 3 to create. Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous though. I know that's a sad thing for you. You watch it every day. I mean, I only used to see it now and again. I was mostly online poker and stuff. So I wasn't really in the casino, but when I was, it's just sad, man. And it's just sad to see how many people owed each other money and scammed each other. I know so many people are scammed. I got semi-scammed a little bit. I'm still owed about $250 out there, but at least I got a majority of it back. But still, yeah, it's ridiculous. The nephew should be like, "Fuck you." She just ruined her family there. Over 10 grand. You would be, wouldn't you? Nephew wins it, you'd be, oh my. Also, who's to say the nephew wouldn't have given her like a grand or two to say, oh, thanks, Auntie, you bought it, here's a little, or get a family holiday out of it or something. I don't know, but just be like, yeah, it's mine because I bought it. Yeah, but you gave it away, you bitch. And that's sad, Lefty. And also you got to witness it, which is even sadder. I can now understand why you're so fucking grumpy because you have to go into that environment. Jesus, I didn't know that. They literally could. Sad. That's another sad. Do you know what I mean? You gotta feel sorry for these people. Do you know what I mean? So you think people would learn, but no one does, unfortunately. It still happens everywhere, but obviously more in America because of your gun culture and stuff like that. We don't have such. We still have a little bit of an issue with guns, but we don't have a massive issue with guns. It's pretty well regulated and stuff like that. And it's quite actually tough to get a license and stuff like that, I think. But I've never been around guns, so I don't know anything about it. Um, as serious as alcohol and heroin. Yep, that's what Lefty said. Yep, they're trying to chase fulfillment, but you're never going to get fulfilled. You might get short term, but not long term. Hate people, hate them. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. I explained a lot about you and your personality, to be fair, knowing this. And knowing that you play golf, because that's your sanctuary as well. That makes a lot of sense. Well, sorry to hear that, Madwell. That's just horrible. Yeah, horrible. Yeah, touch wood, well, touch wood. I've never experienced it, so that's why. Like Brit, do you remember Brit? She came out and said like she had opioids and stuff like that, but she's gone missing. Do you know what I mean? I hope she's not come back to drugs and stuff. I guess his son was punched in the face last night, and the kid has pictures with guns all over the Insta. That's the only thing that's scary. You don't know who's carrying and who's got. But like, the problem is like, for me, I only hear about the bad stuff with guns. and you're talking about a small percentage of people. Like I'm sure there's loads of gun owners who are very responsible and would never do anything, but you don't hear about that. You only hear about these vigilantes in a way. So it gives a bad rep into everything. That's why, for someone like me, if I'm being honest, you guys having gun cultures is weird, you know. And when people say she could get rid of guns and ban guns, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't they? But then you hear the stories of actually, why would they? Because most people, I'm learning a lot more about guns now, so most people wouldn't think about doing that. What they shoot out schools and stuff like that. So, so yeah, again, Luna, sorry, it's horrible. I can only imagine. This is the thing, you don't know what people are going through. Tis what it is. I love the fact it tis what it is. That's proper Irish. Tis what it is. I don't mean to mock you, but tis what it is. Fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. Um, but I can imagine if you were there in a fight with someone, why would you fight? Because you'd be scared they either got a gun or a knife. In the UK, if you fight, chances are they got nothing on them, just a fists. Obviously, that's not 100% true. I've seen a guy bottle another guy in a club, so and I stab him with a bottle. So yeah. You should. I bet you got loads of stories as well. You should make a note of them before you forget some of them. Yeah, sad, isn't it? Drug problem is awful. At the same time, abolish pain management. Whoa. Oh well, sorry to hear that. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't realize. Again, we have a different system to you guys with NHS and stuff like that. Um, you know, so we don't. We everything's prescribed for us and stuff like that. We don't know about the drug culture as much. Yeah, so in order to say, wow, in Dallas one scared me. Yeah, it would be because you're from England, so same for me. If I saw a gun now next to someone, I'd shit a brick. Now I'm sure it's all safe and everything, but I'd shit a fucking brick. 22 years of stories, fucking hell. Yeah, but I think you can say that about every I think you can say the same about Belfast. I think you can say the same about Cardiff as well. I think the Birmingham. I think the biggest cities, there's obviously a bit of um but London's key, you're probably right. And everything else is probably a notch under. Yeah, Luna, I didn't know that about you, so yeah. So you need me unless I'm at work. There's a gun concealed. Wow. As I say, we don't know about the gun stuff. So as I say, I fully understand it. I just don't get it, because we've not been brought up with it. 22 years, yeah. And he's 41. Me and Lefty the same age, Luna. So since you're 19. Shit. London's getting more dangerous. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. That's what I mean. London's probably there with like Cardiff, Belfast, Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool are a notch under probably. Do you know what I mean? Um, and also there's loads of stuff that goes on that we just don't know about the underground world and stuff like that. So we remember courier cabinets with guns growing up. Wow. Yeah, 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 I can imagine. Different worlds, different respect, I think. To do what happens, it seems every day with you guys. School's been shot up or something. It's like, you know, I know America's huge as well, and proportion wise is small, but old. Hey, fuck. Hey, less of that old. Because, yeah, same age as the lamb. Yeah, exactly. Come on, you're not old, lefty. Just look it. So, not old at all, no. You're only as old as the woman you're feeding up, like, you know? Luna's 28, so I feel 28. What's the population of elephant? Good question. I wouldn't know any of that. Glorify violence, social media. Yeah. Yeah, that's mad. You have active shooter skill drills in schools and stuff. Wow. Do you know what I mean? We know nothing about this. Literally nothing in the UK. I mean, sure, some of the bigger schools um, in bigger cities will have issues with knives and stuff, and they do have to. Some of them, there's cameras, and they have to walk through those armor things. Thought you guys would need your mind. I feel it sometimes. You posted a pic yourself on Twitter, though, haven't you? You can go have a look at it, Luna. Oh, okay, not too bad. It's because you've gone bald. You know, I've got a bit of hair. If I lost my hair, I'd probably look the same. And hey, it explains now why you've had a hard paper round. You know, working casinos, fucking hell, that's hard. Yeah. Yeah, but didn't Lady Law say grey beard and, you know, stuff like that? Sexy. Um, brings the sass. It's Melissa. Yeah, that's fine, Lefty. It's all good. We know you got to go, man. It's all good. Same for everyone else. If you need to go, guys, just go. It's all good. Um, do have more people following me on Twitter now. But I need to get the algorithm for YouTube because more people have followed me through YouTube than anything else. So yeah, I thought it was quite big. Probably. Yeah. Liglo says that. She has beard, a bit of what she say? Salt and pepper or whatever it's called. I don't know what she says. Nothing more sexy than that. First tweet that comes up, right, on my Twitter, Lefty lulls, work. Just funny knowing that you're here. Yeah. So I don't know, was it Shelley? Oh, okay. Thank you, Shelley. I thought, Shelley, I must apologize to you because I was like, if you rewind it, you'll see me say, I was like, such a shame. I think we lost Shelley. I think we did something wrong to her because she's gone. I thought we were here all morning. I thought, oh, I said, I think she's given us some great contributions. I was quite sad that we thought we lost you. Hey, Lefty Lulls, see you later, mate. Thank you as always, Lefty. Catch you later, buddy. Green eyes. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. You and Stacey sort of disappeared after lunch. As a few times I asked, "Where's Shelley? Where's Stacey? They're not here." And I think by the end, I was like, or at the end afterwards, like, "Oh, it's such a shame that we've lost Shelley. She might have, she might have just found another stream, found us too boring or something." So I'm glad you're back because I think you've got some insightful stuff here. Green eyes, yes. You. She's been nosing. She's been nosing at your profile. This vibe. Yeah. So what happened, Shelley? As Amy says, um, they in the afternoon, two officers came in, nothing burgers, and then the defense put on a doctor, and I thought he was very good because he wasn't available at any other point, and all the prosecution did basically in Cross was just go on about his salary, how much money he was earning, and all that stuff. But I found him a very credible and very good. And he's also very sassy because he had some answers back to the prosecution as well. He's like, "Fuck you, girl," type of thing. So I liked him a lot. He brought some sass with him, and then we ended up with the crime scene unit woman, but the the balding, the guy who will not shave his head, just shave your fucking hair, mate. He never used the mic this afternoon, so it's annoying because you just can't hear his questions. You can only see her answer. Excuse me, hear her answers. So, and we don't get to see much of the evidence either. So it was a bit annoying. I'll be honest with you. But that attorney annoys me, just in the fact that he would not stand with a mic. Then we started talking about Murdoch and Zachariah Anderson, Michael Keatley, and some of the injustice we felt in some of those trials. And I think we came out as a consensus that we all think that Murdoch was somewhat involved in the murder, um, but not the actual killer himself. So, and then we all thought it was injustice. Well, I say we all. I believe it's an injustice on Zachariah Anderson, and Amy thought it was injustice, and sorry, and Luna thought it was injustice for Michael Keatley to be jailed. So that's where we are. You don't have to rewind at all now. I told you everything. Jokes. Um, so you know, and then we start to talk about casinos because Lefty works in a casino. Well, now, thanks to you guys, under 1,200 watch hours to go. Um, injustice, or the biggest injustice is we haven't got a video off you. Well, I haven't had a video off you yet. Just joking. Before you two piss and actually do send me a video. Fucking hell. That's all good. Yeah, but you know, rewind. But it's a little frustrating. But also, I want you to rewind and watch it because I want to hear your opinions tomorrow. And also, by the way, we're back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm not sure where you're from, but it's 10 o'clock Eastern because the judge has got stuff to do in the morning again, unfortunately. So yeah, we still another late start tomorrow. We finished about 20 past 5 Eastern today as well. Um, so yeah, it's a bit of a lull. But yeah, the two officers this afternoon, nothing burgers, and then the doctor's worth listening to, and then the crime scene person, fine, but we don't know what the fucking questions were, or most of it. We didn't know what the questions were, so I switched off. To be quite honest, with you. She might have been good as well. I don't know, but I switched off on her because of that attorney. So he is. Um, all of the with has been on. There's have been annoying, except for the neighbour. opinion. Now this doctor. So I'm tweeting now this doctor. So just have a look, see if anyone's liked my post. Nothing. I'm sure. Right, how can 229 people, right, see my tweet about Amber Heard and all that, right, and not one person likes it? How is that even possible? I think I'm shadow banned again because I don't get any likes hardly. So I think you're saying this. People just don't see it, but they scroll past it. I don't get it. But yeah, so we are doing well with the watch hours and everything. Can't believe we're under 1,200 hours. Get in. Right, I'm sure you're all bored of me now. Really? A lot of people say that. They only see my tweets if they go to my profile and stuff like that. Yeah, mad. Well, that's mad. I think I know why though, because I swear in my tweets. I think that's why. Because I'm like I send her some cracking tweets, great tweets, and I get no engagement. Like even that poll, 22 or 24 people engaged with it. That's shit. And yeah, most of my tweets, no one, not most, but some of my tweets, I get no likes, no retweets, nothing. I think they're cracking tweets. But then there's some I get normal amount on it, so it's weird. But if you want to see my tweets, Luna, on Mad World Knows, anyway, you got to go into my profile and see them. And that's annoying. So, Luna, you remember what you promised me, didn't you? And you haven't done it yet. You need to retweet some of my streams because honestly, people don't see it from me. So if you retweet them, um, I search you to see. Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to search me though. You shouldn't have to search me at all. That's bad. Yeah, I'm shadow banned. I'm definitely shadow banned. Um, but I can't really blame anyone but myself because I swear too much. I've even today I've sworn a few times in tweets. I need to stop swearing there because people aren't seeing it, and that does affect it. It does affects these streams. That's why I'm grateful to anyone that retweets it because I just don't think anyone sees my tweets. So yeah, please guys, fucking retweet them or quote tweet them and send the links out because I think it generally does affect the stream because people don't know I'm either streaming, to be quite honest. So Luna knows that she's got to start retweeting my stuff. She promised she'd do it. So um yeah, and anyone else, Amy, might well you do it now already, thankfully. So that's good because you do reach people, guys, that I'm not friends with anyway. Right, let's close it down, shall we? You need to go to bed, bad world. You, Luna, need to fucking sleep it off. Amy, you need to look after yourself because I know you're ill. And Shelley, you go back and watch the stream, and we'll hear from you tomorrow. And Luna, go and have a look at my tweets, Luna. Some cracking tweets there. So with that, I'll close down, I think. I don't want to close down. I love spending time with you guys, but uh, I got to get up early tomorrow for Morrison's delivery. Um, so yeah, I better go to bed now because I've had a late night. I've not stopped. Chat in the morning. Happy days. Happy days. Thank you, Shelley. Look forward to seeing you. I need food. What do you need? Sausages or something? You just need a big sausage. I know what you need. Big sausage. Um, Hope you all have a great night. See you tomorrow. Brilliant. Well, it's midnight here, so it's time for bed for me anyway. So good night, everyone. Love you all. Yeah, make sure you look at my feeds on Twitter. Right, take care, everyone. Good night, Mad World. Take care. Ta-ra. That awkward now.